rifle burns bright, and a legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. The legends of the past have shown us any team can transcend the moment to forge a path to glory and turn the trials faced on the right to victory. And the legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. 12 teams, the legends of the past have shown us glory. Any team can transcend the moment to forge a path to glory and turn the trials faced on the right to victory. And the legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. 12 teams, the legends of the past have shown us glory. Any team can transcend the moment to forge a path to glory and turn the trials faced on the right to victory. And the legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. 12 teams, the legends of the past have shown us glory. Any team can transcend the moment to forge a path to glory and turn the trials faced on the right to victory. And the legacy of Dota triumph runs to the very core. 12 teams, the legends of the past have shown us glory. Any team can transcend the moment.
Start talking about day number 2. Why don't we have a quick recap on a fabulous start to the main event of the International.
available, but Somnus is ready to go in underneath the tower, stuns out from Arme, there's the GodZ, the shallow grave, keeping Roger alive. They'll try and get him out of it. It's a 5-pound Ravage, jumps in, Echo stamps out, but he does nothing at all. The BKB's out from Arme, he'll turn over towards Noah, the stun control from X-Nova isn't enough, Noah finally uses, they've got the damage. LGD, they get both.
Vlad's at least finished up, but
Ramsey's
fairly squishy. Ramsey's
going to get arrowed here as he stands.
They're throwing everything.
The Ravage, Ramsey's dead. He doesn't have buyback. No one's trying to fight back here. But PSG LGD in front of the home crowd. This couldn't have gone any better.
He gives him the protection of keep walking. It's a two-man RP. We'll try and push him away. Goes after protecting Tim for the moment. The bash is over on Queen of Peach. You can't take with a bar of right Sonic Way. Layer it on. VG Gaming. 3 players down. It's about to be 4. Yang has no way to escape. A quick fissure. Now the soul bind together. Gabby is already spinning himself away. Paparazzi is killing Tim to the back line. They'll go Fountain if they want to. Now going for the Megas. Edict burns through all the buildings. Gabby moves forward, looking for some damage to burn off what mana? No, he's going to burn off life instead. Perched up. Now the rock will drop. They just want to control the Juggernaut. He'll still get the Omni Slash off, however. But how much damage is this really doing? They're so tanky and split across the fight. That's GG. BG Gaming will advance to the semi-finals to have a date with an all LGD BG China semi-final 1.
And it's going to be a Yule Scepter lift up afterwards. Can they get bodies here to defend Midgate? It's not looking like it so far. Another round of the Mrs. Force staff, keeping him alive for now. Insania, he's got to protect his carry, but it's not going to happen in time. Can they do it? Midgate's going to go down, and they're going to take down the CM as well. Everything has already been used. Koikfa trying to buy some space for his carry. Is it going to happen? He's not getting out of there either. Woo! Alliance still trying to hold on, but RNG, GG is going to be called as they take it. Look at this. They're running in all over them. The shackles are there as well. DJ wanting to find a black hole, but look at Liquid. They're beautifully split up, and DJ is just going to fall apart. The Ravage comes down afterwards. Liquid running through Fnatic. Ice trying desperately to hold on. A triple kill. DJ, can he find his moment? They need to hold on. He jumped forward. The black hole, but he didn't get Miracle. Miracle trying to close out this game. Can they take him down in time? No. The Ancient will fall. And with that, Team Liquid are moving on.
About to come back in. Look at that. Chris Luck immediately.
They found the back line.
What a snowball on Old 11 and Kaka controlling him up. The telekinesis toss back does help get some control, but it's not good enough as Stinger flying over them. On the side, we do have, they're trying to chase away this toss as best as possible.
Oh, the melt strike.
Hector, melt strike after melt strike. Chris Luck being able to bring down Dart. Again, now Old 11, Schofield's trying to get away, still away from that X marks the spot, but look at him now, he's taunting, he's saying, you can't finish me off, boyo. Now the damage, King Gaming are forced into the bout once again, and that
GG.
is Gaming. Call the GG and Infamous, make it past the best of one.
Sit behind Magical, he's got the Sages, and he's taking this pretty quickly. And the best part about playing Sniper in a game like this, Cap, is you have so much that can frontline and initiate for you.
And I mean, just look at the way he's just chopping down this tier 3.
Solar Crest.
Interbeast.
Look at
that, the aggressive force down. Does manage to get him up into the high ground, but there's the golem drop. It's going to be Ninja Boogie down first. Nico Baby in the back line. They do have the black hole. It's quickly canceled by the assassination, and that's 3 dead of Mineski with no buyback. That's why they were so loath to take a fight. But Mineski is there to be able to respond. The throne is dying. Na'Vi crystallized. He can't hold it in time. The Rayfire Blast will stop it, and it looks like Mineski, they've got it in the bag. They'll finish up the throne while simultaneously defending their own. That's it. Mineski take it just as we pass over an hour. Astonishing day number 1. Always terrifying for players, Brian. Best of one's horrible, but great for us to watch.
Yeah, we can feel the emotion. We just experienced that yesterday. It's always so funny to be riding that roller coaster all day yesterday, and now you're just seeing it all back in a few seconds, and you see the Alliance mess up the draft at the end. You see the high ground push from... excuse me. Na'Vi, excuse me. Yeah, then like turns into them losing. Mineski won the qualifiers with that same way, with the enemy team going for the tier 4, then they make it out of the best of 1. It's like...
It's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. We're going to get some more from you two in just a moment. But of course, we've got other members of our broadcast team. Let's check in, as we always do every morning, and say good morning, Casey. Good morning, Slacks.
Oh, hello. Didn't see you there, entire world. Thank you, Red Eye. So good to see you. Casey, what an amazing day. We're back. Day 2 of TI. What was your favorite moment of yesterday? What are you looking forward to?
It all blurs together because my favorite moments are anytime everybody backstage and on the panel is like, well, this is over for so-and-so. They can't come back. And then they come back.
Yes.
Anything can happen on the TI stage. It's the best part. You?
Yep. It has been closer than ever. I'm excited. No more best of ones, Casey. Those cheese strats, people misclicking heroes, no longer. We got full Dota all day. It's a TI moment. We'll never forget it. It'll be a meme for life. But anyway, I'm pumped. You ready?
Yes.
Yes. Let's do it. All right.
Wait.
We got it. Go. Bam, baby. That's a TI group right there. Woo!
That's some pretty good coordinate. I don't know if I could do that myself. Well done. Thank you. Good morning. They're so hyped down. I can't even get over that. Do you know what? We've got plenty to come. Of course, our first match not too far away. But before we get there, why don't we take a look at what happens when OG decides to go on vacation in Australia?
So this is a smaller one. I just want to make sure that it's going to be a little bit more tight. Spend like 20% anyway. So you'll be like, woo!
So should I wear it like this or should I close it?
The zipper needs to be in the back.
Yeah, you need to have this in the back. Fuck. It's okay. It's okay. You can be a little different today.
What's up? Yeah! What's up? Yeah! That's it!
Oh, hey, Johan, you ready?
So much. I'm fucking ready.
Send back up.
Nice. Man, he's really good. And now I feel so bad. Yeah, me too. So far, so good, Seb. Oh my god. Yes! You saw the arms at the end? This view, man. Look at this fucking view.
Yeah, crazy.
Pull it back here, that's it. Just wait till it stops, and that's it.
Have you seen Tobias? No! Just protect me.
So far, so good. It's on screen.
Yeah, so he doesn't burn too much.
Wait, I can't
Are
tell.
we getting back?
My rod's like vibrating.
We're in business, guys. Oh, he's strong. It's really strong. Oh, he's strong. And he's... Oh, no, he's not. Ah, he took the whole thing with him. Fuck!
That's why we play support. Because when it matters, we cannot count on you.
Okay, gentlemen, why haven't you caught a fish?
I'm not sure, man.
People didn't think we were going to qualify for TI. We were left without a team 2 weeks before the qualifier starts. Everything with how it happened and what happened, it was so atypical. It was so not normal.
I mean, atypical is being nice.
Yeah, atypical is putting the best word, the nicest words to it.
Probably when we got to the finals, I was much happier than after we won.
Wow, really?
Yeah. As soon as we won, then it started going down, rather than the opposite.
I had like complete euphoria after we won.
And I was terrified after we won, actually. I was actually terrified.
Oh, we got fish.
Where? Fish?
Oh, yours, yeah. I'm in.
Oh, shit.
Just need some epic action movie music and that's it.
Fish here. Wine. Oh, that's a good one.
Excuse me.
Don't touch him, he's got spikes.
This is a big one.
I think it's around 13, 14.
Closer to 20, I think.
And then the next shot, we're cooking. To Australia, and everything else.
Should I just drink from this?
Yep.
No,
cheers. Look at what we got. Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
Things escalated really quickly for these fish.
Now, huh? It is very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I still think it's so unfair that an unranked carry player wins TI.
Sorry. Wasn't intentional.
Missed up, actually. But did you at one point realize that you won TI? Like they ever?
That this might change something going further, or might not.
What does it change though?
I don't know. It might not change anything.
You didn't feel like playing Dota after?
Yeah,
Didn't that change, you know?
Yeah, but
it was kind of the
I
same.
also had that feeling beforehand already. Like, when I was like grinding Dota so much, I was such an angry person.
Frustrated?
Yeah. Oh, it's the worst, man.
Yeah. I'm worried about becoming weaker because of it. If I had to speak the truth, yeah.
Why should you become weaker from doing this once? You can stamp it again.
Because you're satisfied with yourself.
Because you're satisfied.
So you're weak now. You had this infinite source of motivation. Now it's not there anymore, you know?
But the way I see it is that it's still there. You just chose to let it go.
So flame me a little bit, man.
I'm working on it. Every day I'm working up to flame you.
Fucking bad.
Fucking bad.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear, man. To me, it's always been win or die, you know? We're win or zero. I hate losing games.
Is winning enough? Like, even if you won, like, are you truly on the level that you want to be?
No, you're not.
No, I think that's my dilemma. Is I think that there is more, and I want to be better. And this win is not enough.
What are you looking forward to, Jesse?
Next year?
Yeah?
I don't know, minor. Started simple.
Yeah.
Just the minors? All the minors?
I'm gonna make sure we can't qualify the major.
I just want to play. I want to play really good Dota. And I want to play free.
I'm excited for the chat wheels.
One day.
Is there one in particular you're waiting for?
Please give some Lakat.
Lakat Matatag.
Lakat Matatag coming
I've
back?
been missing it, man. I felt naked.
I've been sending him emails every day. Gabe Newell.
From Lakat Matatag.
Matatag. Yours sincerely, Normaline.
Fantastic. Good look behind the scenes in what happens when OG go on vacation. They're very philosophical, Cap, in many ways, talking about the future and how to come back from a win, and Mad getting all like, you know, I'm on a downer now.
Oh, yeah. This is how they managed to win TI in the first place, right? Was sort of that philosophical, smart approach that they took to Dota and being able to just talk through their feelings with each other. And that kind of built that camaraderie that they really needed in that desperate spot that they were.
Grant, do you want to do that? Do you want to share that with the? Should we do this with the panel? Should we see if we can get our panel up to the kind of OG levels?
No, I think I'm pretty good. You know, I'm good just being
Can I be
myself.
no tail and you be mad?
Yeah,
You suck, Grant.
Thank you.
Saved by the Horde at the start of the day. Let's start off with our two teams. Our first team into the Mercedes-Benz Arena for day number 2 of the main event in the upper bracket, no less, are a team that perhaps not many expected to be in this position, but that's exactly where they are, 12 months on from being exactly in the same place against the same team. Team Newbee this time round, the colours and the name may have changed, but the team are very much still a competitive force. They had a fantastic group stage and find themselves now just one match away from a top 6 finish at the International. They will get themselves set in their booth, and we will welcome their opponents for game number 1. The defending champions of the International 2018. No one would have had that last year. They came from absolutely nowhere, from the open qualifiers, no less, to become the first ever team to do so as champions. They return this year with what seems like a renewed version of the same spirit that took them to the ages 12 months ago. Can they be the first team ever to repeat? Can they be the first team to win twice? Can these players be the first to win 2 ages? All of these questions are still to be answered over the next 5 days. And it starts right now in the upper bracket quarterfinals as they face off against Newbee. Gents, it is kind of a rematch. The majority of the players on the Newbee side obviously played in exactly this spot last year. Can it be any different, Brian?
I just think OG's got the magic. I don't know. I watched them throughout the entire group stage, and we've talked about teams just doing their own thing, establishing their own meta. Yep. And OG's picking carry wisp. They're just doing all types of random strategies where, as casters during the group stage, we were trying to figure out ourselves, what are they going to do? And then you just watch it all fall right into place, and it's honestly beautiful to watch. But I think Newbee's got a great chance in order to upset them. I think they're one of the best teams coming into the group stage, or coming out of the group stage that isn't the top seeds. And I'm really looking forward to this series because I think Newbee can maybe take OG by surprise.
Okay.
I think these players are very interesting.
I mean, Brian makes a great point that they were the surprise of the groups for many people, Newbee.
Yeah, they were. I thought they played very standard, right? It was a lot like last year. Like going into it, they were VGJ Storm, 3 of them, and they went in and they just looked good. They didn't do anything flashy. They got a top 8, and it looks like they're poised to do that again. Like they're flying very far under the radar, of everyone, it feels like.
And just look at their position. Their captain's in the first time that he's not going to go out last place at TI. I'm sure Pilot is super hyped about that. And I think the team is hyped to be able to have him. I mean, just think about their last year. Very disappointing. They stuck it out with the SVG, even though they had some problems, and the TI performance just wasn't there. This year, they switched things around multiple times, even picking up Kit Track momentarily as a coach before finally settling on Pilot Die. Sort of last minute in the grand scope of things for TI. But it seems to be clicking at just the right moment.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, this is a guy who, I think back to 4 years ago, we were talking about as being an MVP in this very city, in that actual fact, at that major. it doesn't seem to have had the career projection that we might have thought he might have had after that tournament.
No, we didn't. But now that he's having a good one, right? It just took him moving to NA. You know, sometimes that's all you got to do. Just move to the greatest region, and you start having a little more success.
USC is just a great training ground for any professional player if they want to do well. Just look at Sumail.
Okay. I'm not going to bite. There's too many Americans on the panel right now. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to fight against you.
You got
greatest region.
SNA right here.
I like that, yeah. Don't chant it too much here, though. It doesn't go down too well. Do you know what? When we talk about OG, we talked about how they played in the group stages, and they've got this cool kind of persona going on, and they don't really care, and they're flipping coins for who they play, and all that kind of cool stuff. But when it comes down to it, have they got the form? Have they got the players to repeat this year?
I think so. We talked about how creative their drafts were, but they executed it to near perfection. That was the thing for me that surprised me, is you have to know exactly the timings of the lineup. They had heroes that hit the core items all at the exact same time every game. And to know how to do that with a strategy of what we seem to be like random heroes that don't normally get picked together, right?
From our point of view, even like I've heard all of the smart analysts that we have in this group of talent team, and they're all a little bit like, I'm not really sure what they're doing.
When nobody understands them, I think that's when they're peak form, because if they as long as they understand themselves, which they clearly do.
There's some odd. I pour over the stats, as you well know, and there's some odd stats in amongst this. They're the lowest. They're the 18th ranked team for average last hits per game. Like what? How?
Yeah.
Like how is that possible?
That's a team that just wants to be able to fight. You know, like to kind of contradict Brian just a little bit, it's just the fact that, I feel the same way that he feels about OG, I felt that way about Liquid, and the old, they won TI. I thought that was going to be our repeat,
right?
Because it just seemed like they had this sort of magic. I mean, the stories about Kuro winning that TI, getting into the bus with the rest of his team and saying, hey, let's talk about the plan for next year.
Yeah.
That kind of drive, I thought that was what it was going to take to be able to win a TI. And so for me, looking at OG, I see all these magical things, but there's this doubt in my head that says, I don't know, just like Seb is saying, that drive, once you win a TI, it goes away a little bit. No matter how bad you think you want a number 2.
just wants to win a minor. He's not worried. That's what his goals are this season, and he's failed.
Yep, they played plenty of those minors this season. They really did. I mean, they struggled at the beginning, right, when they were using ILTW, and then guess what? The king of being uncalibrated comes back.
The comeback king. Yep, literally the comeback king every time, because he's done it every season, it feels like. What do Newbee have to do in this game, Brian, if they're going to take out OG?
I think Newbee is really good at what they know. Last year we saw the same thing kind of out of VGJ Storm. They had these set amount of strategies where they executed them very well, and I feel like if they're able to get those core set of heroes, I really like Quinn. I think Quinn's one of the most improved players I've watched all throughout the year, and his ability last year I think was his limiting factor was his ability to lane mid, and I haven't seen him lose mid in a long time. Maybe he doesn't always win because he doesn't have the most favorable matchup.
But he doesn't get sacked, does he?
Yeah, and I think this is an incredible skilled matchup between Thompson and CCNC, and I think if he can create momentum for his team, I think Newbee can take it. I think they know how to execute cleanly.
I mean, likewise, Cap, in a way, they kind of mirror each other a little bit in that respect, don't they? Yua's been playing absolutely fantastically. He topped some of the stats from the group stage, obviously, and playing really well. You can argue some of that's hero-based as well, but he's playing really well. CNC is fantastic as well, although he still needs to add an S to the start of his name to fit in with the whole Newbee thing, because otherwise it's just weird. I don't know why he didn't do that, by the way, just for this event. It would have been fun. But Anna and Thompson, same thing on the other side. It's very focused for OG. You can look into everything they've done so far, and you can see that they're still the main boys. They're playing around them.
For me, the backbone of OG is just stronger, though. In the fact that I've seen Thompson lose lanes really hard and be able to make the comeback. I'm not sure if CCNC has that same kind of spirit. So for me, I think he really needs to be able to win that mid matchup, walk away with a strong lane, and just snowball from there. Similarly, Yawar has had such great numbers, right? In part because he's always had strong lanes, and he pretty much almost never dies in a game. But what happens if OG tries to put some aggression on him, tries to actually force out some mistakes from Yawar, put him under that gun, and make it so he has that bad game, in which case Snake King, he'll have to step up, but that's what he does best. He's been carrying this squad throughout the year.
I mean, I go back every time, every year, people are like, who's your top player? Like, who do you think the best player in the world is? And everyone thinks I'm going to say Sumail, and I always say it's Snake King. I watched the dude play a Naga Siren before there was backpacks, before you had any of that, and he was playing a 9-slotted Naga, in a super high-pressure, qualifier game. Snake King is just an absolute monster.
For me, I remember watching Wings before TI6, and I had Faith Beyond. I put right next to his name, best offlaner, question mark. I did the same thing this year with Snake King. I said top 3. It seems like it. Like, from his position, he's a monster.
I'm sensing some NA bias.
What? I just said the OG backbone was stronger. Come on, Paul. Fair and balanced here on the NA panel, okay?
Brian was kind of like, oh, do I go in as well?
Yeah. Do I
mean,
join the
joking
bandwagon?
aside, he's had a fantastic tournament as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just concerned whether or not they're going to be able to keep up with the pace that OG sets. OG, what they've done all tournament is they kind of passively chill for about 15 minutes, and then suddenly, like that, it's on, well, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to be ready for that. Maybe you can watch replays, you can study them, and you can know what the timings are, but in the middle of a game, it's just so hard to adjust to that as it's happening.
I've heard a few criticisms from fans who are a little bit skeptical about this Newbee side. They don't think maybe they're the real deal. They watch some of the group games, and the criticism, if they have any right now, is that they're a little bit too dependent on a specific pool of heroes right now, which OG could easily just ban out, and then that kind of ruins their game. Do you go along with that?
Yeah, I think when you know more heroes, you're able to pick the perfect hero for the game rather than the hero that you feel the most comfortable with. And OG's ability to just kind of plug in any hero to their strategy is probably their biggest advantage going into this series.
And also Newbee's downfall potentially here as well. I mean, we don't know because we don't necessarily know whether we've seen everything that they've got, or maybe they haven't showed everything they've got. Maybe they've got 2 or 3 other things that they can show us.
You know, I was just listening to an interview with Zai, and something he said was, I thought, really interesting. He said the most important day of TI is that break day between groups and main stage. Because he said that's where you're going to figure out exactly what you want to do for the rest of the tournament. That's where you're going to figure out exactly what the meta is and how it applies to your team.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Thank you very much, gents. I think we're all looking forward to the start of this one. It's not too far away, ladies and gentlemen. Our draft for Game 1 is about to begin.
OG versus Newbee. Game 1.
For the second year in a row, OG starts their TI main event playing up against Yawar, Snaking, and MSS, this time under the Newbee banner. I'm joined here by Kezu and Gunnar, 2 guys, no strangers to competing on the major stage. These 2 teams, very, very different stylistically. OG, shortest average maturation in the tournament, under 35 minutes. They're the only team. Newbee, second longest at 46. Big picture first, how do you think these teams are approaching this draft? What are sort of the big differences that we're looking for going in?
OG kind of likes to pick an a hardware carry, and same with Newbee. So I think both of them are going to later pick Yawar's hero and Anna's hero respectively. And also Snaking also likes kind of lane winners. Like he picks his axe and then he'll lane, and he'll win the lane for his team. He kind of plays this like kind of carry from the off lane. They kind of focus more on 3 cores instead of 2. Some teams will play more on only mid and carry. Some go like 4, like TNC. They'll have 4 cores. I think this is a nice 3-core team from the side of Newbee.
Yeah, I think OG, they play so aggressive so that you kind of have to adjust to what they're doing. Like if you draft greedy against them, I think you're going to lose.
Yeah.
So I hope that Newbee, they do play greedy sometimes with some more late game-ish heroes. So I hope that if they do that, that they at least compensate with the other 4. So that they can match their tempo in like the early and mid game.
Yeah, Paul brought up that stat about OG being the lowest average last hits per game. That's because of the match duration.
Yeah.
They're also the highest average team kills per game, despite that match duration. These guys are so good at identifying key early kill lanes. Do you agree with the point that Kat made about worrying about whether Yawar in particular is going to be able to sustain that lane pressure?
I'm a little worried. They picked him AM in the group stage, and that hero had kind of low success. Newbee, they won with the AM, like 2 times I saw it. But most other teams lost a lot because he doesn't do well against early lane pressure. And since OG kind of plays these like fast early game, I'd be a little scared if Newbee picks this more like AM, maybe even a morphing type of hero that doesn't really lane well.
Yeah, I just think, like I said before, I think you need to be ready when you play against OG. And it's either by helping your lanes or understanding, okay, we may have to sack this lane and go elsewhere. Because if you go there and you give them these kills in these situations because you respond wrongly, you're going to give them such a big lead and they will keep running at you like dogs the whole game. And you will keep feeding. You need to be ready.
Yeah, absolutely. If there is one constant about OG, they have first picked the Enchantress every time it has been available, every time it's gotten through the bans in every single match at TI. And in fact, that hero it's the only one. It's been first phase banned in over 2/3 of our draft. Is that kind of your highest value hero right now, or do you have a couple others that you'd put up there?
Yeah, I think it's a high value hero. We saw in the Infamous series yesterday, it was open and they insta took it for Whisper. And you know, and here I think that they're probably going to first pick it as well. It's a strong laner, like we said. We want him to have a good lane.
Right.
So if OG picks this Enchantress, who is going to have a good lane almost no matter what, it's a little scary for Newbee at that point. So I think they're probably going to ban it in the first 3.
The hero, it just applies so much pressure, and like you need to nearly always try lane the hero, or it will free farm, like no matter what. You have some good responses with heroes that can maybe push out the wave and then go jungle or whatever, but I don't know if you want to give this type of hero to OG, because it kind of just speeds up their tempo like really hard in the game.
Yeah, I agree. I want to go back earlier to something that the panel was talking about as well. This mid matchup, I think, is going to be so big in this series. Gunnar in particular, you know CNZ pretty well, having played against him in the North American scene. Is this guy going to be able to stand in lane against Thompson, who just showed up at TI last year, and it's like people didn't know what to do against him mid?
Yeah, I think so. Like watching him, like playing with him against him, you know, over the past year, he's improved like a lot since I think it was Grant said. His laning, you know, was kind of it was good, but now it's great. I think so. His laning's much better. His confidence, I think, is improved a lot over the last year. He'll pick these heroes like Ember, and he fully trusts himself and he trusts his team now to just go in, which is I think a little different from last year. I think last year he kind of was a little more laid back. He was trying to make sure, you know, he wanted to play Dota, and now he wants to win Dota.
And Kezio, I want you to talk about playing against OG in particular from your position, from the support and the off-lane position. These guys are so active around the map. They're so confident in their reads. You see them, they'll lose a big team fight, respawn, and immediately just go back to that same lane. Does that change your mentality as a competitor?
No, it does. Like I said, when you play against OG, you need to think different, because they don't play like any other team. Even if you kill a hero from theirs, the rest of them, they will run at you, and it will throw you off guard. And it's the same if they kill you somewhere and you're pushing out another lane on the opposite side, they're already going there. They already know that you want to go there, and they are coming to goddamn kill you. So every time you need to think faster. You need to be aware of what's going on.
One of the nice things about them last year was they were one of the first teams to like quickly buy back in the team fights. We saw in the grand final in game 5, they were roaching, and it dies, he buys back, they win the roach fight, and the game kind of swings really hard at that point, and you know, OG wins TI. So they're one of the teams I think that is like really good at these buybacks in the early mid game. Most late game teams are like good at these buybacks, but the early game I think it's gonna go well if OG buys back.
Yeah, as I think you guys have probably figured out by now, we are in a short technical delay here. We are going to get you into the draft as soon as possible. But your point about buybacks reminds me of something. It's not just buybacks, it's also kills. The kill economy in Dota is really strange this year. Early kills worth very little, late kills worth a lot. So you'll see there was a match in the group phase. NIP was 30-30 in an Alchemist game in kills. They had a 40K net worth lead. OG seems to be very, very good, not only at getting kills, but at getting kills where they matter, at getting kills where they really hurt you. Can you guys talk about that a little bit?
Early game kills are kind of weird right now because they increase the kill streak XP.
Yes.
So now when you go on like a 3 kill streak in your lane, you get killed once, the enemy laner is the same level as you. So it's these kills are still important, but it's more important for the first 15-20 minute kills that you try to rotate them into objectives, or you make them the enemy have to rotate towards you. Because either way, you turn these kills into pressure. Just taking the kill and then staying in your lane, hitting creeps, it's not that good anymore.
Yeah, like Anna was saying, they recently changed this XP thingy, where if you have a kill streak, you get like a lot more bonus experience. And some people are like really aware of that, and I think some teams, they didn't really catch on to that until a while ago. But I think OG, they're really good at them, at that. I also heard Matumba Man, like he talks about this actively. Okay, this guy's a kill streak.
Yes.
If we kill him, we get a lot of experience, so it's great. And on top of that, OG are really good at kind of like rotating on a tower and killing a guy there and then kind of turning it into a tier 1 or a tower dive.
So it's really interesting you say that. It's like some players have turned this into a bounty system where it's like, hey, this guy is really big right now. We get him. That's a lot of resources.
It applies a lot more pressure on the guy that's ahead. Like if you're mid, solo kills the enemy mid, he ganks the enemy triangle, gets like a triple kill, he's now dominating. You have to like relax now. You can't be this guy who just goes in, you're going to get like 3 kills, you'll die, but you're like, oh, okay, they got like 600 gold.
Tier 1 or
their offlaner or whatever. It's all good, guys. I'm just going to move up. Now, you get killed there, their offlaner's a higher level than you. So you have to make sure that, you kind of chill when you're having a good early lead, and that's why a lot of the more games are slow. People are more choking people out, You're playing the map slow as a team, pushing in all the lanes, and then that's why a lot of games are ending with really high net worth advantages.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting when you talk about tempo-wise. This is one of the only TIs going back for a while. This is over 40 minutes average match duration in this TI. The games have been going a lot longer, partially for the reasons you're talking about. Mirana, I can't disagree with that as the first ban from OG as we're just getting underway here in our draft. This has been one of the more impactful heroes in this tournament. Slightly more successful actually at the support role.
Yeah. I mean, this hero, it just feels really good to play with. I think because the early game is pretty much sped up for a lot of teams. So you have the Moonlight. She can freely roam around, she arrows some neutral creeps, she feels good herself by getting those levels. And it's just working really well for a lot of teams.
I think MSS from Newbee has a really cool hero pool.
Oh,
he plays this Invoker for, he plays this Mirana for. He plays these kind of, because he used to play core. He used to play mid, and then he moved to offlane, and then he moved to 4, so he can't have this core mentality in these games, where he'll kind of have a slower lead, but it's just like he lost the offlane, and then he'll just farm back, come back, and now he's like a 4th core in this team. Sometimes, but then sometimes he's the hard 4. He'll buy some wards or whatever, kind of only get a blink, play with his team.
No, I'm really glad you brought up MSS because the panel was talking about snaking. I agree, he's had a great tournament, but I think MSS has been one of the best players at the event as well. 8 players at this event, 16 or more assists the game. Of course, terrifyingly, OG has 3 players on that list, but MSS up there as well. And particularly early, he's been so active around the map to relieve that laning pressure. Because you talked about some of the importance of that, especially against a team like OG.
Yeah. No, I think MSS has been playing great. Actually, I mean, all of their players, I think, have been stepping it up quite a bit. I also saw CCNC in their early matches. He was rolling over some people. I think it was Liquid, especially. In those series, damn, he was looking real strong.
So we also see the Chen. I was kind of worried for that. It gives this OG this early game tempo. It's one of the no-tail classics when he moved to support. He used to be a Meepo player, so he has this micro skill like built into himself. He's practiced it over the years. He played Meepo support too, but I don't think we're going to see that now. But this Chen ban, I think, is good for Newbee. With their bans, they're slowing the pace down. They're not giving away that Ench for the early game. They're not giving the Chen for the early game. So they're going to try to slow down, maybe get themselves like a comfortable position in the draft.
Yeah, and similarly, you see the reverse theme that on OG, they're worried about scaling. They're worried about Mirana scaling into the late game, as you talked about, possibly from the 4 role. And Pylai Dai, 34 and 16 in his career on the Warlock. That's one of the strongest scaling 5 position heroes in the game.
It also helps Yawar's lane. You have a Shadow Ward in your carry. He'll kind of give a little more sustain in the lane, so banning the Warlock kind of makes your offlane a little stronger if you don't want to play against it. It's similar to the heroes like Bane that some teams will run if they want to protect their safe lane. You pick this 5, and their whole point in the game is to help your carry have a good game.
Absolutely. So we are getting into the first phase picks here, moments away. Elder Titan, the most picked hero in this tournament, extremely successful, but tempo-wise, again, Elder Titan in this patch, 20 and 6 in games that end before the 35-minute mark, only 21 and 24 in games that go past that point. OG, we all know they want to play fast.
Yeah, that actually surprises me about the stat of ET. I think the hero was really good throughout the entire game, not just early on. One thing to note is that Alchemist was not banned in the first phase. I think he's been highly contested throughout this entire tournament. But I can't really disagree with the bans of either of the teams.
The hero is really strong in the early game. Yeah, his aura is really good when you don't have, damage reduction items. You don't have hoods or pipes or armor.
Yeah.
So once it gets later in the game, some teams will buy ACs, they'll buy pipes, they'll buy, plate mails, these kind of things, and it kind of offsets the aura for ET. But in the first 35 minutes, you're kind of more focused on getting, drums, Yasha, Maelstrom for your carry, maybe for your mid, a Blink Dagger, even a BKB. But once that's out, the aura is going to kind of crush you.
Well, Newbee coming into this draft, in their last 7 drafts, they had first phase 13 different heroes, and they're continuing that stat. And of course, OG 4-0 in the group stage behind Ana's Core IO, going that HOD Aghanims Heart of Tarask build. Which of these first phases do you guys like more?
I kind of like OG's a little more, but that's just my personal take. I don't think Visage is that great. I know that they like it a lot because for them it's flexible, at least as far as I'm concerned. But I just think that this IO and ET, it's just so much comfort for OG. So I'm pretty sure that they feel really good about themselves right now.
Like I said, the early game is really strong with the Wisp ET. His aura is going to increase the damage once this Wisp hits 15 and his Ags. His spirits are just going to deal crazy amount of damage in a team fight. So it's a little scary for Newbee.
And this is, of course, the 4th Visage pick of the tournament, 3-1 so far, still sitting on 111. Kind of unbelievably, only 6 heroes unpicked so far in this tournament. As we go into this second phase, obviously, Newbee, a lot of flexibility in its first phase here. This Tiny can be a core, can be at the support position. Where do you guys see Visage? Is this definitely a core?
I think most teams have run it as support.
Really?
More
Okay.
often than not. Yeah. I think the Tiny might look better as a core.
Okay.
If he gets this Blink Dagger, maybe Echo early, the Wisp has kind of high HP if he goes, Bracer or 2 or the Hod. But I think he doesn't have much armor. So this Tiny will combo him, hit him, 2 times, and maybe he gets low enough that the OG can't continue the fight.
Yeah, I agree with Gunnar. I think Visage is most suited right now for the support role. It's also how most people play them. Also something to note about OG's dual lanes, they usually synergize very well. Like let's say OG, they lane this Wisp and ET together. ET really enjoys a hero that can potentially help him, and if it's Wisp with him, I think it's actually really hard to run into this lane if you're Newbee.
It's also double movement speed. You get movement speed from Tether, and then the Wisp will match the ET's movement speed that he also gets from Spirit. So they're going to be, speedy, running at the enemy off lane if it's a safe lane Wisp. Axeban, I think that's more to protect their Visage. He does really well against birds. He's a natural Vanguard Crimson Guard buyer. And he, he can call the birds, he can kill them in a couple of spins. So I think it's more to protect their Visages now.
I think, excuse me, I think Bad Rider or Bristleback would be really good for OG in this next phase. So I'm hoping that Newbee ban out one of them, preferably the Bad Rider.
So you like Bristleback for the physical damage against the birds, and you like Bat Rider just for the laning?
Bat Rider is just really annoying to deal with for these 2 heroes. Okay. He kind of burns through the Visage really fast. Same with Tiny, he has very low turn rate, and he's a slow hero on top of that. Also, it pairs really well with Relocate, at least for Bat Rider. And Bristleback is also just a very known counter to the bird.
He just turns around, has his passive, and then passive reduces damage, and then he gets blocked by Vanguard, so he takes actually no damage in the other game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Alchemist ban coming out in the second phase, you guys did talk about that in the first phase, been one of the more contested heroes in the tournament, second most banned. Actually, maybe first has moved ahead of Enchantress.
Yeah, so from OG's bans, you can see they don't want a slow game. Because this Sven and this Alk in a slower game, they're going to be able to farm. So the OG is kind of trying to get this maybe a slower game with the Wisp, but they don't want to have this Newbee in this comfort being in a slow game. And from Newbee, you can see they're a little scared of the team fight from OG. They're banning the Magnus with RP, banning the Axe with Call, they're banning the Tide Hunter with Ravage, banning these team fight heroes you can kind of group around. Maybe they get a Blink Dagger, and then they frontline. So I think Newbee's kind of playing towards their slower style that they can fight into the enemy team without having to 5v5.
I think this is, by the way, low-key one of this man, Snaking's best heroes, Beastmaster. He is 14-2 in his last 16 pro games on that hero, and I think this gives them the option of forcing that tempo early. Beastmaster plays very fast. I still think there is some chance that this Visage will be in that core role with the Beastmaster aura.
Oh, definitely could be. Definitely could be.
The birds have a low BAT, I think, so they work much better with the Beastmaster aura. Also, I think Beastmaster is a little undervalued right now for what he gives to the team. He pushes out lanes if he wants to just go boars, or he can even get Necrobook push out lanes by himself. But the more important one, I think, is the vision that he gives from his Hawk. He gives this vision, and teams are so much better at playing around vision these days. Sentries are a little more hard to come by, you only get 10. So this Hawk kind of scouts the whole team, and once you see a hero or 2, you are free to farm the other part of the map.
So the Rubik here for OG does give us some information here. With the Elder Titan being played almost exclusively in the support position, tells us more than likely this is going to be an Ana Wisp again.
Grimstroke matches up well with the Beastmaster. You can double roar. It's also one of the better heroes against Wisp from the support. If he ever is going to relocate in, it's going to be 2 heroes. That's a free ult. You can instantly get a double roar. You can get double, grave chills from the Visage, soul assumptions. There's all these combos that they have built in, and it's also one of the better scaling supports. He has an early game GPN talent, so he can maybe get a sheep if the game goes past 35 minutes, which, as you said, might not happen.
If OG has anything to say about it, it won't. But I think we need to talk a little more as it becomes clear that this is potentially going to be another Ana IO. How do you counter core IO? Because it certainly looked like nobody in the group stage figured it out.
I think Pipe is one of the more important things. His level 15 talent
Good call,
with the Ags is really scary. it does so much damage. I think it's like 150 per spirit.
It's really high. I think preferably against Io, you try to fight him before he has his timing. This insane power spike is his 15 with Aghanims, because then he gets the talent, the permanent balls and whatever. And then, like Anna was saying, like if you have good sustain with Pipe and maybe some Greaves hero, I think then you have a good shot at playing against the hero.
Yeah, and I like you guys talked about Bristleback earlier on. I really like this pick here. Number one, obviously the physical damage, but Bristleback is a better tower hitter than people give him credit for, with Warpath and everybody taking the associated talents now.
Also, in the mid game, if this is probably a 3 Bristle, the Wisp is going to tether to him. If he goes out Heart build, the Bristle can't die.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, the Bristle is going to have 500 movement speed. His passive and phase boots, this Wisp and this Bristle are going to run around in the mid game. They're going to hit your towers. You're going to be so scared. You know, maybe the Bristle gives the Wisp a Solar Crest, so the Wisp also hits fast. They kind of take these buildings really quickly.
And I really like the way you put that, right? I think we as casters and analysts sometimes overuse the phrase, oh, this hero can't die. That doesn't matter unless that hero is really doing something to threaten, and this Bristleback is going to be in a great position in this game to do that, create so much chaos.
It also is one of those nice heroes where they feel forced to jump on you. You're hitting their buildings, but you have an ET. They kind of clump on this Bristle. They're going to get 3-man stomped. You know, the Wisp is going to reload in. They're going to get an Earth Splitter, and then the team fight's going to look a little scary.
All right, very nice. Going into the 5th phase here, it's actually Newbee banning out the Ember Spirit, despite that being one of the signature heroes lately for CCNC. We're waiting on the final ban coming out from OG here. What do you think we're looking at for that 5th pick for both teams?
I think a Quasvex Invoker would round out OG's lineup very well. I like it very much against Newbee's kind of team fight, and I think it just synergizes so well with OG. Actually, I think it would give Newbee such a hard time to play this game.
So I guess this Tiny or this Visage have to be cores now, right? One of the two. So I think the Bristle pick is going to make this Tiny core a little scarier, but on the other side, I think the Visage is way scarier to play against as the Bristle. So I think Newbee's going to be more inclined to put this Tiny on the mid lane, or what they could do is they put the Tiny with the Grim in the safe lane. And they kind of do this big combo to try to burst the Bristle in the lane. He has Inkswell, you know, he tosses avalanches. So I think Newbee is just going to pick a hard carry that they're going to make space for with these 4.
I really agree, and I wonder if you guys agree with me. Just overall, as we take a step back from the individual hero mechanics, I feel like Newbee have really had an answer to OG so far in this draft. Are you surprised by that?
I'm surprised by this.
Omni Knight pick. All right. Well, you want to talk about heroes not dying. So what are the lanes here for OG?
Mid Omni Knight, maybe?
Okay.
I think mid Wisp or mid Bristle.
I don't know.
I want to see it.
Is it OG Radiant? I believe they're Radiant, right?
I believe so, yes.
So if OG's Radiant, the Bristle can actually stack his own Ancients from the mid lane with Quill Spray. So you can just walk under the cliff, Quill Spray, stack his own Ancients, and if he does that every minute for the first 5-6 minutes, he'll hit this level 7, and then he's going to hit level 10 in the next minute.
They'll probably decide off of the last pick on Newbee, how they put their lanes. I would actually really like Timbersaw here for Newbee. I don't know if they're capable of playing all their heroes like that, but they have...
Triple strength cores.
Yeah, 4 strength heroes.
You don't have to worry about scaling too much this patch, I think. A lot of the heroes scale without needing like a hard carry, right? So it's like there's Ags now, there's Moon Shards if maybe this Tiny gets a Moon Shard late game, even the Tiny Ags Daedalus, there's your physical damage in the late game. So this Timbersaw, if they play it with like all their heroes, they can put the Timber mid or top. He's going to have a good game. He's going to slow down the game because OG can't pressure him. He can sit in front of all their towers. I think it's a good pick.
I like OD and Timber, but I don't know if they're going to pick a hero for Yawar maybe in the safe lane instead. I feel like they might be thinking about Slark. I wouldn't like it as much, but could be something that makes sense. All these heroes are kind of abused this tankiness or like long fights with high sustain.
What about a Life Stealer?
I think it's okay, but I feel like it might just lack some damage. I don't know if he can cut through those heroes.
Statistically, Lifestealer, there you go. That has been a late game hero in this tournament and in the recent past. Guys, we got a heck of a game here underway. OG facing off against the North American squad for the 2nd year in a row to start their TI main event. But before we throw it over the game, we've got Thanks Purge with the last word.
Hey guys, OG opening with their IO in the first phase is not too surprising considering what they've done with the group, in the group stage. And what it's really effective at doing is once it buys Aghanim Scepter, it has a really good mid-range, high damage output. So it's not good for IO if the enemy heroes can get right on top of it. So to cover that, OG has Bristleback to be really obnoxious and tanky to kind of give it some space in between. And they can also protect it with their Elder Titan support, as well as the final Omni Knight pick. They can buff up his strength and make it hard to disable him. So something that Newbee might want to do is maybe try to crush the IO in the lane. They pick potentially really strong lane supports like the Visage. They could potentially tri-lane him, try to nuke him down before he gets a lot of items. Or what they need to do is just hit the back line and blow up those heroes if possible. It's super important that the IO doesn't snowball. If they commit to the IO, they need to kill him without him getting a lot of response kills, or it's just going to get worse, and we're going to see a lot of matches like we saw in the group stage. So with that said, we're going to throw you guys right over the casters and have an awesome match.
An awesome match would be absolutely wonderful. Sind and I think we were spoilt for our second series yesterday. But hey, let's see how we go on the first one. Newbee versus OG. We're wondering if there's going to be a draft advantage for OG because we've been drafting this quirky little wisp. But as the panel was saying, it seems like Newbee have done preparation.
Really?
I know. Amazing.
Yeah. Both teams have really different lineups and really different win conditions in this game. It's going to be like a complete clash of styles, which has kind of been the case for most of OG's games in the group stage because nobody has their style, so it's a clash of styles every time. But yeah, I think as the panel has talked about leading into it, it's really important for newbies to get on comfort heroes, and I think they've drafted a lot of stuff that they've been doing great with that really fits their players and their playstyles. We were debating, I think the Timbersaw suggestion, I looked at that draft, I was like, Timber is amazing here, but I was thinking, does this fit how like Newbee's team identity? Would they put Yawar on a hero like Timbersaw? Are they looking for the Lifestealer or something like Weaver? And they do end up going for the more classic type carry, which doesn't put them on as much of a timer as a Timbersaw would have. And maybe that's the mentality they have. They're like, okay, OG will hit a mid-game timing, we need to survive that, and we'll win late.
I also just like the synergy that comes from the rest of the Newbee lineup. Like, we could look at Yawar, but we've been talking about the Grimstroke and what can work with Soulbind, and there's so many different things that can do it. And OG should be aware of this. They were the ones who started trying to find their confidence back at ESL 1 Birmingham by running these Grimstroke abusable Soulbinds and created this meta that we find ourselves still tapping back into every now and then.
This does not look very similar to most of OG stuff from the past, though. If you were watching OG at TI9 and you haven't been watching too much Dota this season, OG have barely played these heroes all year. They started playing the Carry Wisp just here at TI9. They've played a little bit of Elder Titan on Jerax and a little bit of Rubik, but this time it's No-Tail on the Elder Titan. Hasn't played that too much this season. Seen a little bit of Omni Knight, but Thompson, Bristleback, like it's not like they've never played the heroes, okay? But it's not the bread and butter OG that you would have seen earlier, and they're really good at adapting and coming up with new cool strategies. So, looking forward to seeing how they pull this off in this game.
The battles for the runes, Newbee is able to at least grab 2 of them. They couldn't grab the top one. Snaking was trying to contest No-Tail for it. Did he actually send his boar over?
Yeah, he destroyed the last one.
Yeah, so it's only 2 runes going the way of Newbee, 1 the way of OG.
That could have almost been 3 for 0 if
I love how all these
No-Tail didn't get the rune.
Like we had an undisclosed person who was up here before, but all the goofy flags is all the icons of OG that they're running, and it's just like every different pose that Goofy can actually take. OG, as they said, like mental kind of play against almost everybody.
Warfare.
Yeah, No-Tail, that's a lot of damage he's taking up on top lane, snaking an MSS. They put the Soul Assumption into him already. Obviously, Anna's going to give the regeneration. And this is the lane that we have seen OG abuse during the group stage as well. The ET, who could just get so much damage from these ET spirits. Even like in a dual lane, it's enough. So he runs back in with now plus 55 damage at level 1 and just wants to beat the crap out of the support. But it's just fueling MSS with the Soul Assumption, as long as MSS has the sustain.
Yeah, I think OG would like to trade with MSS as much as possible because he's low on regen in the lane. He hasn't brought too much stuff. No mangoes, because he wants to go for this quick Bassi. And I would imagine he will use the Courier soon to get up some mana here, because Visage without mana in lane is really terrible. It's one of the weakest heroes in Dota when it has low resources in lane, just not very good damage, weak animation, bad armor. And yeah, you got to play on that mana, especially as a support.
I want to also just keep a side eye on that mid lane. CCNC versus Thompson. We just go to the GrandGrant camera. We never move away from mid lane. CCNC, he's already 9-3 up against the 5-0 Thompson, who's got an extra little bit of a wave coming his way though. But CCNC actually got a nice toss back onto Thompson. So he took some damage from the tier 1 tower. Maybe not exactly what Topson was looking for, but it does just make you think a little bit more about how the positional play is going to be coming in here from OG. How can you actually fight against Newbee and actually win a positional battle? Obviously, you have an IO, but getting slowed up or controlled up by Grimstroke with the stuns that come from him, open wounds, you got another slowdown through the Grave Shield, you got Beastmaster Roar, Tiny Toss, Avalanche, like it just seems to just be coming in spades for Newbee when it comes to control.
The key hero of the strategy for OG is actually Omni-Knight that we haven't talked too much about because he's the true enabler of the lineup. He needs to hard dispel the Roar. He needs to protect the IO or the Bristle, whoever is the carry of the game. We'll have to wait and see who becomes the true carry of it. And yeah, he is what is going to keep the fights together. Because if they don't sustain long enough, they can just get killed off by burst.
Really thinking about diving CCNC. He's got 3 Quill Spray stacks up top. He's going to come underneath the tier 2 tower. And maybe a little bit too deep. Is there any support that wants to TP over? CCNC feels like can go back in for a little bit more. Hit him with the tree. Thompson's so low, but CCNC still with the 3 Quill Spray stacks. The tree toss. It's so much damage, but not enough. 29 HP. And CCNC has to move to the north side of the tower. This is why we always keep our eyes on mid.
Thompson's trying to deny himself to this neutral camp. CCNC's coming over.
He's got toss available, but all right, Alpha's win.
That's a long death timer though. He's down for 25 seconds. CCNC right now I think should be nuking out this wave and suicide to the tower. That way he gets all the experience in gold here and gets back to lane with full resources. I hope he's going to make this exact play. He's buying a bottle. And I think he's just going to kill himself. Yes, perfect. This is the best play he could make.
Thompson fortified, probably just to make sure that CCNC can't get every single CS there.
It's just one.
Yeah. Hey,
but
one counts for it all.
Rather than that, the more important thing about the glyph was that he gets the experience coming back. Because if he hadn't glyphed that wave, he would have lost a full wave in tower before his respawn. This way, he protects 3 of the enemy creeps, keeping them alive outside of the tower range to come back in. I love the way the glyph has evolved since it got implemented. Like, people have got more and more creative with how to use it and what it can actually contribute to the laning stage. Outside of the obvious intended way it was implemented originally, which was to protect towers, since it started affecting creeps, you can do a lot of cool things with it.
Thompson's copying a lot of damage. CCNC nuking down the wave when tossing back Thompson. So he took all the brunt of the damage from the towers.
CCNC has a haste rune. When he gets Avalanche again, Thompson could just flat out die here. Half HP, he has no regen. Does he have anything coming in? No, he doesn't.
Courier only brings in, well, he's got a Mango. He's backing up for the 5-minute shrine.
Yeah, he might stack a camp or 2 as well to farm with Quills. Actually, it's just going to farm a doubles.
Man, up on top lane, snaking. Heavy amounts of damage. Nortel still got that plus 115. Snaking's low. MSS needs a load of extra speed. Got his 4-stick charges, so Nortel's not going to force this issue.
Now it's time for bounties.
CCNC's coming over for the 5-minute bounty runes. And if he moves fast enough, he might even get his own opening as Lifestealer. Yawar with a follow-up stun. And it's going to be repelled out by Seb. But this is 4 bounty runes going the way of Newbee.
That's really, really big for them.
That actually means that OG has claimed what? 1 bounty rune? It's like so far in this game.
Got 1 rune only.
Well, it's a good thing they're not running Alchemist.
Then they would have probably got a little bit different approach entirely to the game. But yeah, that's really big for Newbee. That's the same as getting like 2 kills in terms of just raw gold.
I still wonder, like, how long does this keep going this way? Like, you got 1 kill the way of OG. The gold advantage is about 1,000 to Newbee. The CS is pretty even across the board. But we've seen these timings from OG. Once Ana gets a little bit bigger, starts to sync up with a couple of his other heroes, like the OG just roll over every other team. How does Newbee prepare for this?
They could try to out-tempo them before Wisp is level 15. So there's going to be this really strong timing for Newbee when all their heroes are level 6, when they have Visage Birds, when they have Roar, when they have the Soulbind like we've talked about. I think they should be favored in fights around that timing. OG's lineup doesn't have that much in the way of damage except the Bristleback for a while. So I think that would be a good approach. And then if you get ahead during that time, then when Wisp does hit the level 15, maybe you chill a little bit, get key items, and then you can go again. Auras are also a great solution in this game, which they will have plenty of with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So armor auras are really good against the Bristleback. Not so good against the IO, of course, but maybe you can buy a pipe.
They're ganking up on top. At the same time, Notel and Ana are coming into the tier 1 tower. This smoke maneuver from Pylai Dai and CCNC. This could be really punishing. If they can kill off Ana at the beginning, he tethers back. Actually, Notel's the one being slowed down. CCNC, he really wants to kill off the IO. He doesn't want the ET. Ana is the primary target, number 1. Notel puts him to sleep. CCNC moves just out of range for it, and he'll come back in with the stun. But no, Ana tethers away to safety. Now Notel brings in this plus 160 damage to dissuade Newbee. The failed rotation from Newbee is going to cost them. They really wanted that kill on Ana, but the positional play from OG, just too good.
That was just a flat-out outplay by Ana. Going into the bottom left corner there, so the Avalanche misses. Top lane, though, they're still going to get no-till here, I think.
Yeah, the stuns are out. Ana can't give that much, and that's actually first blood. Remember that technically the first one that happened was the denial inside the jungle. Still shows up on the board.
Thompson, mid lane.
CCNC's getting hurt. Thompson's still going to be a little bit more wary. Yeah, he's got double braces.
He has a lot of CS. He pushes out the lane, he retreats to the jungle, he farms 2 stacks. Mid Bristle is one of the more effective farmers in the game.
Jirax maybe
really
a little bit of trouble. Seb, he's trying to wait for the right purification time. Jirax going to pick him up, throw him back in again. Yoar, he's looking for a creep to infest into, and then he can start fighting again. Pop straight back out again, up to a lot of life. And the harassment kind of counts for nothing. There's up. Here they go once more. That nice observe ward is in deep. Toss in forward, just putting MSS on the front lines. No tower will fall. There's Newbee. Now start getting a little bit more active across the map. Hunting for kills. And they've got that range enabler through CCNC.
I don't know how to laugh into the chat, Will. It's so...
Hey, what did they say in the thing? Like, I just want to be free. I want to be free to play Dota.
They also said, I want to use chat wheel. They were on holiday in Australia, and they were like, I want to use chat wheel.
Yeah, shout out to the boat guy.
Yeah, the boat guy was great.
Yeah, can we have the boat guy on chat wheel? I'll be down for that.
I like what CCNC is doing in mid here. He's identifying that he pressured the Bristle back away from the lane for a bit, and that Bristle will also want to semi-jungle. So he's trying to constantly push the wave into the mid tower to force a response and defense, and that will allow him to eventually break down this tower. He's got about half of it so far, which is great.
They also identified the fact that Notel's preparing stacks. Grimstroke's in very deep. The Observer Ward's there. The Stomp not going to sleep up anyway. Grimstroke just going to TP away, realizing the stun's already been used. But these 2 Observer Wards has been placed down. Every time I've seen OG play this IO on Dire's side, they've always pulled him back around that 10-minute mark just to farming up those stack areas. And they're not looking to block. They're looking to contest with the wards. And here it is. Ana walks up high ground. It's like, all right, boys, maybe we should start getting some sentries out because now they're going to try and flash farm him. How much damage can you do? Like, do you actually just start pushing towers as opposed to contesting him?
That's one option. It's what Beastmaster's definitely going to do top, but No-Tail will try his best to delay this push as much as possible. One downside to playing 5 Elder Titan, though, is that your mana pool is relatively limited, so he kind of needs IO to sustain him.
In the middle of the Ancients, he's battling for the 10-minute bounty runes. Once again, Newbee claiming all 4 bounty runes. Back-to-back bounty winners. Relocate from IO. It's pure efficiency. But he's already finished up the Dominator. I like how they're even giving the IO the tome.
Yep, get level 7, so you get level 4 spirits. And yeah, he's just jungling. He's got the Dom creep, got a wolf.
The Observer Wards are still watching this, but obviously Newbee know. Like, if they're going to go for it, then they've really got to go for it. But top lane may be an easier choice. You got Beastmaster Aura up on snaking, Notel's backing off. The Spirit walked over the top of Grimstroke, but I don't think it actually clipped him enough.
Doesn't look like OG are too interested in trying to even defend that tower.
No.
They're looking for a play of their own bottom. They have siege creeps, they've brought down the Bristle back, so I think we're going to see a 1-for-1 tower trade here with CCNC still trying to push out mid and getting whatever damage he can on that tower.
Such a hard hero to go on bottom lane though. Like, Yoar is not going to go down. Like, that's still a lifesteal. His Infest is down, and looks like GRX, yeah, you'll be able to steal Rage, that's all. So tier 1, as you said, for a tier 1 tower, straight trade-off. Anarchy's moving out of the jungle to ensure the tier 1 tower remains alive in mid. But with this movement up from Newbee, one, they'll get the D-ward on the Dire Obs if they see it as they walk past, which they definitely should, as in range of the sentry. They got to get rid of it quickly because the rest of OG is coming. Notel and Anna trying to work with the Alpha Wolf, even shrining early up. But the familiar birds are ready to fight. And they do not want to give Anna this room to breathe. And MSS even looking to steal the camp. Now Notel actually on bottom lane too, but the stun, it comes in towards the other Titan. The nuke damage is a little bit faster. Yawar able to just get himself away. Thompson underneath the tier 2 towers in pretty deep if anyone wants to try and contest that, but Newbee had pitched a tent right here inside the Dire jungle, and they don't want to go anywhere else. Even Pilot Die with fresh Observer Wars to make it work.
They're limiting IO's farm a lot if they can play aggressively up here.
Thompson's actually dead. He's so deep underneath this tower. They've got all the damage in the world. He couldn't use his TP to get away from this. And Yawar wants to remind him who's in charge. Tip Thompson 4-1. And he was the number one net, or he is the number one net worth on the field. But the 3 right behind him are Newbies.
It's a big kill, but at the same time, it does force Newbee out of OG's jungle. That's what you get out of playing aggressive with Bristle like this. You know, to kill this guy, they need 3 heroes. If they're going to bring them and get that kill, he creates a lot of space for the other 2 cores in his team. Both the Omni Knight and the IO will now be getting a little bit of space. But you got to be careful not to die too much on Bristle. Like you said, it's the richest hero on the field, so a very valuable kill.
Do you actually like it where like Bristol's getting so much fun, but it's the Life Stealer? He's finished the Midas very early on, building in towards the Radiance. Yawar's timing is not being slowed down at all. Yeah. He's going to be ready for the team fight, probably before OG is.
Yeah, I think Newbee are in a pretty good position here. And what it's going to come down to is the IO's timing. I don't think OG are going to look to do anything, really, until IO is level 15. So level 15 IO with Axe, the faster the better for them.
Smoke up on mid, fortifications trying to let OG's wave push in a little bit harder, but they're wrapping around the back. The ET splitter, it's all going onto the Tiny, but CCNC will tank it up. They chain them together. Jirax dies so quickly. Notel's going to join him as well. The GA from Sep, it arrives, but it's so late. And now Thompson, this chain stun just continues to go on. The GA will wear off. Most of the abilities already been burnt from Newbee. The tower still brought down as well. That went to Thompson.
Good luck killing the Bristle with Omni next to him.
Yeah.
That's
a little harder. There's
double damage. Double damage.
But that entire fight happened without the Life Stealer, without the IO. The 2 are still on the polar sides of the map, having their own place. CCNC. And Thompson's going after him. 4 Quill Spray stacks, Familiar drop 1 and 2, creates a little bit of space. Stun time doesn't last long. And, well, there is no stun available to stop CCNC's TP out.
OG still got the mid tower though, which is nice. Like, even if their heroes aren't particularly good at taking team fights, which was somewhat apparent there unless they're all together, they got the objective that they came for. And they're willing to lose 2 supports for that.
Grimstroke's in a little bit of trouble underneath the tower, looking for the stun for Thompson. Easy movement speed to get away. The silence will slow him down a little bit, but MSS looking for a rebuttal. Just some damage into Seb, but 1 by 1, Newbee are up here. The Blink Dagger of CCNC is about to arrive, but he's lost his teammates. Is there a toss back? No, he just blinks over. He's going for the 15-minute runes, close towards his Beastmaster.
The Stomp did not connect. This time OG get 1 rune.
Yeah, they got bottom. They got that from with Jirax. I think CCNC is really looking for a big burst.
Oh wait, they got 2 runes. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, they got the 1 up on top and 1 on bottom. So Thompson and Jirax.
Actually, I thought they only got 1 top.
Raw, snaking.
Oh, he got it all.
Over on the top lane, and Omni Knight already protected by the Heavenly Grace. Notel gonna ET splitter. It's more of space creation, nothing more. While really on bottom lane, Jirax is maybe a little bit too far forward. Grimstroke's got the silence available. Life Stealer moves forward, but then there's a Rage TP away to safety. Have they got the DPS? They do not. Well, he actually was going to get the silence in.
If Seb doesn't get the Heavenly Grace off there, he dies. The cast point on Heavenly Grace is pretty small. It's pretty fast to cast that spell, so reacted in time for the Roar, and effectively just baited out a Roar.
Do you like this with Grimstroke skipping the Soulbind at level 7? He's gone 4 points up in the Inkswell instead, but I was only thinking because that mid-fight, I was wondering where the Soulbind was. Where was the doubling of the Roar of the abilities?
I think sometimes it can be fine to bypass it. He has a lot of synergies this game, though, but I do think he should probably skill at level 8, because the kind of fights that are going to be coming soon is with OG grouping up. IO is closing in on level 15. Newbie should know what's coming their way then, and the Soulbind can be the difference maker. Soulbinding IO to another hero, limiting IO's mobility, which is really high, of course, by being tethered to the Dom creep, is going to be really useful.
I don't think CCNC really wants this. No Talon Thompson. They're chasing the Tiny. It feels like CCNC is now just trying to create more and more space. You are still not finished up the Radiance just yet. Pylai Dai is going to have some issues inside the Dire jungle. Maybe he can deny himself up to the Ancients. This is kind of his hope, but it won't happen. Ana will claim his first kill of the game, and with that, the Aghanim Scepter is done 17 minutes in. Trade-off will be the Tier 1 tower in mid. No fortification to stop that. Just the ET stomp to slow it down.
It's a good spell still from Jarex, by the way. This is super useful for the next 3 minutes. I don't know if there's anything he wants more than this. Maybe if he can steal Roar after using Inkswell, it can give them a fantastic fight. But Inkswelling a Bristleback that's tethered basically hastes him almost, and that's dangerous.
This is the time that Newbee will be properly tested.
Yep.
You've got Bristleback totally ready to fight. Full Crimson Guard. You actually have a Medallion flying out in the Courier. Mass Wards are arriving as well. You have the Aghanim Scepter and Dominator build over on the Io. Ana can relocate in if they find themselves a fight. So they smoke up and they look for it. But what does Newbee do? They hide out. In fact, they then move their own smoke down to bottom lane. They're chasing Ana in the trees, and they need to stop that. They need to actually stop the relocate. They're able to do so. The silence arrived in time from Pylai Dai, and Ana totally controlled. He moved his Dominator creep back so he can potentially tether away to safety, but that won't happen. But Ana loses his life. What's the rebuttal? With always OG, there's a trade. It's the Tier 1 tower top.
Yep. And there's no way they defend that from Newbee, but they're buying time, right? They need to get this Lifestealer his Radiance.
Yep.
Lifestealer has not really been much of a hero this game so far, as it usually is when you go the Radiance build. You need that time to build up. And so far, so good. Sure, you lose this top tier 1 tower. I don't think it's the biggest deal as long as you don't start losing map control completely.
Oh, found a new target. Grimstroke is actually the Inkswell that Durax still had. Stunning up Lifestealer. Rage is available. He's got a creep wave to infest into, and he's got some problems. Thompson's moved in through the lane too. He needs a little bit more time. Who's he going to reach? A familiar? Is he going to reach anyone? They just have the Avalanche to create some space with MSS's stuns. Up they go. Toss them away. Shrine's still on cooldown for the moment, but Yawar can get live straight out of the jungle. They have to keep him alive. 4.5k gold on Yawar.
And OG, they could Roche really soon. Are they actually?
They're going in. They have Medallion, so why not? Alpha Wolf's there too.
Medallion, Goo, Wolf. Yep. It's a quick kill. Wow, that's faster than I thought it would. So I knew it would be pretty fast.
Newbee can just go for a trade then. Is the Tier 1 tower on bottom lane for Roshan, that's all.
But now it gets dangerous. I think OG will try to maybe even high ground with this, because they've hit this like insane timing now. Either they high ground now or they wait for the heart, which is probably going to take longer than the Aegis unless Ana has some ridiculous kill streak coming his way now. So
they're chasing CCNC. His Blink's on cooldown. Paradise nearby. He'll give a little bit of extra help, but Durax has the toss available. Doesn't even get the stun off through the Inkswell. Paradise TP out. Takes a little longer, but he'll be away. So only chip damage into the Tier 2. And Yawar gets away with the bounty rune. Radiance is flying over. He'll send that straight back as he rage TPs away to safety.
Pretty even game right now, though. But you kind of have this feeling that OG will have this ridiculous fight soon coming their way. After what you've seen in the group stages, how they've run this lineup, them having the Aegis. Oh, that courier needs to not die. All right, they got the Radiance at least, but
they get a little Pylai Dai. MSS will have some space. Yawar beating into Ana, relocates away to safety. And she relocated into that. And now Thompson battles against Yawar. Yawar, he kind of needs a creep to work with. He needs something to work with. MSS can't help him out. And Thompson, Brave Chill, Jirax moved in through the side. A quick toss, catching the two of them together. They just keep buffing up Thompson. Not even a ridiculous team fight. It's just an easy play where Thompson knows just how strong he is. Grabs the creep wave from up on top. You pull it towards mid as well. So all the pressure from snaking to the Tier 2 tower will also just be negated.
OG just have insane vision up here. Ana knew exactly what he could get away with that relocate play because of the deep ward that they've had for so long. 3 minutes. They've had this deep high ground ward in the Radiant top jungle. And it's high ground time.
It is. 21 minutes in is the OG special. Pushing into the Tier 3 tower. So snaking. They just have to almost let it go. Fortification will arrive, but until Lifestealer's back up, they can't fight. But new items arriving. Solar Crest is up. Rod of Atos and Omni Knight. They'll take the Tier 3 tower. And there's no reason why you need to back up. Not unless a big initiation from Newbee is able to connect. Ana and Thompson, the ones on the front line. Remember, Ana's still got that Aegis Immortal. Yawar copying heavy damage early on. The rest of OG, Smoke sitting behind, CCNC, nice toss back. They pull Ana in so deep under the tier 4 towers. They kill him quickly, but CCNC pounced on by the rest of OG. He won't have the ability to fight again here as the stop. It puts all of Newbee to sleep under the tier 4 towers. The Soulbind tries to connect. They've actually got anything. Can they kill Ana once again with the Soul Assumption? He's just tanking through all of this with the one charges. Thompson stacking everybody up as well with the coil sprays. They can get back to base, but even that's not safe. One more spray, maybe Snaking will die. Thompson waiting under the tower. He's just tanking through all of it. A triple kill for Thompson. Nowhere is safe when OG hit their timing.
He just killed 3 heroes with the fountain. Oh, Bristleback, what a hero. Beautiful play from OG there. I think it was an admirable attempt from CCNC to toss the IO into the tower, but dying for that kill without having buyback is just too costly. They can't take the fight afterwards. They don't have enough damage to get through the IO twice with the Omni Knight protecting it, as well as a good defensive stomp from No-Tail, stopping 2 heroes on the Aegis respawn. They kind of used up their entire tank on the first kill, as we see in the replay here. They try to go on the IO. That's just not enough. He gets healed up, gets Heavenly Graced, and even relocates.
For a moment it looked like they would have a chance, but Thompson literally stands there and delivers. Oh my. Yes, of course there's a bunch of grins on their face like, hey guys, we got this really great combo it seems that no other team knows how to play against. And it's almost props to Newbee. They let the IO through the first phase. They knew they were going to play against us. They had a plan.
They get props for that?
Well, they get props for attempting. Like it's like a participation ribbon.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that Newbee had. It just feels like the moment that OG got the Aegis, the game got really hard. And I think that's the biggest mistake Newbee made all game, was going to the bottom side of the map and exposing the Roshan for OG to take. Because, yeah, Snaking's dead, by the way.
Yeah, he was trying to force out the bottom lane, but he's walking underneath dire vision.
Basically, what ended up happening was when OG grabbed this Aegis, they felt invincible because the one way Newbee win fights is by blowing up the IO first. And they can't do it when there's an Aegis on it. They tried it in their base, it failed, and it gave OG pretty much a 10k gold lead. But if you play in that Roshan side of the map instead of the bottom area, the time when the OG goes, maybe you can delay them, maybe you can get a soulbind fight around the Roche pit or whatnot. But it's just too easy when you give a Bristleback lineup with IO that Aegis for free.
MSS now going to work with Yawar. It's a surprise. He was inside the familiar.
That was a sexy play, actually. That was really nice.
Now Seb's looking for a rebuttal. Yawar, he's just going to let MSS die. Nothing else that can be done about this. He can do some chip damage in the meantime, but Yawar had to come back to base because Thompson's still here trying to pressure.
They were not expecting that to be an infest play at all.
Familiars used as transportation.
Yep.
And that's some classic Tinker stuff. Everywhere on the map you can go.
OG is still going to get 4 bounties. The game has still been played at their pace for the last 5 minutes, so sure, this Ana kill, it's nice and it looked cool, but you're not progressing the game really. You have to push out your mid lane. Well, maybe they'll catch
Seb. Need to find a new target. Access to flying out. Oh, Snaking. Does he want to roar on that? Probably not. Pylai dies. Thinking about to slow down. Instead, Snaking. Another boar up. CCNC. It's the Avalanche. Support's coming in. OG, they've chased way too far here, Newbee. OG are in a tier 2 tower. They have friends to help them out. The Soulbind connecting OG together. The Roar catching 2 Respect being pushed around to the side. But man, the Stomp from No-Tail, they just create more and more space. And where is this damage that Newbee was meant to have? It's not there. They should probably be very happy that the only person they lost was CCNC.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. The Omni was just too fast with the phase boots.
They just chase and chase too.
Phase boots and drums. They eventually caught up to him, but they couldn't even get the toss back.
Yeah, now Roar and Soulbind is down. You got a 50-second to a minute window of opportunity for OG to pressure in through bottom. And no Aegis Immortal, but they're about to get, with the Tower Death, it's going to be the heart on IO.
Yeah, in the upcoming fight, the IO either had heart or a buyback. That's something else to keep in mind. Sure, maybe you don't have an Aegis, but you can still buyback relocate. Similar to how OG played their Spectre last year. They love playing this hero that can buy back and reconnect to the fight. And this is the only other hero in the game they can put on except Nature's Prophet. Maybe that's the next one he'll play carry. Who knows? But yeah, he's getting the heart. This kill is ridiculously difficult to
jump
perform.
in, toss back. They found themselves a target, but Bristleback with a fresh Assault Cuirass. That's a lot of life and armor they have to get through. Yawar's giving it a shot. OG have come in deep. CCNC once again just stunned up and controlled from the back line, trying to create more space. He'll be the first one to die here. The Roar is finally out, but for what avail? Nothing is really going here. And Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again. Bathe in the glory of the Radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap. Anna will give all the life. This is just fountain farming. Gee, you got it. This is soul breaking. GG.
Okay.
GG. The message has been sent. You weren't home, but we smacked through the door and delivered it anyway. What is that?
Oh man, that was my favorite moment of the game. Highlight die with the OK GG. Oh man. OG always have these quirky strats. Honestly, I think this will be the last game of the tournament they get IO.
Yeah.
I'm pretty convinced. Just, it's not because the hero is unbeatable or uncounterable, but OG just have these they have these multiple different weird strategies that they can run with it, and you'd probably rather not worry about it. Similar to how, thinking back at TI9, AOI's techies, it's like one of those off-brand heroes. You're like, you haven't practiced very much against this playstyle with a core Wisp, so it's probably just safer to, you know what, we're going to give OG something else that they're comfortable with. We'll get rid of the IO to play a more normal game of Dota that we're used to. Because, you see, this Bristleback... This Bristleback Omni combination, like, what are you going to ban, right? If they can run this IO core with 5 different cores in their lineup, you're not going to be able to prevent them from getting some sort of strategy like this.
Yep, they hit that timing every time. OG, it just keeps working and working for them. No place is safe as they go 1 game up in this series.
There is just no stopping them right now. OG on the crest of a wave as we welcome you back to the panel area, our draft panel already, our color panel already as well. Gents, we didn't really discuss what Newbee should ban. We talked about what OG should ban against them. We didn't talk about the other way around. Maybe the IO is a bannable hero now.
Yeah, the problem is it's not their win condition.
No, it isn't, but it's an annoyance that they could do without.
It sets up all the win conditions, so you can't ban out all the things that go with it, and you know what it's going to do, you know the timing, and there's just so many combinations that they have that they're comfortable playing. They clearly know what to do. They picked the perfect hero in the Bristleback. Newbee, I don't think really responded with that last pick Lifestealer in a way that counters it hard enough. And you just see it there. They hit, the switch just turns on. We talked about it before the game, right? Like, the game looked pretty close. What was it? Even game at 15 minutes, right? Suddenly it's 12K.
Yeah.
10 minutes
22 minutes. It's done. Actually, at 22 minutes, Cap, I had this thing where I was like, Cap's come in this morning. He's got a black jacket on. He's got a black tie on. He's got a black shirt on. Is he going to a funeral? Maybe it's Newbee's funeral. I was genuinely like, at 22 minutes, I was like, they're done.
Depending how North America does in general today. Could just be an all NA funeral.
Oh, don't do that.
But
don't go
Newbee,
that far.
We'll forgive them this one game. They lost against the Anna IO. I think they had some really interesting ideas to it. I mean, the combination of 2 supports that could shove out waves. You got this split pusher out from Snaking, his Beastmaster, that's iconic. You've got somebody to be able to jump into the back line with the Lifestealer Tiny. Everything seemed to have,
they've thought it through,
on paper, that was how you were going to be able to deal with the IO lineup. Just doesn't actually work when all of a sudden they're fountain farming you.
I got the feeling at the end when Pylai types, okay, GG, that it's kind of like a resignation of we theory crafted it and we still can't beat it. So okay, fine, you win.
Let's just add to the fact that there's nobody who's going to beat them in the psychological warfare. No. They advance from chat wheel to the sprays on the ground, the loser spray, and now they're fountain farming you as well. They're doing everything they can to frustrate you in a series.
I mean, it's working, right? You don't just type OKGG if you're not actually flustered. Like, on a stage this big, they're actually, I'm sure they are a bit tilted, but you got to just reset.
Need to calm down a little bit. I'd like to bring in our draft panel for a quick comment. Gents, you've got Kezu over there. What are you going through when a team has a game like that, Kezu? Are you like, Christ, guys, we just need to calm down and forget about game 1?
I mean, it's a rough one, but you need to adjust. I think they need to be able to fight them early on. Like when you play against this IO, you can give him this free level 15 kind of his Axe timing, and then you hand them the first Roche with the Aegis, and then, I mean, once that happens, they kind of lost already anyhow.
Yeah. Yeah. So do you want them to get into their faces earlier? Then?
Yeah. They did good stuff early on. They like went into the IO's jungle and tried to contest the stack, play some vision. But their heroes don't really allow them to fight him like 5-on-5 head-on. The Beastmaster kind of just wants to farm creeps. Same with Nakes. But when the Nakes comes online, it's a little later than OG, and then it's too late.
Right. Yeah. Alan, I mean, it's a wonder to watch, though, isn't it? When they play like that.
Not bad for your first career appearance on Bristleback, huh? OG just kind of is the team this year that keeps pulling out new stuff. Yeah, we talk about the Ana IO, but all of a sudden you put Thompson in his first career game on a hero and he just does that. I said during the draft, I feel like we sometimes overuse the saying Hero X can't die. When he stands in the middle of a fountain for 5 minutes, okay, maybe that term's warranted.
I think the one thing you haven't said is the math of Bristle and Wisp.
Yep.
The overcharge and then his Bristleback, I think, is 60% damage reduction from the back.
Yeah.
Plus Vanguard or Crimson when he popped it. They took no damage, and then you'd heal from the Wisp. Like if you ever got the spell Lifesteal 10 at 25, he would never die.
Yeah. 27-minute hard. Oh my! I mean, yeah, we were talking down in the talent room about how do you play against this IO when he's getting this HOD super early and he's getting a bunch of free damage, a bunch of free stats just for standing there. I mean, do you Midas the creep? It feels like something that a lot of teams just don't have an answer for yet.
Some teams might try to pick the creep eater or creep Chen, Enchantress, or Dooms, like these type of heroes that they eat the creep.
Okay.
And then the Helm of Dominators is a 60-second cooldown. Gives you a little, breathing room that if you kill it, maybe he gets a new one, but then the next fight, the next tether, he won't have it. So the teams, if they want to let it through, I think they're going to try to pick these more heroes.
All right, well, let's go back to you guys.
It's fascinating listening to the players and
that's the problem with it, right? Is that probably Newbee had the same exact talk.
Exactly.
They're like, this is how we're going to be able to beat it, and then they go into the game like, no.
That's what I meant by the end. Yeah, when Pylo types, okay, GG. It's because that's what they've been through. They're like, all right, we accept it. Grant, enjoy the game overall? Still fun?
I enjoyed it. I think the fact is that how they deal with the jungle, like OG themselves, like Bristleback farmed the jungle for the first 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden he's the strongest hero on the map. And then this carry IO is like, well, I'm just going to go play in the jungle instead. And he farms it for like the next 10 minutes. And then they both just take over the entire game. Like they just play as a team so amazingly.
Can't wait till we get back to game 2. But we've got a little bit of time before that. First up, we should catch up with our pair of scoundrels. Let's call them that. They're out in the crowd right now. Casey and Slacks, what do you got for us?
I like the scoundrels label. I feel like that sounds friendly yet dangerous at the same time.
It is dangerous. She is a scoundrel. She took this neck pillow off a chair. It was just sitting here.
It's true, I did.
It is beautiful.
Thank you.
Slark neck pillow.
We should. We're still interacting with as many people as we possibly can, and we came out into the crowd to find out who people were most excited to see. So we're gonna. Very nice. Nishi wa Nagadoi.
我支持 VG. I support VG.
VG?
Yes.
What about LGD?
LGD.
Mama Hoo Hoo?
Is very strong, but I think VG can beat them down.
Really? Okay. What about this game? Newbee or?
OG. I support OG.
Really?
Ready.
Okay.
Ready.
How are you liking TI right now?
Very good.
Nishi won TI?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yes.
Yes. I also want to show Slacks has been. What do you think of this guy?
Very handsome.
Yeah. Wow. 他是很美。
我也是 me too.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're very beautiful. 他是很美。美。妈妈呼呼。
妈妈呼呼。
Thank you, my friend. Oh, Shay. All right.
Can you show? I just want to show how many amazing people are here in the arena.
Yay!
It's been so fun getting to interact with everybody, and we just really appreciate people being so welcoming.
Fantastic, absolutely. I'm sitting next to this man right here, and he's got a secret shop bag. How you doing?
I feel so excited.
What's in your bag, bro? Can I open it up?
For you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm gonna hold the mic for you.
Absolutely. What is this, a gyro fan? That's nice. This turned into a real impromptu sellout segment. He's just on his phone. He doesn't even notice if anything goes missing. That's great. What else we got? A hat? That's good. He doesn't even care.
Sir, slacks is still, all right.
Well, thank you very much. All right, Casey, it's always fun having these things.
All right, we got free stuff. Thanks, everybody. We're just going to steal this stuff and see you later. All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Take everything.
But we're going to go this way.
No, I want to go
please stop humping me.
That's where the guy is. I can't go back that way.
Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Who wants this? Just kidding. It's yours.
Scoundrels,
Thank
not
you.
thieves. Scoundrels, guys. It's meant to be fun. And,
Shishay.
unbelievable, you know. A little bit of a sellout segment there. Some stuff may still be available at the Secret Shop. Let's take a look at the games that we've got coming up for you today, because it's a packed house right here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena with 4 best-of-3s today for you. Yeah, you see there, 2 best-of-3s and 4 best-of-1s. We're up in the stakes today with 4 best-of-3s. We'll do the game that we're in right now, OG versus Newbee in the upper bracket. We'll also have the other upper bracket match, which is, you know, a small affair between Secret and Evil Geniuses. Can't wait for that one. And then we'll dip into the lower bracket and take 2 of the matches down there. Virtus Pro versus Royal Never Give Up. And TNC Predator versus Liquid. Can't wait. All 4 of those games, gents. There's something in all of them, isn't there?
I'm excited for every single series.
Yeah, there's something you can kind of go, oh, I can't wait for that, or that player to play that player, or that team to clash against that, or that style against that style. There's something in every game.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, obviously, EG versus Secret, that's always going to be a gigantic one, but the Liquid TNC one to me is just like, it feels like so close. Like, I'm super 50-50 on that one, and it's like, can Liquid, are they back on form, or was it just like that VO one?
It's also Heen.
Yeah. It is.
Again, like he
can
knows
he beat it?
this
He
team.
coached him. He knows him
Can he
real
beat the
deep
team
down.
that he helped build and make that? I'm fascinated. I love that stuff. It's great. Can't wait for it. What are you looking forward to?
I just think it's amazing how small of a world the Dota community is. How often you have these previous coaches, previous players. Every series, there's always such a unique dynamic, and we have so much to talk about going into every one. We talked about
but it's almost like it's like a nudge, isn't it? Because you go, oh yeah, there's that guy and that guy.
When
and
you
that
mentioned
team,
it, I'm like, oh, there's a storyline for everything.
Absolutely. That's
okay, what's the connection with VP and RNG?
That one's a little deeper, but Royal are a big club in China and do have other parts to their organisation. And VP are also a multi-game organisation, and they've changed their shirts to Chinese stuff. So there's a Chinese team, and I don't know.
I've heard
each other in Rocket League.
I've heard they just never give up. They never quit.
They're the kind of royalty that never give up.
You guys are stretching.
All right, give it to us, Cap. It sounds like you have something.
Yeah, like you obviously have the insider. We're in fight.
How about the fact that VP are, every single year they come into TI, they seem to be suffering every single time. Despite their whole DPC event, they go into this TI and they just always seem to be really bad.
There is a cloud over them.
Going on them.
There is a cloud over them.
Yeah, and they're matched up against RNG, who are this like younger squad that never gives up.
Now you're doing
linking somewhere in there with Grant, right?
Yeah.
Something about TI and not giving up, and there you go. There's the story. It sells itself. No, that's actually like the weirdest, like one of the matchups, right? It's like the CIS big powerhouse of VP versus like RNG, who's kind of like one of the runts of the Chinese squad. It's like I'm not sure how that story's supposed to go.
And on the home turf, especially. Like, you never know.
Yeah. I think they probably underperformed as well during the group stages, and it'd be nice to see whether they can go head-to-head with Virtus Pro. Well, our focus returns to the attention of the first series of the day as our 2 teams, Newbee and OG, return to the center of the arena to face off against each other at game number 2. Newbee getting themselves ready. OG setting themselves up for another run at the Ages. Reminder for you, if you're just joining us or you're new to TI, no team, no player has ever won 2 Ages championships. We've had 8 TIs, 8 different winners, 40 different players have been champions. It's an incredible stat that I have a feeling might just be broken in 2019. These players are getting themselves set. We're going to get more words from our panel in just a moment, but let's catch up with Casey.
MSS. Good to see you guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
I'm just going to start with this. Your manager, Jack, came in.
Yes.
And a lot of times this happens, and they say, hey, just, be nice to my guys.
Of course.
Jack came in and said, really go in on them.
What can I say? That's our manager.
And not the greatest.
What is Jack like as a manager?
He's a big goon, honestly. Normally, you expect a lot of professionalism from your manager, some sort of guidelines for your players, but he's actually just one of us. He's just a goon as a manager.
Yeah, he's one of the boys.
Yeah.
He's one of you guys. Yeah. It is interesting that you're now Newbee. So can you walk me through how that happened? Because you were with Forward Gaming, you qualified for TI, and then suddenly you found yourselves headed to TI without an umbrella organization behind you.
After Ford dropped us, a lot of organizations actually reached out to us, and it was just simply Newbee just was the most attractive.
A big part of it was Newbee is a Chinese-based organization, especially in Shanghai, and with TI being in Shanghai this year, it made the most sense that picking a Chinese organization as prestigious as Newbee was the right choice.
Yeah, we're also TI4 champions now.
Apparently. Representing.
You know, there's a roster of players who might disagree with you on that.
Of course.
Do you feel that sense of pressure to play for the organization that does have such deep roots here in China, since TI9 is in China?
Like, I don't feel much pressure, but I do feel like I actually play better since we got Newbee, so maybe the pressures make me play better, you know? You never know.
Get under pressure. What can I say? I definitely have some home roots to China as well. I was born here. It's definitely kind of crazy that how I started as an American team this year and then it somehow ended up back to my roots.
What do you both want to say about the roots of Dota 2 in China? It means a lot, I would imagine, to the fans and the players in this community to have it in their backyard for the first time ever.
I mean, I would say it's pretty well deserved. They're definitely like one of the big reasons why Dota 2 is still like, you know, growing and popular.
I mean, the Chinese are huge Dota fans, and we kind of like jumped on the Chinese boat, so we're gonna ride off maybe some of the fans' hype.
Yeah, I'm curious if you think that everybody who is filling the stadium is going to cheer for Newbee, given that it's a different squad.
I hope they do.
I mean, I hope they do. Probably a lot will depend on the results, and if we do well at this stage, I'm sure the fans will cheer for us.
Last year at TI8, VGJ Storm, so you played there together. Snaking, you were with Team Dignitas at TI3, MSS with Mouse Sports at TI4. So what has changed the most for you, and how have you changed as a player?
It's hard to say. I think I just got better.
You would hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. No, like my first TI, like there was like a lot of nervousness and like pressure, I would guess. But once you start playing at TI, you kind of get used to it. And if you can keep calm when you're playing at TI, like you perform way better. So as long as your team has a good mood, it raises the performance a lot.
He's smiling just listening to you.
Yeah. I mean, it's just in TI3 when I played for Dignitas, that team was probably the most toxic team I've ever played on. So it kind of built off of mojo. Like over the years, I kind of learned how to be able to talk with your teammates in a better tone, and all these things that are not skills you learn inside the game really per se, but they're really helpful.
And now here we are at TI9, and as you said, you hope you're better than you were in the first. But is there anything, let's just even talk about TI8. Anything stand out when you think back to that you think, okay, yeah, I'm not doing that again, or no, that definitely worked?
Come on, OG series?
Oh,
there were so many mistakes.
No. Oh, no, there was a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
I actually don't know how we got top 8. I actually don't know how we got top 8.
Oh, man.
Like, there's so many mistakes. It's not even just us. It was like everybody at TI. There's so many mistakes that happen. So, like, as long as you're the team that's making the fewer mistakes,
right,
you're golden.
Well, it also sounds like if you have the ability as a team to regroup after those mistakes. What has worked for you?
You have to be able to learn how to move past your mistakes during the game, because if you dwell on these mistakes your teammates or yourself made during the game, it's not going to help you in the present and in the near future. And you just got to be able to reflect upon it afterwards.
What are you most looking forward to? What part of TI9?
I mean, hopefully we play in the grand finals. That would be pretty
You
good.
might be hoisting this little... Well, it's not little. It's very heavy. I tried picking it up.
Is it actually heavy?
I guess we'll find out. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you both the best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, always fascinating to hear players with so much experience coming to TI and kind of, talking about how they cope with the pressure and everything else. These guys are old hat. They're fine with it, Cap.
I love the fact that Snake King just immediately tackled his whole toxic pass that he's had as BSJ. I mean, you would know a lot about toxicity in teams and such, right?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the main problem with NA. I couldn't tell if that was a jab at me specifically.
How about your time at Team Runes?
Yeah, I've already tried to forget that. I think the major thing that he talked about is how much you learn playing on teams. It's not the experience of competitive Dota, but the atmosphere and moving past the tough parts like we saw with OG last year.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, thanks very much, gents. It's time for us to get back into game number 2. Get ready for our draft panel.
OG versus Newbee. Game 2.
The TI9 champions trying to recapture their magic on the main stage this year, and they've just taken that first step to repeating history, guys. They began their TI last year with a 2-0 upper bracket win over then VGJ Storm, became Forward Gaming, and they're halfway that same kind of result today. Very convincing game 1. I want to talk to you guys specifically about that duo that we saw on the couch there with Casey. MSS and Snaking held to only 3 assists apiece in that first game. Not the kind of activity around the map that we've seen from them so far in this tournament. What can Newbee do to change their fortunes in game 2?
I think the biggest one is the Wisp ban, which we've seen already.
There you go.
So they banned the Wisp, they still banned the Chen, and then the Invoker ban is a little surprising to me already. I thought they would try to save it for MSS here, because that was one of his best years, I think, in the group stage.
Yeah, especially with the first overall selection. And now, by the way, Enchantress on the board. OG has picked that hero first overall every time they've had the opportunity. So Newbee need to think here, do they want to give that away?
I think it's between Magnus and Enchantress right now. Most of the teams that play against OG, they're either banning it, or if they're first pick, they're snatching it. I mean, I would expect OG to respond with their mag. I would be surprised if they didn't.
We talked about Seb's mag, of course, last year at TI. He is on a 22-3 run in professional games on that hero. It's been statistically his most successful hero over the past season.
My lord.
It fits well.
What are you going to do, right?
It fits well with the way they want to play, I think. It lets Anna play this really hard carry. Even if its lane's a little hard, he can always just jungle. He doesn't really need the items. He gets like, 2 Wraith Bands or whatever. He gets some power. Jungle's dead.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we've seen a lot of this year at TI is the carry pool has shrunk a lot. There's so much, it feels like, economic pressure on these big farming cores. And Magnus, of course, one of the big mechanics and in power that sort of relieves that in the laning phase especially.
It's also why heroes like Alchemist are really strong. You can jungle at level 3, level 4. The offlane picks this like dual lane that's supposed to crush you in the lane and your game's supposed to be unplayable. You get level 3 because of pulls. You hit up the jungle, you still have 800 GPM. So
absolutely,
that's why that hero is really scary for most teams, and they usually ban it. But I believe it's not banned this game yet.
Yep. So OG often when they do pick the mag, they will actually pick the mag combo in the first phase. They had a mag jug open earlier in this tournament. Are we expecting something like that here, or do you want to keep our draft a little more flexible?
I just think it depends on kind of how they feel. I think mag jug is probably the best mag combo that there is out there. He lanes well against most heroes. He also gives you like tower pressure. Yeah. So it means like you don't just have to AFK farm when you have this Magnus now. If this Jug has a good game, he can run at towers and pressure them.
Also is good against Enchantress. You don't need to hit her in the early game to deal damage. You can just spin on her. Even your Omni Slash isn't affected by the passive. So you have kind of multiple ways to deal with her.
That was going to be my concern that I was going to bring up next, because Enchantress, as we've seen in this tournament, has just looked crazy in the laning phase, like so few answers to her. But is Jug one of those few carries that can sustain the offlane pressure? Jug's laning phase, at least recently to me, has looked a little bit weaker than it has been in the past.
I think it kind of depends what he lanes against. Against most heroes, he's okay. I think against Ench, it can be okay, but it also depends on what the Ench is paired up with. I think good picks for Newbee here would be, they often like Ogre with Ench, I believe. So that would be okay.
Oh, this is a hero, again, tied with Elder Titan for the most picked in this tournament, and I was shocked that it went all the way through the last phase, especially because it can be a flex pick for OG. This hero, like Soul Catcher in some of these games, especially against heroes like Alk, has looked flat out broken to me.
Yeah, it's a, I guess that means it's a, they can forward or 5 it on Newbee. I don't think their mid plays it like Thompson would.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But for the Jug, they have nerfed him the past couple patches. He lost some movement speed, he lost some agility and strength, he lost some Blade Fury damage. So that lane is a little rough for him in the early game if he doesn't have a good kill for the Enchantress. The Enchantress, I think, has like a 35 or 40 movement speed advantage on him. So even with the boots on Jug, he can't really catch up to the Enchantress.
And when you talk about scaling, of course, into the late game, Shadow Demon, I think, is low-key. Like, you get that Ags going late. And even the 5 position Shadow Demon with some of the support gold mechanics is eventually going to get the Ags. That hero terrifies me in the late game.
The Shadow Demon hero is super strong right now. Both like every single spell. He has Wave Clear. You can burst people with Soul Catcher. His ulti makes a lot of hard carries like unplayable. And then obviously he has a save as well. Like the hero just feels very strong right now.
I think one of the coolest things with this pick in this draft is that it's going to purge the Empower from the Jug in the team fight permanently. So it's like if he runs it with Empower, he's going to get purged, and for the next 8 seconds, he's going to lose 50% of his damage.
And it is, just to mention for some of our newer viewers, that's kind of a unique mechanic. It is a continuously applied purge. So not only do you get rid of the Empower, but that Empower cannot then be recast on that Juggernaut throughout the duration of the SD ulti.
I think he also can't get phase boots, and then he can't get the drums if it's early game. So a lot of the Jugs things this game are already going to be a little bad against the Shadow Demon.
Absolutely. And you guys mentioned Wave Clear, by the way. We talked about in our panel the Bristleback having so much free space in the last game to farm the jungle. That is predicated. A lot of the teams in this tournament, you have to have Wave Clear from your supports or your 3 position to be able to support those cores going and farming neutrals. This is one of the big unique picks from OG. They have run this tree at the off-lane position. They've run this in the hands of Seb.
I know that they like Treant against Enchantress specifically. I know that, I mean, Ench has problems taking towers for the most part. She kind of needs another hero to help with it. And Enchantress, she kind of needs to take this enemy safe lane tower kind of early on. And then her best rotation is to defend your own safe lane tower. But if you have this Treant, you have a very high chance of just delaying these tower pushes, and then suddenly this Enchantress kind of just gets locked in one place. She keeps trying to push this tower.
I think it also opens their draft. If they want to put the tree in the off lane, if it's a good off lane, he can maybe sustain the lane there. And then this Magnus can go tri-lane bot with the Jug. If they get another stun, maybe. We've seen, I think, Witch Doctors with Jug, Rubik, stuff like that. Some 5, maybe even an Ogre here. You know, a stun into Skewer into Spin is a kill on a hero usually.
I think that's a really good point. When you talk about playing against heroes like Enchantress, you have to have some flexibility to dodge those lane combinations. Speaking of flex picks, this Earthshaker, not completely out of the question, could be core. Probably in the hands of MSS, given that it's Newbee with the Enchantress bumped up to the 3 position.
I believe it's been played in all 4 different roles this tournament.
Yes, you are correct,
It's been played mostly as a 4.
Yep.
I know Mid One played it mid in a Secret Series, and then Miracle played it carry in one of their series.
And it's been an offlaner as well. Yeah, so yeah, this hero is, again, the burst damage potential, the control, long range initiation. You know, it's been true for so many TIs now. This is a hero that seems to always come back at this point in the season.
Yeah, it gives you team fight, it gives you stuns. These kind of things are really good when there's high pressure. When there's a lot of pressure in your team to kind of make a move, if you're worried about like late game or team fights, you might walk up a high ground you won't. Or you might try to push a tower you don't need to. Or you might try to end the game you don't need to. And this big like team fight ultimates, these big stunners, you know, when you catch a hero out, it kind of, you know, slows the game down, shuts the game down, and then you can kind of turn the game.
And the Chinese crowd, of course, getting in on one of our favorite pastimes from last year is Earthshaker banging the drum on the main stage. Yeah, I think that was one of my favorite moments in Vancouver, as well as Ogre, of course.
Claps, yeah.
Yeah. Easy clap.
We haven't seen much Ogre, I believe, in the main stage, have we?
Not compared to group stages, which is really odd. Again, a hero that it's been played mostly as core in this tournament, a hero that relieves that economic pressure with the multicast Midas.
So one of the interesting things I think is that in the group stage at the start, a lot of people were going a lot of armor items.
Right.
And now people are going more towards magical and these team fight spells a little more than in the group stage. So there's more like Earthshakers and like this Ogre hero. He was really good against his physical damage. If you're going Solar Crest, Basilius, Phase Boots, all these kind of things on these like heroes. And now that a lot more heroes are magic based, Ogre's kind of fallen out. This like 8 armor, you know, 700 HP level 1 hero isn't really great anymore.
Wow, so the Grimstroke pick here is interesting because there are not that many single target spells on the side of OG. There's not necessarily that classic combo. We also didn't talk a little bit about, between this tree and the Magnus, Seb can't play both. So what do you think we're going to do with these 2 heroes in terms of personnel?
I'm guessing that Seb is going to play the Mag, and I think Jarex is going to play this tree. And I was kind of wondering what hero they were going for No-Tail here. But I think they were kind of just looking for a hero that deals magic damage, because I think they're very low on that right now. They have Jug, Mag, Treant. They're kind of just a lot of lockdown and physical damage. So I guess that was kind of their most comfortable pick.
Well, and initiation range. We talk about the initiation range potential of the Earthshaker. Grimstroke's another hero that gives you magic damage from way back in the back lines.
It's also a really scary tri-lane if they want to do it with a Grimstroke. If he puts Inkswell on either the Jug or Tree or Mag, there's these 3 melee heroes already for him. Any of them is going to get, like, you either punch from the tree line of a tree, you just spin on them with a Jug, you wrap around, skewer them back into you with the Mag. So I think either of those heroes can be their, their force.
And what do you want against a hero, a support in the backline that's a little bit squishy? You want reach, and that's this Ember Spirit pick right here. He does have to worry a little bit about the silence coming out from the Grimstroke, but again, you can slide a fist to deal with that.
So this pick, I think, is a little scary this game because of the recent changes. Tree gives you a lot of roots, and the Grimwolf gives you a lot of root.
Yeah, that's true.
And now you can't slight out of roots anymore, and you cannot fire remnant out of roots anymore. So there's a lot more of these mechanics that you can kind of get caught by. So I think it's still a good pick. It does well against Tree Armor. It does well against a Grim if you can ever jump in the backline. Even Jug, it's hard for him to Omni. You can either disjoin it with your Sleight of Fist, or you can join it by jumping away. Even the Mag, you can kind of annoy, chain him in the backline. You can't get blinks. So I like the overall pick, but I'd be scared if he gets caught out by these roots in the mid game.
Do you worry a little bit, like we started out talking about the Enchantress, about this is a hero that forms a foundation of a very solid laning phase. Do you worry a little bit about OG punishing the Ember in lane with their last pick in the hands of Thompson? Something like a Monkey King can just ruin Ember's life.
I mean, I think it's very likely, especially if Newbee now pick a hero that is kind of locked into the safe lane. I think something that would be good for them is if they have an open pick that can perhaps interchange with the Ember, of them both going into mid lane.
Maybe like a Gyro?
Something like that, because I think OG will for sure punish this Ember. If they know he's gonna be middle, they will counter pick him hard.
I think CCNC's gotten really good at the laning with Ember. A lot of players have practiced Ember versus Monkey matchups, and they kind of know the timings now. Like before level 3, the Jingu is actually really weak, so you can actually out-trade him with your Flame Guard. But once you hit level 3, level 4, you have to pull the wave into you. So I think they're going to be comfortable putting this Ember mid and knowing that CCNC is going to have a game.
All right, as we see the final pick coming out from Newbee, this is more than likely going to be a safe lane Sven in the hands of UR. Gunnar correctly calling that Newbee are comfortable with the CCNC Ember mid. Now is OG going to go for that counter pick in the hands of Thompson? Really, not many other teams have touched Monkey King in this tournament. Other picks that we're thinking about here?
Kind of looking right now. I'm not sure. I don't like Monkey that much here on this spot.
Okay. All right. There is the Monkey. Again, it's about the player. All right. So guys, really quickly, final thoughts on this draft here. Can Newbee even this series up?
I think they have the tools to do it, more so than the first game. I think CCNC is he's still on a playmaking hero. He was a Tiny last game, but I think this is a playmaking hero that scales. Tiny, he scales, but you need 10,000 gold to scale. You need Ags and a Daedalus to kind of go into the mid-game physical damage, late game. But Ember, you need, drums, Maelstrom, BKB.
All right. We've got game 2 just about to get underway, but first we got a special treat for you. Here is Casey, together with the guy that keyed OG's run at Epicenter, OG Coach Sakshka.
That's right. All right, so we always get the casters' opinions on the draft, but I want to hear from you yourself, how you feel about this compared to the draft in the first game.
I feel really good. We have our classic Mag draft, so yeah, 2-0.
Were you able to listen to how the guys were talking to each other in-game for the game 1?
Yes, I was. It was really good. The communication was super hype, and it was a really cool game, so yeah.
What were your biggest takeaways from the first game?
An IO?
IO's always good with you guys.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Well, best of luck. Thanks for chatting with us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Back to you guys.
I'm shocked. I'm baffled. Anna Io, the takeaway from game number 1. I think a large amount of confidence also. But game 2, no Anna Io. We're going to change it up, but we're coming back to another one of the staples you're talking about from OG. It's the Seb Magnus. It's the buff up on the Juggernaut. It's Thompson Monkey King.
And it's good to hear from the coach that they like winning. That is
yeah.
always something you're not really sure about, and that you trust in your own best strategies and feel good when you get them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So we feel
Sakshka was he was
good,
glowing.
right?
He was glowing. He looked like he was having a great time. So if that's a reflection of what the team atmosphere is like, then OG are in a great spot right now. They just seem super happy, all of them.
Yep.
So all right, let's get into the game. As Sakshka pointed out, they do have their Magnus strat, and they did play the IO last game, so 2 of OG's absolute staples they have been given in this series. I still feel like this game will probably be closer than the previous one, because this should be something Newbee are more accustomed to playing against.
Yeah.
That's a bit more standard, if you will. And speaking of combo pick, they've got plenty of them themselves. They've got Snaking on his Enchantress, they've got the MSS Shaker, Ember Spirit for CCNC, Yawar Sven, and Pilot Eye Shadow Demon. This is actually like, for these players, all of the heroes that they're playing are probably one of their 3 best that they have. So they're definitely comfortable too.
I'm also liking just seeing CCNC on an Ember Spirit. Like getting him into that playmaker role. There's not a huge amount of control against him, and you'll know CCNC will play it still defensively against OG, but it's that ability just to sync with the rest of his team, create that space, and if things go wrong, they can always back each other up. You've got multiple saves, be it through the SD, be it through, obviously, like Sven, he's got a lot of AoE control as well as having the war cry, but the bigger thing is MSS. Land a big Echo Slam and you actually have something to counter that initial fight that OG's looking for. And even if they don't have the perfect synergy with the Grimstroke, as a part like for the Soulbind, you still have that Inkswell. Fantastic with the Jug early on, but it works beautifully if Mag's able to get a big combination too.
And there's one thing, I don't know if they talked about this on the panel, but there's one thing about Shadow Demon against Magnus that's really interesting. If you Demonic Purge the Jugger, he can't get empowered for the whole duration. And that means if you enter a team fight and you manage to Demonic Purge the Jugger before he gets his ulti off, you have this 8-second span. Is it 8 or 7? 7? Yeah, 7. You have the 7-second span where Jugger's damage is way less significant. If you can get off to a good start that way in a fight, that could pay off big time.
And Thompson's right in the face of CCNC. He's trying to get as many of the stacks up as possible. And this is where I almost want to keep my eyes on, just watching how CCNC is able to handle this lane and handle Thompson. While Yawar's just burning bolt after bolt on bottom lane. This lane's a little bit harder to run. Jirax and Seb together, they're very tanky, they hit very hard. But Pilot plays from range. As long as Yawar's got mana, he can always have the stun available too. And then the safe lane, Ana and Notal together, once again, this dual lane sync that OG gets so well in all their lanes.
The reason, by the way, that this Shaker Enchantress work so well together is that Enchantress is an extremely independent hero. Just give her a little bit of help and she can solo pretty much any dual lane in the game.
So
MSS gets freedom to move and doesn't have to steal too much experience from the offlaner.
He can't really help kill the mid lane though. Like this isn't like you're running like a burst style hero with chain stuns. Like CCNC goes second point up in Flame Guard now. MSS gonna send in the illusions. He actually potentially could have body blocked up the courier. And now with a Fissure stun, CCNC, they're bringing him low. Thompson gets a life steal up again, but they're just trying to burn him out. The Fissure wall is gonna break in just a couple of seconds. Thompson, he's gonna live through this. No way, they can't let this happen. Start a fist off cooldown right now. CCNC, he claims the first blood against OG. And Newbee, they needed a win like this. They needed something to go their way. One game down, and that's a good start, but it's just the start.
And that was a super close call too. They almost couldn't kill him even with a full duration Flame Guard being on top of him.
Wow, that's a lot of damage from Yawar into Jirax. Pilot dies, already got the poison stacks up. Jirax will go invis quickly. That's just Stormhammer. MSS is arriving. Jirax is fine inside the tree lines. He has stick charges available as well as well, he's being a cannibal right now, eating tangos. They really want to have a crack at bottom. If MSS... Actually, can they? There's no mana on Sven. He doesn't have a stun available. And CCNC, for all that great work he does, he's still playing against Thompson. He gets his own back.
That's really bad news because as the panel talked about earlier, when it comes to comeback kills, if you're behind in this mid lane and you get a return kill, you're leading. And at this point, Monkey King is now far ahead in the lane. He's going to hit level 5 before the Ember Spirit of CCNC, and he's probably going to be relegated to the jungle relatively early. Thompson's going in. They will get Fissure. Are they just going to be trading kills, these guys?
Yeah, they're getting a bit of jump, and my god, MSS.
He got him on the wrong side.
Yeah, that's a melee hero, guys. Thompson, he's asking to hold hands with CCNC while up on the top. Snaking's in trouble. Has to trigger off Nature's attendance as Ana and Notal did their combination. Bottom lane, the root's out. Yawar trying to move back. Pilot die. He hasn't have a save. He's already used the disruption. And they're almost out of consumables. MSS will arrive in the lane. They're pinging out Jirax, but I don't think they can really do anything there. There's one Stormbolt available for Sven.
And MSS, he had the right idea in mid. Both times he's ganked, he's tried to fake out the fissure so that it doesn't get dodged, as snaking should be okay here.
Yeah, couldn't get the body block absolutely perfect. There's that fight on bottom. So they waited a long time for it. They committed those abilities we were looking for.
Oh, CCNC again.
Going again.
Yeah.
He won't even die to the tower. He switches the aggro at the very last moment. So only got to hit once by the tower.
And you see, he's making use of the mischief. That's what MSS did well when he ganked mid, is that he fakes out the mischief on the fissure so that it doesn't dodge the damage. But the last fissure was on the wrong side. Topson gets another kill, and now
he's a beast.
What do you do in mid? This is a big problem. This is a Monkey King that won its lane, has top CS in the game, and has Empower. Topson is already 1,000 gold ahead in the mid lane.
2.8k net worth compared to the 1.8k as Ven. That's the difference between the number ones of OG and Newbee. And now you look for the bounty runes. There will be a 2-2 trade-off. Topson gets 4 stacks, CCNC has to back off. MSS will drop down the Observe Ward, and they may try and work here with Pylai Die. If Topson gets a little aggressive, which, hey, it's Topson. MSS is the fissure, but Topson hits the first attack. He's going to wait the fissure out. No-Tail's also arrived, and Topson, mischief once again. MSS, now the fissure block, holds in No-Tail as well as Topson. The poison stack's good over on Topson, but they can go for the other kill. No-Tail, a quick sleight of fist from CCNC will claim it, but they don't get the one they're looking for. They don't get Topson. He's going to salve up and get ready to go once more.
He's drawing so much attention to himself that Ana just has a completely free game right now on the Juggernaut.
So does Seb.
When Enchantress hits level 6, actually never mind, because No-Tail rotating off of top relieved some pressure from Snaking, and when Snaking gets level 6, this lane is not inhabitable for Juggernaut anymore. Fortunately, he can jungle with Empower, so he's probably going to be connecting with Seb relatively soon when Seb has level 3 Empower. Maybe they will start playing a little bit closer to each other, because this top lane is not fun anymore.
A little bit of wasted time of Topson hunting inside the jungle. If he caught Yawar, it would have been great. But MSS forever just trying to make life a little bit more difficult for OG. Defensive spirits are up for CCNC. So unless they get perfect control, CCNC should always have a get out of jail free card. Bottom lane underneath the tier 1 tower. Yawar just TPs away. That leaves Pylai Die. He's looking for some kind of rebuttal onto Seb. Creates a couple of copies of Ana. That's probably the most amount of damage Pylai can do here. But into a spin, Ana around the tower. Pylai Die won't be able to survive. While in mid lane, they keep on going. Topson and No-Tail together. Spirit jump forward from CCNC. Doesn't have the defense anymore. And MSS can't actually cast a fissure, so Yawar has to come in. Monkey King, the stun control. MSS is trying to be there for it, but Topson still getting the run into the trees. Cuts his way around. Of course he can. No-Tail with the slow. CCNC, he's not done yet. He still wants more. TP back, bottle up, but Topson's too fast. He's going to walk back to the tier 1 tower.
And that is space with capital S, created in mid by No-Tail as well as Topson. They're forcing so many defensive rotations out of Newbee, and that's going to cost them their bottom tower. They rotated Ana down here and gave him Empower so that he took that, and he's going to keep his farming going.
Snake
the
really
uninhabitable lane, yeah, they'll plant a tree end up here.
He actually got so much damage from snaking.
He's fine.
Yeah, he is for the moment. Jirax's going to look for the denial on the tower, and Radiant, no, it's going to be the catapult that gets the last hit. While MSS catches out No-Tail walking up. Understanding that that first little bit of damage from the Enchantress had No-Tail solo.
It's a good grab from Newbee. They need to get something going their way. The only lane that has truly gone well this game is Snaking's. So they playing around him, getting his tower is very useful. And do you imagine... I don't think this is the kind of game where you just want your Enchantress to sit in the off lane and just stay up here for like 10 minutes. Just pressuring the top tower. I think he needs to get involved for his team's sake to get the mid tower and put some pressure on the Monkey King. CCNC diving pretty far here with Flame Guard, but just cleaning up the wave and he'll be jumping out in no time.
It's like he's now trying to bring the attention, get it off the side lanes, get it away from the recovering Sven, away from, well, I suppose the Enchantress who's still just adding the pressure up on top lane. Feels like I'm watching Ice play. It's like, yeah, so I took the tier 1 tower, I'm still not going to leave.
He'll stay here a little bit, but then I still think the mid rotation is the play to make. Oh, they're going to go for him instead.
Yeah, Topson's moving in. The Observe Ward was planted, but won't matter. Snaking triggers off the attendants. Difficult for Topson to build up these stacks, however, but No-Tail will slow him down. They'll get the stuns out as the Inkswell will connect, but Enchantress is still healing through everything. Double braces, and Topson at least mischief dodge one of the imps, but in mid lane, CCNC jumping in, has no Searing Chain, so he can't hold Seb there. Needed MSS's stun to connect, but it won't happen.
He's putting some really good aggressive pressure though, forcing rotation from OG and getting some tower damage in soon for hopefully for him. But yep, guess what? We didn't talk about this, but JerAx can heal towers this game. So if you want to grab towers, you need a successful teamfight move that overwhelms the opponent. This chip damage is not mattering too much.
This is a nice observer and sentry up on top. If JerAx runs the northern trees, he'll be fine. If he runs to the southern trees, won't be as great. MSS gonna have to future block him up, and Snaking is able to claim this quite simply. And CCNC is just going for supports as well. No-Tel into the tier 2. Again, no Searing Chains, however. He's got the Sleight of Fist, but needs to burn No-Tel down a little bit more before that'll be successful. And very deep, but it won't matter. But you'll always know there's an escape way for CCNC.
Bounty runs, 2 for 2 it looks like. CCNC trying to get the bottom run. Lots of pings coming out from No-Tel, but his team is too late. They're not in position.
It's a nice one for CCNC, a double damage rune. And he's still going to do the TP back to base.
Got himself some nice gold here from the couple of kills. He had a very, very hard start, and he is still behind the Monkey King. But this could have snowballed out of control if they didn't make the correct adjustments. And at least now it looks like CCNC will be having a game.
Absolutely perfect.
And Seb's the man who has to hold the tower, faking the RP out. There's no way he's going to trigger that until Thompson comes in range. Now he might do it. CCNC, the RP will go down. Flame Guard's protecting him nicely. Have they got the start of control? CCNC does go down. The vision from MSS comes a second too late. And Seb perched up, just skewers himself back to the safety of the tier 1 tower. Seb, you know he's smiling himself in the booth right there. I faked you once and you thought I was going to fake you a second time. Definitely not what happened.
If he had a mid lane ward, he wouldn't have died, because then he knows the Monkey King is connecting. OG were banking on the fact that Thompson was not visible running down the lane, and that was indeed the case. There was no vision for Newbee in that instance, and they didn't have any defensive supports there, and none of the two were there.
Monkey King comes out, Snaking, got to get the hell out of there. Man, that looks beautiful. Thompson. Now Snaking's actually with the attendants, thinking about fighting inside the command. With a TP support arriving, no Wukong, no RP available. They still don't push the tier 1 tower because they haven't pushed it. The living armor still kicking in. And what does OG do? They smoke up, they're moving south. Seb and No-Tel gonna try and combo up here with No-Tel, with Ana.
The No-Tel combo.
Yeah. It's just Meepo in real
I'm
life.
ready for it. Yeah. I mean, Ana's been...
That's,
Omni Slash?
That's a lot of damage, and Yuara dead under the tier 1 tower. Level 1 Omni, but totally isolated Sven.
That should not be happening. That's a huge kill too. Furthering the space between these two carries. Ana got 400 gold for that kill, and Sven obviously on the sidelines for 30 seconds, not farming a single bit of gold, as Ana is clearing out an Ancient stack, so he's overtaking the Sven now by 1,500.
And it's just all the economy going the way of OG. Experience is cracking 3 grand. What do you really get in return? JerAx can just keep hiding inside the trees. Unless someone's bringing in dust. It looks like MSS will be the man to do that. But he's right underneath the tire observer ward. So JerAx sees it all.
He's level 4 living armor. Level 8 on the Treant. There's been so much space created for multiple heroes, really, in OG's lineup. It's not just the Jugger that's enjoying some freedom. The Treant getting freed up and getting all this farm to working toward a Meteor Hammer, getting the 4 levels in armor to protect towers.
Really, Seb? Drops the Legion loser, baits out once again, fakes the RP. And CCNC just looking for some early harassment, but he's realizing that tower, all the hard work he did before, it's all gone to waste.
And that's the logic of playing this Treant and Magnus together, right? There's multiple synergies. One is Mag wants to play slow, so he needs his map protected while you're farming up. You have the Treant protectors to keep the towers alive. And the other thing is, well, you've got the living armor and a power for your carry, so you make your carry really strong. JerAx is in trouble top, but it's going to overgrowth, run away. Once again, just making space for OG to hit that timing later.
Amber scouts out No-Tel. RP is back off cooldown for Seb. They're really waiting out this mid. Thompson will move over too. Buffed up by the Empower, ready to fight. ES hides in the tree line. Thompson jumps in. Now ES gets the double stun and space to move back, pick up the regeneration rune. Snaking, however, caught and pushed back to the other side of the fissure. You can't attend that position.
Newbee's lineup can't get this tower. It's actually, I just don't think it's possible right now.
Yeah.
The mid tower is going to be exceptionally hard to take. The Sven needs time to farm. The living armor and the just overall defensive team fight from OG is super strong. Like if you go into any dangerous area, you could get overgrowth, you could get RP'd, you could get skewered, and you're even fighting against a Monkey King that could be in the trees. So there's so much. It's almost like playing against techies if heroes are missing. Like you don't know where you're safe at all in this game with both the Treant and Monkey King and this hidden mobility ready to jump you at any point.
And Seb's making it so difficult to battle that bottom rune out. Let's see CNC still able to claim it. Walks into Ana, realizing he's so low. There is the Omnislash with the Sleight of Fist. He's burning through it, and Ana, Spirit Jump away. Wastes the ultimate.
I think he had to do it to stay alive.
Yep.
He had to threaten CCNC away from him. With a really nice slight dodge on the Phantom's Embrace.
Looks like they're going to try and fight.
Yeah.
Away
now there's
from
no
dive
Omnislash.
vision.
And they know there's no RP.
And CCNC wants to get in there. Like, he's got drums up and running. Paradise got purged. They're looking for a target. Thompson's probably going to be it. He pounces up into the tree lines. No tell. Well, he'll have to turn into it. They're able to get the double stun off. Ember Spirit, Sleight of Fist coming off cooldown right now. No tell can't walk away. He knows it. But now if you're going to commit to this Newbie, they have to take the tower.
They can't get this tower.
They can't. TP's already coming in. Doubles in. Anna through the back lines. He doesn't have the Omni Slash, but with the control stunts, the save from Pilot Eye is essential. OG, the Rue, Jirax catches out 3. CCNC, there's no way out. He's got no mana. He's totally dry and dead. And OG love it. That's now the 4th death on this mid of Newbee. Well, theirs is sitting on 5 kills for 1 death.
And the game, OG will just continue playing at the same pace. Oh, Disruption. Seb still got the rune.
He did.
And now Pilot Eye's dead because he used Disruption.
Yeah. Actually, almost looked like Seb grabbed that while he was inside the Disruption. Anna looking for his own kill. Stun onto the Enchantress. Anna knows he's got the level 4 spin. It's the damage that doesn't care about physically attacking in, while Seb hiding under the Invis rune. He's just out of range of the tower, but if he RPs, he'd instantly kill off CCNC. But he's playing the max range of that tower's detection. And the other pings are coming up towards top lane. Yoa farming up quite heavily, but it's Jirax who's stalking him. The sentry wall will be planted. Yoa, he knows he's in trouble. He has to TP instantly, but Thompson's already here. Yoa should not be able to escape this. Thompson up into the trees. Yoa actually cuts him down quickly. Tries to juke. He's going right instead of left, but the stun from Thompson checks right. And Yoa into the Wukong. Nope, he's going to Stormhammer it. Cancel that one, but now Seb, man, they just want to burn ultimates. Dropping the RP, bringing down Yoa. And maybe now Newbee go for the tier 1 tower. Nope, denied again. And this is a goofy lineup from OG. They're everywhere.
Yeah, you've got to try as Newbee in this situation to set up a team fight with Shaker being successful, but he went for the mana boots, which makes his big Blink Dagger build up a lot slower. And because of that, Newbee, their options of setting up those fights in the first place are pretty weak, right? If you can't force the enemy team to defend very easily because you don't have pushing power, they can kind of take it slow, farm camps, play the map, and then, oh, top lane at CCNC.
They're going again, but defensive. Spirit gets him out.
Not sure what Thompson was expecting.
It's like a snort. Man, this guy runs away from me.
I'll be signing autographs out front.
Maybe later today you will, Thompson.
But OG are completely in their element in this game. They have a huge lead. They're playing with Magnus. They're going to go late game. They have 2 melee cores that both use Empower. And one of them is... I feel like Monkey King is really good against Sven just because it's hard for Sven to navigate the arena. And even if he does and fights into the Monkey King, you have all this armor.
Eyes found the target. It's going to be Seb. They're trying to slow him down with the Purge. Snaking will arrive, throwing out the impetus, but man, the mech gives some extra life. Snake is going to work a little harder for this. And then in towards Anna. Keep in mind, he has the Omni Slash available. Everyone not totally trapped, but they know they can't kill him because you're just going to the Omni Slash. So CCNC feels like he's trying to bait the Omni Slash once again. But Anna doesn't care. He's got living armor, he's got 21 charges, he's got Diffusal Blade of his own as well, and he knows exactly where the Spirit is planted down by CCNC. So he goes Diffusal, into Snaking, MSS gonna walk in, needs to land in that double stun, just goes for the Echo Slam, straight onto N0tail. They can at least bring down the support while the disruption of Anna. N0tail, he is brought down by the Impetus, and Newbee with a huge kill. Being out, he's able to escape. They needed him so bad. They get nothing.
Oh, they get a Grim.
They get, okay, they got something, but it's like getting a board game after playing on Wheel of Fortune. It's not what you're really searching for.
That's a pretty good analogy, actually, what just happened.
Thompson jumps down, around, looking for Snaking. Trying to put that Echo Save to work, but Fisher blocks him in, but a 3-man stun into the Wukong and the RP! Everything together! Layer it like a cake! OG, they would love to get CCNC too, but he will Spirit away. God, it's just too easy. Are they even trying?
Yeah, they set them up for that one, to be honest. I don't think that play had any chance of being successful out of Newbee. But it's so easy for us to say, right? Because they're probably feeling a bit desperate too. They're like, if we don't make any plays, we lose, and if we make plays, we lose. So
it's like we need to try something.
Something has to happen, but I just don't think it's possible without the Sven. You probably have to wait for this guy's timing to get something done.
RP and Wukong's down. MSS is coming over. CCNC is going to have a look in the pit. They see the status of Roshan. A quick silence out. The Phantom's Embrace from N0tail. Some of the back line. Highlight Eye. Actually, just Magnus really caught out. Skewers back over. Joins the rest of his team. Gets a 5-man mech, and MSS is trapped. He can't do much more. Now the Omni Slash up the hill. Well, it's all going to go into Yawar. He can tank through that. Anna, of course, he's got more survivability. Into the spin. Newbee still on the retreat back out. Snaking trying to do some level of damage, making Anna a lot lower. Snaking needs to keep the distance up. Thompson, in the meantime, killing a VS to the back lines, but now they go for more. Hold them together. It's all the embrace of death that Newbee just have to accept. Underneath their own expired shrine, they go down. And Thompson's not done yet. He wants more. But hey, go back for Roshan. Objective-based gaming.
OG are making it look easy. It's not as easy as it looks. But strategically, I feel like they've really got control of the game, and there's so much in this game that depends on tempo. That's how every Magnus game is. It's can you get those 2 towers so that the enemy can't farm their jungle safely with Empower? Can you counter the core that is getting the Empower in the first place? And Newbee's tempo, when you look at their lineup, it comes from mid. CCNC needs to have a good game for things to happen here, and he didn't. So now they have to wait for Sven to have a good game, which he also isn't having. So it's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of hard fights to take.
They have to get the farm into MSS. 100 gold for the Blink Dagger.
Yep.
Then maybe they stand a chance. BKB set for Yawar. Like, if these things are up, then there's a possibility. But there's also a possibility Thompson can just initiate in on whoever the hell he wants to as well. Takes the tier 2 tower.
Has the Aghanim's Echo Saber build. Putting it to use here.
Yeah, straight to the Wukongs. SD's coming over. Needs to get the defensive disruption over on Snaking. Purchase Thompson instead. CCNC thinks about having a play. Thompson's on the edge of the tree and leaps away to safety.
Forces rotation again.
Yep. CCNC just bouncing around the lanes.
OG just have complete map control. Even though Newbee have wards out, it feels like they can't use the wards to get a fight going their way. And OG, okay.
Yep.
They're just going to go high ground. They don't have Aegis.
You got Thompson with an Aegis Immortal, so hey, just go for it.
What am I talking about? They have an Aegis.
Fisher catching out on 3. MSS still waiting for the perfect blink. Echo! There he goes! Only breaks the Aegis Immortal, but hey, it's something. You'll take it. But Jirax, he's into the back lines. They see him now over in the trees. He sees so much too. Snaking, still trying to be that front liner for the team. Watch those buybacks if it's going to be possible. The stun on Magnus, actually cancelling off the RP, so he can't get it off, but there's no buybacks available for the 2 Newbee deaths. And they need Snaking to have that bigger damage, so then Yawar and CCNC. Time to step up for the BKB. It's worn off, and it goes back to the fight with the Diffusal. They're purging on Thompson. Maybe with the damage from CCNC, they can actually get a little bit more out of this. Sleight of fist. Finally, Thompson's streak will be ended. Jirax is low as well. CCNC, we get back-to-back kills. Anna, Searing chained up, Paradise. What else have you got? Another Sly. He's getting rid of the creep wave. At least they're keeping their racks alive here, Newbee. But they won't get much more. A great Sleight of fist dodge, just dodging the ink swell of Anna. The tier 3 tower is still taken. OG, it wasn't the perfect fight from them. You got a side of fist searing. Oh, in the trees. Not quite right, but...
For a second there, I thought Ana was maybe going to stop his TP and try to turn them. CCNC was super low on mana, but...
You wouldn't put it past him.
They got out there. No, I wouldn't have been too surprised, but yeah. Newbee, they do defend. That was honestly a really good hold by countering out the Magnus RP, not allowing it to come off this fissure. And, well, not this one, the next one. That's the Aegis. OG are going to reset. And then they decide to go in. And they're going in here without Wukong's command and without the Aegis that they just lost. And they forced an Echo out with that. And this Stormhammer, it's kind of lucky. He's actually skewing into the Stormhammer, so they get the time to react and get the fissure off. And that's the defense.
You see the ability for Yawar to actually stand in the protection of the BKB, but after that it's just so hard. Ana coming up. Well, I think OG have marked this territory. Ana will be fissure blocked in. Thompson, however, he doesn't care. Yawar has to BKB. Such pressure and maneuverability. The draft battle was like, well, you know what? I don't really like the monkey here, but it doesn't matter when Thompson's playing it. You pick it for the player. And my god, as he shined on this hero. He even gave away the death in the mid lane. Then after that, it's like, no, you had something, but now you have nothing.
Oh, the death ended up favoring him because he got a kill right after, right? If he the moment he gets the solo kill on CCNC, the lane is a big win for him.
Is that to say like intentional feed?
That's not what I'm saying.
Let's not go that far.
That's not what it looked like.
Blink Echo's off cooldown, but it's still only level 1 and...
Pie's dead, I think.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic. Creates a disruption over on Jirax. Vitcher tries to create some more space, and maybe they can get this kill into the tree and protect before he can get the overgrowth off. Able to do so, so Jirax is down. Thompson into the Wukong's command, but very much away from the rest of Newbee as they just wait out the Soulbind. Thompson doesn't want to leave just yet. CCNC, who's his target? Ana into the Omnislash, but the Yule Scepter is wasting all of it. The RP will catch out CCNC, but defensive disruption. Pilot Eye got it off just in time, but the Inkswell, the stun control, maybe with a Stormhammer. Yawar, it's time to go big or go home. He's looking for the cleave damage, but Ana, he closed the distance over on Snaking. Yawar, everyone's just delta split. They can't catch him out. He gets rooted to the ground. And the buybacks that came in from Newbee, they want to fight around the shrines, but now it's going to be Pilot Die falling. Thompson's gone after MSS for a triple kill from him, and it'll be Ana who'll claim the life in a double kill against Pilot Die. And Seb, he's also looking for his own fight. Everyone's having their own engagements. CCNC trying to bring down Seb. It won't be enough though. The Yule Scepter up. My bad indeed. Skewers to it. Great side of fist. CCNC is actually going to claim that life. But they're hunting. Diffusal Blade. Spirit defensively up and back with the sleight of fist searing chains. He's just trying to play the game until he's got his TP buff cooldown in 5 seconds time. Fortification will stop OG from instantly assaulting the base. And Newbee, they're playing scrappy, but they're playing still.
OG's fights are so good. The way they're positioning their heroes, the way they're playing off each other, using cooldowns correctly. Even though the Thompson Wukong command isn't that good there, it creates so much space and so much time for the rest of the team to be set up for success. And they just keep weaving in and out, not stacking on top of each other. Until the Sven Stormhammer in the end, there was like no opportunity really presented for Newbee in that fight. And a nice detail from CCNC on the way out there. At least they have that going for them, which is nice, but it's a very minor consolation prize to have your mid-hero survive and get 1 kill there.
This is just one of those games where you've got to kind of remain optimistic for both sides. So let's have a look at this once again. So Pilot Eye, it all starts with him being initiated on, but they catch out Jirax at the beginning. And you feel like maybe you didn't have to expend too much. The Wukongs didn't really catch anybody, and the Soulbind waited out, yet still they have enough to keep the fight going.
The Treant bought back and reconnected with the fight. He has living armor for Thompson, keeping him that extra bit safe. They get the RP, which doesn't give them the kill because of a good defensive disruption, but that defensive disruption puts Pilot Eye in an awful position.
Here we go again. Ana. MSS is wondering if there's extra help. He waited this down as long as possible. Ana can start the spin. The living arm will give some protection. Purge up as quick as they possibly can, but now the spin is going to wear off. CCNC still going to slide a fist and then just spirit away to safety because Thompson, in he comes with a jump down. Pilot Eye is instantly killed off. This is not a game when you want to be a support. With a war cry, they create a little bit of extra space. Snaking looking for his own damage. Is there that blink echo? They're waiting for it out as Ana already back into a spin.
He's so safe with that healing ward. Absolutely no problem. OG lost nothing there. They get the kill on the Shadow Demon. They used no big spells, so all ultis ready. Could try to start protecting Roshan. He can spawn in 20 seconds. Just get control of that area. Looks like what N0tail is drawing right now. So we're going to play up here. Keep pushing in the top lane if possible, perhaps. Maybe they're going to cut waves with Topson.
You got Roshan that could spawn in 10 seconds time, so controlling the northern side.
Yep. Topson's going to cut the wave.
There is no gank that comes the opposite direction, because that really feels like Newbee's last hurrah. OG, overconfident, sit inside the pit, and you just hit this amazing echo, and actually give space for Yawar to do damage during that control. But he can't be the only one. Yawar doesn't have the damage output required to get through this OG lineup. CCNC, oh, he's actually able to grab one of the 30-minute runes. Make it 2 of them. Hey, you'll take the money. That's enough for his Mjolnir, but he won't have buyback available if he does it.
It kind of feels like one of those games where Ember needs to go physical damage. I don't know if they can kill the Jugger and deal with the massive AoE teamfight of OG if they don't have heavy burst. Maybe the magic burst can be enough. You're obviously making the enemy team giving them a lot more value out of armor if both Sven and Ember are doing physical damage. But you still have the pure damage of Enchantress, and you have the magic damage of Shaker.
Paladai was really lucky to survive that. Jirax's blink came just a fraction of a second too late. But Newbee's doing the best they possibly can. Seb pulls back. Wait, those trees regrew very quickly. He skewered through them and they instantly spawn back up. It's like a pop-up book.
Actually, I take it back. I don't think physical damage is a solution either. That's one of Juggernaut's biggest strengths. He has 50 armor. The itemization options for CCNC, there's nothing that feels amazing. It's just he's gonna get this Mjolnir, so he gets more damage. Overall, like more mixed damage, has maybe we'll get some value out of the static shield. I forgot what it's called. It's not called static shield. Static charge, right? Static charge. I think it's called static charge. But the guy who has to deal damage here and kill this Jugger is actually snaking, I think. That's the biggest damage source they have. But Jugger now with the butterfly is going to have all the evasion. He's going to get maybe an Aegis, unless they give it to Topson's Monkey King again, which I wouldn't put past them. He's way less tanky than the Jugger. He needs it a lot more. And maybe you just give the cheese over to Seb. So far it's backpack for Ana.
Smoke came very late. You saw Snaking actually turn around after Roshan died. They're 4-man smoking out. They're looking for an opportunity. Jirax, he's hunting CCNC. Topson about to bounce forward. The smoke breaks on the Enchantress, but they have to kill off Jirax so quickly. Yawar, BKB, God's Strength, they're going to be able to do so. So down goes Jirax. No buyback available, but in the backlines, Snaking, the man that has to do the damage, is stuck inside the Wukong's command. With the stun from N0tail, they'll hold him there. Snaking tanks through a lot, but he can't tank through all of it. CCNC, no defensive spirit available. He has the Yule Scepter, silenced up for the moment, needs a little bit more space to work with, and that's why up, down, and around. The stun from N0tail won't be able to reach, but he'll be able to hit. No, he doesn't hit with the Stroke of Fate. Another banishment by Paladai. Buyback maybe needed here from Snaking. RP catching out Yawar. He had no BKB. He had no goal strength. He had no real presence. They can buy back, but they've lost CCNC. Topson just did it solo underneath the racks, which they're looking to take now. Fortification slows down the push from OG, but it definitely won't stop it. And look, he's even with the double damage rune on the end of Ana. Was thinking about tier 4 towers. But okay, back to reasonable objectives is going to be the mid. Not pulling an RV right now. Take all the objectives, get the megas up and running. Good stun. Good Seb. just wanted to have a closer inspection of Shadow Demon. Fissure stun out over on Topson. Now, again, Mischief. Such a problem for Snaking to keep hitting that impetus. Pilot Eye. Disruption. Now the impetus can go out towards Ana. He'll jump away, Storm Bolt, Topson, he's in real deep. Remember, Aegis the Immortal, he's happy to tank it through as long as they can get a rebuttal kill. Ana sent up and towards the air. Snake is getting some time to heal up. He's got 9 1 charges and he needs that time. Does Paladai have another disruption? No, it was 1 second away. He's stuck around. Now all he can do is just disrupt the attacking Ana. Snaking back into his damage, over to Monkey King. They really want Topson dead. He's such a huge chunk of the damage as Ana runs forward, can't get the Inkswell stun out, but he'll have the Omniside.
Oh my,
Together you are! Together you stand, together you die, and together you GG! Newbee are out, OG have knocked them down to the lower bracket. in more than dominating fashion. You banned the IO, which dominated in game 1. We just come back. The Seb Classic Magnus, Thompson styling, and OG looking in the same type of form. They were there at the last TI. And they want to carry their whole way through this upper bracket. No drop downs.
And Newbee might be kicking themselves a little bit after the series as far as the first phase strategy went. They gave them the IO in game 1, they got destroyed. In this game, they gave over the Seb Mag. And especially this game is worth talking about from a strategic standpoint in the first phase, because they banned, what was it? And they banned the IO, the Chen, and then they had +1 ban. And that could have been the Mag, and they could have still first picked the Ench. But they chose to ban the support Invoker. Yeah. I don't know if they have played against this from OG and feel like it's a really big threat, but OG have a lot of really good strategies. You got to choose which one you give away. This time they give away the Mag, and OG made it look... I said this game would be more comfortable for Newbee than the first one. It was still really hard, but yeah.
Yeah, man, OG made this look so easy. I wonder how long it will be until they're tested. What team can do it? Maybe it's one of the next two they'll be playing here on the main stage.
A 2-0 win then for OG Esports, 12 months on. Some things change and some things stay exactly the same, and that's exactly what we've had in this upper bracket. A repeat of last season's quarterfinal upper bracket, exactly the same result. OG cruising through, guaranteed top 6 position cap, and looking in imperious form as well.
Oh, they just dominated this Newbee squad, man. And this is a team that, you know, looking through their DPC season, just wasn't that hot. Didn't expect
average,
them to
really
be able to come in and just be able to easily get top 6. There was no hesitation there. That was just a clean 2-0. And I love that Synderen pointed out. The OG has demonstrated so many strategies. That's the beauty of this team. They're super smart like that. You have to actually choose one of the things that they're super good with to give away, because you can't ban it all.
Yeah, got too much, Grant, haven't they?
They definitely do. They talked about the Seb Magnus, even the Thompson Monkey King, right? Some of the core players are saying this is like one of the worst core heroes in the game, and they just last pick it, and it completely dominates the entire game.
Yeah, it does dominate the game. Brian, it's funny actually, Grant should mention the Thompson mode, because we were kind of admiring it, weren't we? We were looking at it, and he was doing some great stuff early game, and it's kind of, you made the point. They've got this switch, sure, at 15 to 20 minutes, but the reason they've got that switch is because of some of the stuff, the subtle stuff that they do early on. Which you're going to take us through a couple of these. We call them the Houdinis of OG.
Absolutely. We got one from game 1 and one from game 2. In the first game, we got Ana early on in the game. There's a 4-man rotation, and this is your perspective. And it looks so simple almost when you watch it from the bird's eye view, where we all see exactly what's going on. And he manages to just draw all this attention to his lane and just escape scot-free. This is how you get that massive advantage. And we're going to pause right here, where you can see that Newbee loses vision of him for a split second. And he knows that all the abilities are going to be thrown in this specific area, and he jukes to the side to dodge everything. And that's what he's abusing the Radiant Vision such that he can escape these ganks narrowly. And we're going to see the exact same thing coming out from Thompson in game 2 of this series in the mid lane. 3-man rotation, forcing reactions to their lane. This is the bird's eye view once again. This looks like a simple ring around the trees. And then when we pause it from Newbee's perspective, they lose vision of him right up. I lost it on my screen. They lose.
Don't worry.
No, they lost vision of him right when he went into the trees. They collapsed on him from all 3 directions, and he took the one way out.
Dude, I didn't even know.
Block.
Like, I love like those as they call them, the demon juke spots, right? Like he did it. I've never seen that one in the mid lane where you just cut that one tree and you circle around it. I was like, holy.
I think the best part of that was the way BSJ explained it. I actually didn't need to see the screen. I just listened to the way he explained it, and I could see it in my mind. It was really cool.
Yeah, and as I said, it's just one of the little things, Brian, isn't it, that they do in that early game. Just, you might even overlook them most of the time. You know, not even that significant, but it's not a coincidence. That kind of Houdini act happens almost every game for them on Ana
it's
or
why they're up
both.
It's why they're even or up at 15 minutes, and suddenly they turn that into the lead they have.
Newbee aren't a bad side, Cat, but they've been made to look pretty ordinary in this game. They're better than that, though, aren't they?
No, they certainly are. It's just OG's an incredible team. Whether or not they have the confidence to be able to go through the lower bracket is going to be a good question for them. The mentality of this team and how far they can go after they've been knocked down. I mean, you heard MSS, and he's laughing around during the interview talking about, like, I'm surprised we even made top 8 because we were making so many mistakes. when you don't actually get to succeed, when you don't make that top 8 position, when you get knocked down, how well are you going to be able to come back up? And for me, I am suspicious as to whether or not Newbee's going to be able to maintain a good, strong mental approach in the lower bracket.
And Grant, we've talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I want to bring it up again because there's so many similarities with this upper bracket as there was last year. They're almost all of them facing the same mental task again, which second time around, that's got to be harder, isn't it?
It has to be, especially because you already know you've been beaten once, so you are the one who has to make the change, and obviously they didn't make the change. And we saw in the game 1, they gave up the IO, game 2, they gave up the mag, and that just goes back to how versatile the OG are. And I don't know. It's just going to be tough for Newbee. They have to go down. Now they have to play kind of an inter-regional opponent in Infamous later, and that's going to be, honestly, just as tough for them.
And OG, marching on, Brian. Top 6 guaranteed. They seem to be playing with a kind of abandon, really. They just don't care about anything. They're enjoying life. They're enjoying the game. They're enjoying each other. You saw them smiling and laughing with each other. It's hard to imagine what could stop them other than themselves now.
Yeah, I just love how they could pass the torch to any player. We saw last year at the TI Finals, Seb carrying Game 4, Ana carried Game 2, Thompson carried Game 1 here.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The strategies they have, some teams have kind of focused on one player being the all-star, but they just throw it in the hands of whoever is appropriate to carry that specific game.
The best part for me is the storyline that continues as they move farther. They're going to match up against either Evil Geniuses, oh, that's a spicy one, or Team Secret.
Please, you're making me too excited. We need to be rescued. Casey, help us out, please. Who have you got over there?
I have Seb. Seb! Is that old now? Like, I should find something new.
No, I don't think it's old.
No?
Like, I'm still enjoying it, actually.
I was really proud of myself. I'm gonna seem pretty cool here. And then I thought,
No,
no, it's
you
been
are
done.
really cool right now.
Well,
You're being the coolest.
Thank you, Seb.
Yes, you're welcome.
There is such a sense of comfort that it looks like you have. Like, you seem so comfortable as a team playing on the TI stage. We don't actually tend to see that with returning TI champs. A lot of times people come back and the pressure to repeat gets to be too much. How have you been able to kind of keep your wits about you as a team?
I mean, it's kind of like home sweet home kind of thing. I think it's the most comfortable place, this booth, like on the TI main stage, where we feel the best. We don't feel as comfortable in scrims. We don't feel as comfortable in other tournaments. I don't know. It's just we had such memorable experiences in this setup. Like, you know, just the 5, the 6 of us. Like, it feels good. Like, once we're sitting there, we're like, finally, we're back here. You know, let's just play some OG Dota. It's nice.
You've said in interviews with me and with other people before that you have such a trust of each other as teammates and that that's what helps you stay in the moment. How have you found that to be working for you here at TI?
I mean, my teammates are the best in the world in every of their positions. So it's more than trust. Like, I have trust for them as teammates, but also as like human beings. I would trust them with daily life stuff. We just trust each other. So we're just close to each other's. So now we know that we're going to face adversity when it comes to this tournament, that it's going to be a very rough couple of weeks. And so then we're ready. This is when you need your friends close to you and you have to be close to them. And that's what's happening.
And you have definitely been keeping people guessing. So I want to ask you more about that, but hopefully we'll have another chance too later. So best of luck to you guys.
Thank you very much.
We'll talk to you later, Seb. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, Seb there with Casey. We're just going to quickly wrap things up. Just a couple of words to summarize that last game, Cap.
OG just looking dominant, and as Casey pointed out, they look very comfortable doing so. The nerves just do not seem to shake them, and TI is the place where everyone gets shooken up.
Final thoughts, Brown?
Yeah, a couple words. Just ban IO, ban Mag, ban Amber, ban Monkey King, ban as many heroes as you can. Yep.
Each time, Brian?
I just say clinic. Like, Newbee's a good team. They didn't look like it.
No, they did. They got
OG.
made to look very ordinary, didn't they?
Yeah.
All right, thanks very much, gents. Also, thanks to our draft panel. Time for us to move on here. I'm done for today, by the way. That was a very quick day for me. But you'll be in the capable hands of Rich when we come back. First of all, let's catch up with Sir Action Slacks, though, who's with a favourite part of my entire TI experience, the film contest, man.
Yes. Red Eye, it is film contest time. And I know international, it's all about the Dota on the stage, the game. But this is my favorite part. This is about the community. This is a celebration of all of us coming together. So many unique videos coming out this year. We had SFM, live action. We had just everything, claymation. But today, we're going to find out our winners of this year's short film contest. So we're going to walk you through all of our top 10 finalists. And by the end of the day, you'll know who takes that cash home. But for the first batch, we have 3 videos for you. Very fantastic animated features, which each have their own style. So sit back, relax, and enjoy what our fantastic community has made for us this year. Take a look.
Charge here! Come to act! Catch this tide! Hey, to me! Time to feed! That's rise! Side by side! Yes!
Meatball! Meatball!
Yes!
Hey, Meatball!
Who? Acts like!
Tide Hunter. More like Dead Hunter.
I'll have my vengeance yet! Conquer! Conquer!
And man, no surprise those guys are finalists. The animation was amazing, and I cannot wait to see what else has made it to our top 10. But I'm more interested in your opinion over there, panel. We got a new one with Rich. Boys, what was your favorite short film contest this year?
I actually almost cried when the courier got shot with that arrow. I almost cried there. It was a big moment for me, but we definitely did enjoy them here. We got a brand new panel to start off this next series. And guys, this is one of the series that I think we're probably the most excited for today. We have two Rockstar teams about to go head-to-head. We're going to have EG and we're going to have Secret. What do you think of this matchup?
I mean, it's the two big names right from the two big regions. This is what a lot of the viewers are going to be staying up for, you know, watching at some ungodly hour in America for this. Secret versus EG. Yep. And what's going to happen? EG looking a bit shaky in the groups, but you got to remember this team, if you look at sort of the TI progress, it's pretty good. Last year, they came third, so who's not to say that they're going to be able to push it and make that upper bracket run? Sure, Secret looked flawless in the group stage, but in the past, we've seen a flawless group stage from Secret turn into not so great results on the main stage.
Yeah, and I look back at probably my favorite series of like all year was the MDL Major Secret versus EG, I believe was it upper bracket finals, I believe, and it was a 3-game series. Yes, it was just an absolutely amazing series, and I hope we get another one.
Yeah, definitely. And I know today I actually got to see EG arrive to the venue. We were all kind of getting here when they did. They were in the bus. They were getting riled up. I actually got a little bit of insight into their ritual to get ready. Sumail was blasting Danger Zone. Arteezy was he had his headphones on, and everybody started yelling at him to get his headphones off. Somebody said, hey, let's let Arteezy get in the zone. And Sumail said, there's only one zone, the Danger Zone.
Did that actually happen?
That actually happened. Yeah, that actually happened.
It sounds like a Sumail thing to do.
Sumail, I asked Sumail in the interview after. The question is, do you think it's going to be a winner's interview, or do you think we're actually going to see Sumail maybe having one of those losers' interviews?
I think it's going to be a 3-game series at the minimum. Obviously, a lot of people are leaning Secret, especially how they did in the group stage. Yeah. But Secret always looks good. For pretty much ever since the organization has existed, they've always been good coming into TI. And then the best they've ever done is 5th/6th last year. And you'd think that a team that has such consistent performance over the year would be able to have a better showing at TI, but it just never seems to happen.
I also do want to say, when we look at both of these squads, we have some potential to have 2-time champs, right? Yep. And there are not many people, some of them, who actually could go for that 2-time. They were knocked out of the tournament already, but now we need to actually take a look at some of these teams who are going to get thrown in to the Danger Zone. Evil geniuses are now ready to take the stage. Oh, the fans here in China are excited for this squad. And keep in mind, we do have the potential for a two-time champ. They want to be able, with this roster, to finally grab a win as well. They've come close before. They're no strangers to the TI stage. But this is going to be a big test for them early in this tournament because their opponents are definitely going to be tough ones in secret. And as Grant did mention, this is not a matchup that we are strangers to. We have seen it before. Let's take a look at their opponents. Folks, if you asked a lot of people when they were actually headed to TI who they thought was going to be able to take TI9, Secret was a team that they would say very, very quickly. Taking the stage right now is going to be that squad. Hoping to pull it down. Puppy going to be leading them out right now. We're very excited to see what they're going to be able to do here at TI, playing up against EG, but also we're excited to hear what they have to say about this series and about TI as a whole. Luckily for us, Casey had an opportunity to talk to Team Secret.
Maywan, have you ever been pregnant?
No.
Casey, have you ever been pregnant?
I have.
We got the questions answered. We can leave.
I'm gonna need my seat back.
No, you don't.
No?
We'll keep it this way.
Okay, fine. I want to hear a little bit about how the team has evolved because last year at TI8, that was the best finish that you've had. So I want to know from you what has changed and how do you feel coming into TI9? What do you think makes everything feel a little bit different?
I guess the difference between now and before would be we like each other more, I would say. We don't really have any personal issues between each other. We just talk about games, and it's easier.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Everybody understands what they're supposed to be doing in a team.
Mm-hmm.
We have a really good chemistry together, and I've been kind of like searching for that exact chemistry between players so they kind of like mesh. But like in the past, I've had a lot of issues with people just wanting to take over. Like, you know, it just happens naturally. You know, Kuro wanted to take also over. So like it just gets weird between people. And like there's this Fly perhaps who wants to take over. There's a lot of people taking over here. It just gets clashy. It just gets annoying. So people start hating each other and all that stuff. But that's only like related to me. But a lot of the times you won't find out until you play with a team member. And then you understand like, oh, he wants to be the most important guy.
How would you say that Puppy has changed as a leader in the time that you've played for him?
I think when I first joined Secret, was I would say he wasn't that good at first. He wasn't the captain of the team for a long time, and sometimes he doubted himself too. He wasn't sure about stuff, and he needs to gain more experience back into his blood, like knowing what's the best, you know. Sometimes I believe in him, so I just kept on playing with him.
You agree with that?
Well, you know, tough times during that time, you know.
Yeah.
TI6 wasn't fun.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of doubt in that era of time. I mean, Dota's our life.
Mm-hmm.
It starts oozing into everything you do. You don't succeed in Dota, you're wrong in Dota, you're wrong in life.
You tweeted in all caps at Ice Frog a few months ago.
Yeah.
Did that make you feel better? I feel like he...
It actually does.
Yeah?
Sometimes you actually just want to shout at the gods, you know, like...
That's true.
What is this shit, you know? You don't know.
Exactly.
Like...
I want to switch a little bit to how you do think that you've been playing this season. Specific to VP,
Mm-hmm.
you both are neck and neck as far as how you're doing in the ratings with DPC. So how are you different? What do you think is the biggest reason that you can be more successful than VP at TI?
We can be more successful because we can just be better than them. And it's just weird because like in Dota, it's if you're correct, you win. If you're not, you don't. So in order to win TI, something magical needs to happen. Like everything needs to fit, everything needs to align. For now, I feel like we have a lot of those alignments going in our favor, and that's why we can probably be better than VP.
Pretty much everybody we've talked to has said that TI seems to be different for a lot of reasons. It's bigger than all the other tournaments, but also the mentality of it seems to be different, where anything can happen for any team. Knowing that you're #1 in DPC coming in, does that mean anything to you at all because it's TI, or do you use that as a source of confidence as you start group stage?
Nah, it's like doesn't matter. We've all been there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've seen it many times before.
Mm-hmm.
Being a dominant team in the year does not mean that you will win TI. So we don't care.
Yeah, it's true. You might be a major winner, but when it comes to TI, you might be nothing, you know. You never know.
Yeah, we're losers. Only if we win. We're not losers. Second place, you're a loser. Good night, everyone.
What is this, late night? Jesus.
Good night, everyone.
Yay!
That's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Thank you, guys.
All jokes aside, I think that that's one of those interviews where you actually look at it and you hear a lot. I mean, you straight up hear the idea of doubt creeping in after being a player that's seen so much success. And that's something that I feel like is so crucial to somewhat rebuild, figure out what was going wrong, taking that experience and then building up a new empire, a new dynasty, if you will. And let's talk about some of the members that do make that up, Tsunami.
Yeah, I think the hipster choice that I want to talk about is Nisha, because, you know, Yapzor, Puppy, Mid1, Zai, they all have storied histories. Nisha, on the other hand, he's a bit of a newcomer, and I love it whenever Puppy takes these European carry proteges and he tries to mold them. Before Nisha joined Team Secret, his share of prize pool winnings, he had made around $25,000 USD, and he'd been playing since 2015. And since joining Team Secret, he's made like over $300,000. So it's all about if you can find this potential and you can just mold it and harness it, that's what makes Puppy such a great captain.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the things that's always talked about is the idea that he can find this new talent and foster this new talent. But then when we hear everything that is going on in that interview, the idea of figuring out that right team chemistry, finding a player who doesn't necessarily want to take over or take that leadership role. Do you think that it's more important for a player like Puppy to actually foster new talent because that new talent goes, okay, I see what you can do. I'm going to follow the marching.
Well, I think so, right? We saw from that interview, as you say, you know, Puppy, he likes that dynamic where he is sort of the powerful figure and he's able to bring people in, sort of train them up. But at the same time, what I thought was really interesting about that interview was the fact that, you know, Mid1 was sat there with Puppy and he was still able to sort of talk about the vulnerabilities and reflect on some of the tougher times in the past, which I feel like in previous iterations of Secret, I can't imagine Puppy's teammates sitting there next to him and, you know, calling him out. But it just shows sort of how the dynamic has changed and that nowadays Secret is, they've sort of humbled themselves, and I think that really shows in the group stage in the way that they're playing, the way that they're able to take Nisha, you know, so this quiet carry player, and even given the confidence in some of the games in the groups to put him in the mid lane. Say, hey, well, Mid1, we're going to step you to the side. Nisha comes in on his sniper. We've seen him in previous lands do it on the Deucer. They have that flexibility, and Nisha, as you say, a new player, is already showing that, you know, Puppy's confidence is sort of driven down to him. It's this new dynamic, a new level across the board between Secret, which is bringing them to a new height.
Yeah, and I want to go back 100% Puppy thing. He is the leader. Like we actually talked to him at MDL Paris, and he said he is the leader. I mean, that's how you lead a team. Like, you don't need all those voices in the back. Like, he is the leader. If you don't trust in him, you don't trust in the team.
He had mentioned that basically what he had said in the interview, that sometimes Kuro felt like leading, sometimes Fly felt like leading. And his theory was, why do you want to lead? Why don't you just help me become a better
leader? Exactly.
I think that that's really important, but for people who maybe haven't gotten to watch as much Dota and want to see behind the curtain a little bit more, when you talk about a game like Dota, obviously everybody needs to be chattering. You need to be hearing information. You need eyes all over the place. You need to be communicating with everybody. How does a dynamic like that really work for a leader? If it is an in-game shot caller, Owen, like how does that necessarily work? How do you actually rely on your other teammates to diffuse information as well?
Well, I think at the same time, less information is also more information when you talk about that. It's for Puppy, he finds these players that, you know, they're not going to say too much. They're not going to be screaming, you know, get Roshan, calling out all these plays that are sometimes unnecessary, or sometimes, you know, it's almost certainly felt between the team members. It doesn't need to go spoken. And think, players like Nisha are going to nail that perfectly. You don't see Nisha on the cams yelling his head off the whole game. He's going to barely say a few words, but that lack of communication is also the right amount of communication.
He just wants to, Puppy wants to find something he can just wind up, and then he just lets them on their way. You know, you wind up mid one, you give him the potential, and he's going to take over the game. Same thing with Nisha.
Yeah, but I would say going back to the talking, if you look at, this is one of those games when I look at the coaches, right? I think MSS said it best, the Goons. You have Bulba and you have Sunbee. These two are some of like the oldest kind of voices in NA Dota, and now they're going to head-to-head. And if you probably told him that back at like TI9 era or something, Bull would have been like, no, Sunbee's one of the worst players I've ever met. And now he's like, he's on stage with one of the best teams. Like, it is what it is.
Well, I want to take it a step further as well, Tsunami. When we actually look at these squads, they are no strangers to each other. A lot of these players have had interactions with each other, not only as opponents.
They've been on each other's teams many a time. Yeah. There's a lot of crossover between these two squads.
Bulba was a player.
Bulba was a player, yeah. Everything like Fly, S4, and then on the side of Secret, Zai, obviously your favorite North American export, pretty much.
I mean, Zai, trust me, like Zai, EG is still super close with Zai. Zai is just one of those guys, like, you actually can't hate. You watch his stream, this guy is just like the nicest guy, the high-skilled
you listen
players.
to his music and you don't want to listen to theremins. All
right, this guy's over here listening to top 40 radio hits.
A very cultured sound.
Sure,
you know?
sure. And EG's a very cultured team. We talk a lot about Secret, we talk a lot about the crossover, but these are your boys, Grant.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I'm just kidding. EG, oh, for sure. I mean, I've known these guys for a long time. I knew Arteezy probably back 2008 when he was losing middle matchups to 747 and stuff. And I mean, you just look, I mean, he has grown so much, Arteezy specifically. And I mean, it's hard, right? Because he's pretty much carried NA Dota like on his back from like a Reddit point of things where if they do bad, Arteezy's the one getting blamed. And it's tough being that way.
Did I ever tell you my Arteezy story?
No, you didn't, Rich. Let's hear it.
So we got a little bit of time before the game gets started. My first Dota event that I went to as a fan, I was going to watch Dota, and I was a huge fanboy of Fear. All I wanted to do was get a picture with Fear.
Been there.
And I finally find him. I walk up to him. I'm like, hi, sir, can I have a picture? And he's like, yeah, okay, let's do it. I'm taking the picture, and all of a sudden, this dude puts his arm around me and takes me away from Fear. And I have a picture with this dude in Fear, and I'm livid. I'm so mad at this dude. And I show my friend, I'm like, this dude ruined my picture with Fear. Is Arteezy.
I mean,
I'm still a little upset about it. I really wanted that picture with Fear. Arteezy came in and ruined the picture for me.
I mean, to be fair, Fear is a TI winner, you know. So
yes, that's true.
If you're a fan of Fear, I've got a picture to show you after the panel.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Ask to see picture of Fear. You know the other thing that I want to see. It's going to be this game. We're getting ready to actually jump in. This is one of the most anticipated matchups of the day. It is going to be EG going up against Secret. Two front runners to potentially take the entire tournament, going to be going head-to-head. The loser of this drops down to that elimination bracket where it's really going to get saucy. Now, I do want to actually jump in right now and see what is going to happen. The players are now ready. Let's see who's going to take this one.
Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
That's right. As Rich pointed out, this has got to be one of the most anticipated matchups. Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. And what better man to be able to break down the strategic element of the game with BSJ and I than PPD. Peter, you've had a long history in North American Dota. You've been heralded as one of the great captains to be able to lead teams. You heard Puppy's philosophy on leadership. You heard his experience, like having personalities who try and take over the leadership role. Have you ever experienced that?
Some of the players I relate to the most are captains. Unfortunately, I'll never have the chance to play with them because we're too similar of guys. And I think Nisha, right, coming into Team Secret, he's this this quiet youngster who doesn't have a lot of previous biases. Sure, he's been playing for a while, but never at this kind of a level. So he comes in, stays quiet, hits his neutral creeps, carries the game. He doesn't have all these previous biases. He doesn't want to be a leader. He just wants to listen.
That's the kind of player you're looking for, right? To bring under your wing.
If that's who you need, and that's what Puppy needs on his team. And getting behind a captain and working together as a team, having one direction throughout the game will take you, very, very far.
Yeah, I've been on teams where there's under-communication, not enough being said amongst the team. There's not a clear-cut leader. And then I've also been on teams where everyone wants to say their part. And if you have 5 people talking in the middle of a game, it can really convolute the communications, and sometimes you just need that guy, like you said, to be silent, do his part. And you just know what to expect from them mainly. Like, there can be a lot done in Dota that needs to be left unsaid. Like, that's how I look at it. And that's why there's a nice balance of these quiet players, reserved, as well as these vocal captains.
And the reason why we practice is so that eventually, the captain's philosophy about how to play Dota becomes second nature to the players on the team. And then sometimes the captain, he doesn't even have to do the leading as long as the players who are speaking up, are on the same page. But when everybody's on different pages, that's when things get crazy. With powerful heroes in the meta, Team Secret, they're pretty private about their scrim opponents. We didn't get any games against them, unfortunately. And but when you're at a tournament, you're at this group stage, and after day one, you see, oh, who's 6-0? What are they doing?
And from your point of view, what is Team Secret doing that is making them look so good? From DPC and now to TI, just continued success.
I think Team Secret's the most individual.
be like, oh, I'll take a little bit of that strategy, a little bit of that one, and apply it to our own game. And I think I like their opening here. You have Leshrac, a hero that is flex pick, but I think Sumail's been more than impressive on this hero so far.
Leshrac is one of those heroes that I identify as an Ench killer. You know, this Ench hero is super powerful in lane, around like level 5 to level 6. Also, you just run out of regen. You have to leave the lane against her. But Lesh is one of these heroes with, you know, lots and lots of heavy magical damage, lots of physical damage through through edict, and he can kill. Or a side lane or somewhere else.
They're going to be able to get that final twist that could surprise Team Secret.
Lesh is a very versatile hero, and on second pick, it's really nice to have these heroes that, you know, can play multiple roles.
Yeah, I like to have a natural, he says Enchantress Killer, the one that supplies all the damage that is mobile. I mentioned SF as well. We've seen teams deal with it that way too. It's just a hero that naturally pushes out their lane and then will easily rotate quickly to that Enchantress, where it's him +1 is enough to threaten the Enchantress. And I think that's a core part of Enchantress. Where if you can't play the map
position from Team Secret. Chen with the synergy of the Enchantress as well off that healing amplification.
And because Ench is so strong in lane, it's eventually going to free up the Shaker to start rotating throughout the map, kind of having free reign to, you know, get summoned around by Chen. Maybe they'll do some tri-laning, maybe he'll gank mid. They'll be able to hopefully ease off the pressure of this 22 or this last pick from EG, with, you know, because they kind of have to expose their mid on this 8-9 pick.
I think they're going to have some trouble with the creeps in the early game so far with Evil Geniuses. Yeah.
Seeing the last pick for Sumail. Like, give him the ultimate 1v1 matchup.
Maybe he's just such a highly skilled player, he can handle any matchup they throw at him.
10 seconds remaining.
I want to bring attention to the fact that Chen can get all these magic aura creeps.
Yeah.
That ET reduces your base magic resistance with a spirit, and so far with Evil Genius's lineup, other than I guess Retaliate and kind of Diabolic Edict, but that's not really enough. They have nothing that penetrates. That it's all magic damage for the most. And also do a lot of damage through Windrun.
Lots of burst, definitely. And we're going to see a last pick for Nisha with the hard carry as last pick. And this is kind of a weird spot for actually Secret because, I don't know, they kind of have to pick this hard carry that's going to, at least they see the offlaner. He's going to have a good lane against Centaur. Can maybe do a Juggernaut, something like that. And then EG is going to be able to pick a harder scaling late game carry. So it's going to be up to mid one and Zai on this Enchantress, I would guess, to really push the tempo and put some pressure on RTZ to make sure he can't.
So much, Alan, and yes, Trent, historical data, historical teams. Let's make some history. We're in the upper bracket TI9, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, full season of DPC, all these points. A lot of things in the past, I believe, is what you're all discussing. Who cares about the past? It means absolutely nothing. All that matters is how you perform at TI and the upper bracket. That's a nice place to do it because you want to ride that wave for as long as you can.
Oh, it's a very nice place to be, definitely. And already these two teams, again, we talked about it during the panel. EG barely able to sneak in there right towards the end of their group stages. They made a quick run in the last couple of days. Secret there the entire time pretty much. And already early on, mid one, able to pick himself up a little ward there.
Right off the bat. So this draft coming out, largely agreeing with most of what the panel had to say. Right? They're discussing things like the timing and everything. Things looking quite scary. You know, we talk so much about this Ancient Apparition and Alchemist, I feel like, where you're like kind of protecting that pick later on. Like, let's say you pick the AA, then you can pick the Alch later. Now, in this case, you take that Ench early, and no one really wants to pick Chen, I don't think, versus Ench, right? Very annoying to play against because the Enchant, so they managed to snag up both of them and give themselves a very fast-looking game here from Secret.
Mid one coming in to say hi, and yeah, that feels like it's going to be the story of this matchup really, is how well can EG absorb this pressure that's coming in from Secret, and already Zai giving his buddy the business as they head through the river.
A couple of good friends duking it out up there, but the stun easily secures the bounty for RTZ to give him the 2-2. So a lot of mysteries in the draft, right, for EG. You didn't quite know exactly where they're going to be laning these heroes, wondering who's going to be picking up that Leshrac. Such a flexible, probably the most flexible hero right now in the meta, as, ooh, what a deny there from mid one. And that is the frustrating thing versus the Tiny. It feels like even when you're casting your spells, trying to secure CS, it's not enough.
Yeah, the hero is just so hard to deal with, and a second one whiffs off the mark there.
It's getting warmed up, you know?
That's true. I mean, this is really one of those matchups that you could just watch mid the entire time, it feels like, and there'd be something interesting to talk about, because probably two of the best mid players in the world right now, and from a historical perspective as well.
Yeah, but on top of that, you also have a lot of stuns on the side lanes, too. So opportunities for kills galore. And we get some shenanigans up top there with Yaps. We're now pulling the creep wave too to help secure the Enchantress, who just, of course, needs all the help she can get the lane if she wasn't already annoying enough for you.
Yeah, Zai definitely just keeps the pressure onto RTZ, and he is going to have to come back behind the tower to try and farm this one up. Maybe connect it over with the creep wave as well, so that way the lane doesn't push too far underneath the tower, and they'll see if they can get a little bit aggressive here. Zai just having the heal, so does not have that reduction in attack speed from the Untouchable, and Fly gonna play Intercept.
Yeah, he's getting as much as he can out of this, right? Because he's like, I know the second she gets Untouchable, I'm kind of useless.
Yeah.
So, gonna try it for now.
Giving each other the high fives as well.
He's doing the math. He's like, all right, let me see here.
Yeah, it's time to get the heck away. And RTZ will come in, play Intercept. They do draw some aggro there again, but it won't be that big of an issue. Mid lane, Avalanche and Split Earth traded off between the two mids. And this is all to the tune of getting a little bit more for that Earthshaker. That battle that was going on up there top towards Zai, which is what you normally see from Team Secret, giving a lot of priority towards Yapzor, who has moved in towards mid.
Oh, we do have a haste rune on that bottom spot, though. It is scouted, however, by that ward, of course. So EG might even know that Crit has been seen with this as well because of how mid one was so easily able to de-ward.
Yeah, definitely. They should be aware. The wraparound is coming right now from Yapzor. It's Sumail kind of have an inkling that something's happening. They won't be able to get it, but does at least push back for a moment.
Yeah, that giant observer ward making things pretty easy for Sumail, but you still have to respect it, right? I mean, obviously the Appster knows that he's seasoned at this point, but he still has to play a certain way as long as he's going to stand there.
Now another grab of the creep wave back behind the tower. You know, at various points throughout this year, it's felt like Zai has just been the best player in the world. Yeah. And I think that he's still been able to have a really good tournament here at TI, keeping on that impressive streak that we've seen.
And you see S4 is getting punished because Crit's going for stacks right now. Going to go for a double off to the side to try and propel his last track, and he will be successful, nice and easy. So a little bit of gold saved up in the dire triangle at the moment.
Yes, definitely. And another wraparound coming. The fissure's going to land. Can Crit come in to save his buddy in time? As he is still going for the edict, the walk away fairy fire. Is it enough? Not quite. Actually turning back in. Sumail thought he was getting a little bit too far forward there, but might be able to instead go on to mid one. Looks like they won't be able to get that much more damage as the Tiny knowing the limits of his hero. But this is kind of rough. Doesn't have a bottle charge either for mid one.
Yeah, Crit's just kind of hanging around here for a little bit here. Now Fly's rotating through. Going to see that YapzOr is also still lurking. And we get some lonely offlaners.
Yeah, this is weird. This is sort of going back to the old days when you had 2v2 mid, basically. Oh, trying to break the salve, and they do manage to get it. So salve broken as soon as they pull it back out.
That is nice. That's an empty ball. So he needs this top rune.
Oh, Sleep comes out. They have the Split Earth afterwards. In fact, mid one might just be going down here. They try and find the kill, and in fact, can they get it? The Avalanche barely able to save it. The walk back under tower. They try and turn the fight, but there's already creeps there. And now pulling back in that Spirit Power. Crit able to get it.
Oh, I got a little worried. I thought maybe with a high five he's going to run into trouble, but Crit will bail them out, and that was all because they're trying to secure that top rune, right?
Yeah.
They want to ensure that he's not going to get the volley. You just canceled the salve. So Midone's going to come back now. He's got some regen to help out YapzOr too, but great start there for EG in the mid lane.
4.5 minutes. Oftentimes people say that these early game kills don't end up mattering that much. But they don't manage to find the Split Earth. So mid one gets away from trouble that time. And Rune gonna spawn bottom as well. Man, unlucky for mid one so far on the runes.
They just have to deny it with the Chen instead. It was an invis.
Trading off those power shots, Crit's just not giving Ramona's notice. It really does feel like we're back to, 2v2 mid in a way almost. Keep on rotating in there towards the lane.
A lot of lurkers, a lot of hanger-oners here. Now, well, Sumail, he's got that arcane rune and he says, sorry, Sven. I'm going to handle this. Because much like a cleave, right, this is a magic spell that doesn't take into account how many units it's dealing damage to. So it is just as efficient at clearing out these giant stacks.
Yeah, so solid. Takes it down, and Sumail going to get a nice little boost of gold there. Again, as we mentioned, there are heroes on the side of Secret that could hypothetically move in and try and steal some of those away. Granted, none quite as effective as the Lesh or the Sven. But the hero that we haven't talked about all that much as of yet has been this Wraith King, who's kind of continued to farm up so far. 40 and 18 on him.
Oh, did they just get all 4 stacks? 1, 2. Oh, they got 3.
Look out down bottom as well. S4
kills are cool too.
Trying to get away from this one as the Fissure's going to land, and they will be able to run down at the Centaur, it looks like. So Nisha picking up a kill on top of having really solid CS in the lane stage.
So while they did that, though, they actually had 3 EG heroes all stacking camps inside that jungle. They almost got all 4. They missed 1 camp, but it does show you what they're trying to do in this game, right? Constant attention there while trying to keep these towers up as long as they can, because you don't want to lose control of this jungle. It is a big moneymaker for them.
Oh, inside, chasing down Fly now, going to give him the clap and then head away afterwards. So a little tip given over to Zai. YapzOr appreciating what his offlaner is doing.
They're trying to smoke up behind them, though.
This would be big if they could find it. RTZ looking for the opening, does spot out Puppy. Sumail is there as well. They're bringing in Zai and Yapsor, trying to get up close and personal. And well, PPD talked about this as the Ench killer. Can it work out here? Looks like it's just going to be running away time.
Yeah, oftentimes you only have enough for like that one burst this early on. So they hit the Chen first, and they'll just have to be happy enough with that.
And all this movement does give Crit a little bit of time to himself in the mid lane. Level 4 now, getting a fair few bit of CS. Actually already has a Javelin. So Bassi Javelin could become a bit of an issue once that Focus Fire comes out.
Yeah, actually going to be effective at the level 6 if he wants it.
Oh,
Stop
and that's
now.
Managed to hit Sumail. Oh, the fissure. Well played. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, you've got the possibilities of going aggro with this Earthshaker and Enchantress by blocking people off for the easy impetus kills, but also the defense when you have these telegraph setups that EG are relying on to hit that split Earth.
And so, again, the defensive supports that you've got, at least somewhat. Earthshaker fulfills a dual role, but Chen later on with that Hand of God, gonna have to watch and make sure that EG don't commit too far if they hope to come out on top in an engagement.
Yeah, we're closing on it too, right? 10-minute mark should be an easy tome pickup there for Puppy.
But so far, it really does feel like Secret is the one that are kind of making the moves around the map, while EG just trying to play a little bit more passively until they get into those first round of items. And this is to the benefit of Nisha, who's now sitting almost 1,000 gold ahead of Arteezy.
Yeah, and they're getting that tower knocked down too, so they're going to be able to invade into that top jungle area fairly easily.
All the creeps take down the building, and now EG going to try and make their own move with S4 bottom. Does have 3 points up in Retaliate as well as the Stampede available.
And you thought Nisha was rich now. He's just getting that Midas too. He's got the maxed out skeletons. The faster he's attacking, the faster he's making them. And he's going to be spamming those boys for the extra gold. Now TPing, not even going to walk from there because he wants to make sure he's getting these final kills and the stacks. Optimal efficiency here from Nisha.
Wraparound coming towards mid, as mid one wanted to find Fly, but Fly just going to keep this tower alive, killing off and slowing down those creeps from moving in. And this is nice too though, because Secret, it's not just taking those buildings, but it's Nisha getting farmed.
Yeah, not really having to be too involved, right? I mean, we just don't have that many kills, frankly, so I guess he's involved in 50% of the kills, but doesn't feel like he's seen a whole lot of the enemy team so far this match.
No. And Zai gonna TP down bottom to hold off the pressure that's coming from there. The mid one keeps farming in the mid lane, while Fly getting his levels as well. And kind of feeling like it's again one of those instances where sort of that, you know, no rush 15 minutes or so, where everybody kind of hangs out, gets into those Hand of Midases, and then we wait and see where the first big rotations come, probably around defending towers.
It looks like they might be smoking up here now from EG. They don't have the 6 on the ET. There's his tome. Okay, so he's got it now.
This would be a perfect kill. This is absolutely perfect if they can get him. Mid
one. The question is, how do you lead it? You've only got 1 point in the shackle, so don't miss.
Oh, he does miss. And the stomp able to connect. They have the split earth afterwards and now just running forward for him. But that fissure, able to keep him alive with the Hand of God, the avalanche, it's not enough. Sumail gets the kill.
Yeah, cost them the Stampede too, but that's fine. Very worthy knockdown there. The only person probably a little bit better would be Nisha, but mid one has a very specific mid-game timing that he's trying to hit right here. And I would say he's a little underfarmed for his normal kind of tiny game, right? Trying to get into that blink.
Yeah. Well, a lot of attention was placed on him very early on by EG. It felt like that was the hero that they wanted to target and try and shut down early on so he couldn't get that ball rolling. I mean, it is something that's worth saying. If a Tiny gets ahead of the Lesh and just starts finding kill after kill after kill, the game feels very tough for EG.
Yeah, Puppy up here. He's got the whole family together. Not going to break it up. You know, keeping the household as one. So the Centaurs will work as a unit to push this top lane. And kind of facilitating that dead lane role for his team. Probably going to get an invis rune here. Maybe a chance to set something up. Not a lot of sentries placed down this early in the match.
Yeah, so far, so good. EG looking on top of it. And the biggest thing for me is that as this game goes later, I really feel like the supports of EG do more in the late game. You know, you compare that Wind Ranger and the Elder Titan to, I mean, the Chen really is the big one for me.
Yeah, of course the Earthshaker, like that's single-handedly, I can still win team fights for my team, but you can say the same thing about ET. And the Wind Ranger, she kind of almost moves from support. She doesn't really play, she plays more like a core in the mid and the late game than she does as support.
Well,
to me, the real question is just going to be that Radiance on Nisha, right? When that comes out, you have to then assess what EG have
and if they can deal with it. Can they actually take fights when they're going to be versus that? Because that sounds pretty terrifying to me.
TZ walking for a little while there with his Midas. Killed all the creeps. There wasn't anything left over afterwards. But it's already...
Grant is unhappy. I think I just heard him, actually. Counting the seconds.
It's actually Maelstrom completed already at 13 minutes now for the Wind Ranger as well.
He doesn't even have boots. I mean, he's waddling around here on the Wind Ranger.
Dude, who needs boots?
I like the javelin. I wasn't sure if he'd go for it as well. But as you pointed out, just not a lot of interactions with enemy heroes, so he's just taking his time. No rush indeed.
Literally just hanging out, farming.
Yeah.
And Secret giving him that opportunity as well. S4 now getting closer towards that blink. We'll see if he decides to pick one up early. Immediate TP away. So there won't be a chance for a kill down bottom, but maybe some pressure for the tier 2. Sometimes we've seen this tier 2 tower get taken very early on.
Yeah, and with little defense too. So they have the full retaliate. I think Fly's just going to maybe back him up a little bit here. And they'll see if they can get a defense out of Secret in some rotations.
Yeah, either that or maybe make a smoke play of their own into EG's jungle.
Crit's playing the Vanguard right now, right? He's sitting at the top of the stairs, casting up some spells, trying to protect that tier 1 tower, but also putting himself in between Secret and Arteezy.
Looks like instead it's going to be EG that want to come and defend the tier 1 tower mid lane. After farming out the Secret jungle, Anisha keeping his farm up as well. Only about 800 gold away from that relic, getting closer to the Radiance.
Yeah, Sumail's TP was on cooldown, so he couldn't stay bottom and try and get a trade.
Toss back. Far under tower. They have everything for him. Control coming out, and he gets the Stampede off. Able to run away. Finds the hoof stomp afterwards. Trying to take down 2. X4 lands. The Echo Slam doesn't do anything. And Arteezy jumps in. Finds the catch for the kill. Oh man, Secret made a boo-boo as mid 1 also going to get ran down here. Can they find the stun and the kill? They will.
Crit Dota. That shackle is what saved that team fight for sure, right? That very clutch moment right where they got there, and the stop as well. But in combination, the two supports trying to help protect S4 there and make sure Secret wouldn't have a chance to get that full damage out there. So a dangerous looking push because, of course, they're playing fully without Nisha versus Sumail, who's getting in there along with Arteezy with all this damage.
Yeah, and it comes so quick. That's the thing. All of this team fight control coming from the EG supports as we can see the replay coming out of here as well. And it looks like he should just be going down, but those other heroes, they don't have that much damage.
Jeez, first they control one half of Secret with the shackle, then the other half with the stomp, and Zai just got to do nothing the whole time.
Yeah. A follow-up coming in afterwards. The Edict, Fly, letting his team know how he feels about it. So 15.5 minutes in and a smoke up coming from Evil Geniuses. This lineup can just keep going.
Yeah, they won't have the Stampede, though, which is a little worrisome, but they also know the Hand of God won't be there.
Yeah, God's Strength also not available.
Star Scan, okay.
Or Splitter. And they're still just trying to hold on to this tower for all they can. Fly.
Jeez, that's a mech on Puppy, though. He has brought back the Hand of God.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, and they're just going to back out.
How many coursers we had? Just 3, so they've adopted another one.
They could go on Denisha here. Avalanche, mid 1, trying to find it. They don't go for the splitter as of yet. They find it afterwards. Mid 1, very low. The stomp coming from S4 finds it onto them. The sleep afterwards. Nisha's in trouble. He's going down, and the Fisher's actually blocking them off from getting in closer. This is Nisha possibly going down. Hand of God, Mechanism, everything to save my Wraith King, but it is not enough. And now Secret getting ran at continuously by Evil Geniuses, trying to take down Zai, and they are possibly going to get it for him. Yes, Fly gets away.
That courser.
Oh, no. It doesn't. They managed to find him at the very end. Zai gets one more hit.
The golems.
Oh, they did it to him.
Yeah. Back from the dead, able to bring him down, but Evil Geniuses with a huge fight for themselves. And of course, they don't get any XP on the side of Secret because it was the Centaur, the Mud Golem that got the final kill.
Well, that is a big win. EG now up 10-3 over Secret. The 2,000 gold lead.
Again, though, question is the Radiance, right?
Yeah.
It is still going to be coming out here soon from Nisha. It is that big power point for him. But at this point, I mean, when we were last discussing that, we had mid 1 and Zai kind of jostling for positions with Sumail and S4. Now they've kind of firmly cemented themselves ahead of them. Maybe S4 and mid 1 are still a little bit close, but Sumail dishing out so much damage in this early game. 4-0-6. Very impressive net worth so far from a guy that has not been hitting the creeps quite as hard as the Wraith King and the Sven.
And he's going for this build, too, to stay alive in the fights. That's all he really needs to do on this Leshrac. Has the Yule Scepter there for a defensive save if things get a little bit too crazy, and also, of course, to help out his team against that Earthshaker.
Yeah, he's going to have to make sure that he does stay alive, though, if he goes in for this Bloodstone build. S4 going to run into Puppey, starts the initiation, maybe taking a look here, see if there's any friends.
Oh, the root. It's keeping Arteezy under fire, but he has his Blink Dagger. Going to come off cooldown in just a second. Should have it on him. Hasn't been delivered, actually, as of yet. And they actually recall in Zai. So Arteezy in some trouble now. He does not have friends with them, and Zai just continuing to run him down with mid one in the area. Can they get an S4 again with the stomp, and Arteezy goes down. And now the Stampede to try and run away. They bring down the EG carry.
Yeah, that was just level 1 in the impetus, too. He's only level 11 when he got the final touch there, so nicely played from Zai. Good positioning there. Try to get the saves again from the sports, but not enough. This time, they got to be careful. You don't have that much damage, so it's just some disengaging spells here.
Yeah. Not wanting to fully commit onto that one, but a very nice pickup for Secret, and does give Nisha a little bit more breathing room to farm up and finish off that Radiance. Just very close to getting a cleat. As for realizing mid one is in the area, he's going to get himself out of dodge.
So now we're going to have that Radiance on the way, and they didn't really have to expend anything on the side of Secret, right? They're also really close to that Blink Dagger on Yap, so now with the Tower Gold even closer. So, if you are Team Secret, potentially securing one more tower for yourself, and then I think you're starting to consider that Roche Pit just a little bit right now, right? With the Radiance, I think you're willing to take a fight there. Does depend on the timings and the cooldowns, of course, of the Elder Titan as well as that God Strength, but probably something both teams are going to be attempting to snag for themselves.
Yeah, always a consideration in these games, and you can see Dota Plus right now heavily favoring EG with all of these cores, and most notably, really, it's Crit on this Wind Ranger that's really taken off.
Yeah, as you said, with these cores, yeah.
I mean,
he's up there with the upper stack, not down there with the Shakers and the Chens.
Yeah.
A very defensive smoke here from EG, basically just taking back control of their own area.
And this is feeling like it's taking a little bit too long. Yapstar has enough for his Blink Dagger, but they're actually not quite going to go for it. He needs to get over to the side shop to get it. I thought that was going to be a fight, but
Courier's
EG
going
decided
instead.
to back out.
It is a fat Courier, too. They bring it back. They're like, dude, that's way too risky. Get that thing out of there. You go.
Yeah, he's going to go and get that one. But that does scout it out the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. He walked right by a ward. So EG are going to be aware of this.
Sumail.
Top side. They find one. Mid one. In some trouble. And Arteezy, S4 shows up. And they kill off the Tiny. Another time, mid one going down in this game.
Yep, same time, at least Zai is able to take that mid-tier 1 tower. So again, control of Roche a little bit more equalized here, as EG won't have that tier 1 tower to move to.
Midas back out again.
Yapsor is lurking now. Doesn't want to show anywhere. Wants to make this first big play with the Blink Dagger, so they're going to send Nisha out first. They have that Observer Ward, though, in the lane next to Nisha from EG, so they've already spotted the Earthshaker and the Ench kind of jostling through those trees.
And at the 20-minute mark now, with the mechanism done, they're just going to try and, it seems like, kind of wait to farm up their next set of items. But this is one of the pivotal points that we always talk about with anybody that builds a Bloodstone, really. What do they get out of the next fight?
Don't die.
Pretty much. That's what it feels like for Sumail at this point as he finishes his off. You have to make sure that you stay alive in that next round of engagements.
It also helps determine his next item too, right? Whether it's going to be the BKB, whether it's going to be the Boots of Travel. These next few engagements are just super crucial. Now Yapsor hits that level 10, so he's going to make up for his build with the Tranquils. Get himself that mana.
Now movement into the jungle. Yapsor gets the blink away up to the high ground. Power shot lands the stun. And they find Yapsor getting greedy up on top of the cliff.
He really did.
EG is like, we know that spot very well. You can't hide there from us. And they will find that pickoff.
Maybe it was a taunt, you know?
Possibly. Mid one in the bottom lane, they find him as well. And Crit chasing him down, has the shackle shot afterwards.
Really? He's now 0, 6, and 2 on Tiny.
Oh, I was talking about Crit.
Well, I know Crit's doing everything. Is he a mid player? Because he's ahead of the Tiny. Okay, he's not quite. But he is kill-wise, that's for sure. 4, 0, and 7 on Crit right now. A mid-Tiny, an aggressive hero. Someone you expect to be going across the map and picking up kills for his team to create some space. No, he's creating space in the ground. It's brave.
And to be fair, it feels like it's a lot based upon how much pressure they put on him. Like, this was the game plan from EG going into it. They're like, we're going to mess this guy up.
He will still be creating concerns, I think, for Sumail if he does go for the Boots of Travel build before the BKB, right? If this guy's off on some side lanes by himself, Tiny's a very scary guy. He can blink, he can just toss you back to someone who's got a little bit more gold, like that Wraith King, right? Get the follow-up stun, then you get some help from YapzOr too. There's not a lot of safe places on the map in terms of split pushing, but Aleshrak, beyond just the Boots of Travel function, the TP is always going to appreciate all that move speed in the engagements. Move speed from the smoke now for Secret.
Oh, they jump forward. They find him, trying to get a turnaround here. Fly, able to get it. The splitter down. They have the shackle onto 1. There's not a lot of damage coming out from Zai, but now he turns to try and find the fight for the hook stomp onto 3. S4 makes it happen again. They haven't been able to play Dota, but YapzOr coming in with the Echo Slam. It's not doing enough damage, though. Maybe the follow-up coming from Nisha with the Blade Mail is, though, as Sumail tries to run away. Yule Scepter, leave him alive. Is it going to be enough? He's still walking away. Crit controlling. Nobody has died except for that Earthshaker, but S4 again finds the big stomp, the power shot afterwards. They need to run away. Zai's doing too much damage, the avalanche toss, and the kill comes through.
They're able to get RTZ up. Fly actually goes back in after wanding.
Dude, those Corsairs, all of that magic resistance, it's insane.
Yeah, they need it. The way they're like kind of stacking and delaying the fight, getting more and more spells off. And yeah, as you can see from that recap there, what, 3,000 more damage, and you're the ones who took down a core versus a support?
Yeah.
From the side of Secret, so you need a heck of a lot to get through all that resistance.
See, S4 there, hitting a couple of big stomps, but it was not enough in the end. I mean, does it get to the point where you need to like focus those creeps down? I don't know. Not sure what the heck you do.
It's difficult to do though.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're sitting with it, right? Maybe you come to a fight with your Midas fresh or something and just opt for it, but they've only got 1 on the Sven, and I highly doubt Arteezy is going to be down for that play.
Maybe even going in and trying to like clear them through with the Sven himself if he's able to find him and spot him. But it's not easy. Not easy at all. 25-minute mark. Secret going to pick up 3 of those bounty runes. Sumail gets the other one.
Crit's actually a higher level in mid. That is nuts.
Yeah, and has the mechanism, so EG has some form of sustain for themselves now as well.
And then the one reason that fight also went really poorly for EG was because when it started, Fly Spirit was on cooldown. So that's why he had to throw the defensive Earth Splitter. He did not want to do that. Yeah, right here, when Arteezy gets jumped, the Spirit's not ready. So Fly's sitting there like, usually, right, I'm going to throw that Spirit, I'm going to stomp. He has the Earth Split instead, so already the fight gets messy. If they had a stomp on that 3-man ramp, that could have looked a lot better for EG, but S4 instead has to come through with that big hoof stomp there. And Secret, it's slow for them, right, because they're eventually getting this damage out, but there's not enough from EG to secure the kills.
And maybe something similar going to happen here. Nisha's not with the team, sitting up on the top lane, but obviously can get in quickly if there is a fight brewing. S4 looking for an opening as the smoke is going to dissipate.
Yeah, the Ogre Frost Mage is the only person playing the lane. He does eventually leave it, but other than that, it's just creeps and skeletons.
Yeah. Yeah, all of these creeps, they're super OP. You know, you get the stun coming through. Arteezy following it up, already initiating. Can they get enough damage out though? It's looking like it's going to be there. Zai also getting turned upon. They buy back on the Tiny though. Can they get any more kills? Secret trying to find something afterwards. The fissure timing from YapzOr as the BKB wears off. Avalanche controlling up this Sven. He's able to get a good shackle, but it's not enough as they will kill off the carry another time.
Yeah, just hopping onto the Tiny just feels like the worst possible option. He is the last hero you want to initiate on, I think, in these fights, because he's not that worth right now, right? He's got Blink Echo. I'd rather maybe try and get Zai before he can get anything, try and eliminate the Chen or the Earthshaker from the fight. And even the Raid Kick would be something to perhaps try and get down that first light without spending too much, but they actually spent a heck of a lot there just getting that first kill, and then of course he just buys back and puts him in good position for Roche.
And now you're in a position where you have to give up Roche as evil geniuses. They're going to try and slow it down with the Elder Titan Spirit. They have the stomps to land on top of it.
Oh, but his Spirit's going back.
They have an idea where he's at. Time to run away. And Yulsa built up Sumail. Actually going to find YapzOr, maybe going to bring him down. Hand of God has have to be used. The power shot comes through to finish him off, and now mid one able to control onto Fly. I mean, Roche isn't going down quite that slowly. Can they really get there in time to contest without a buyback from Arteezy? It's getting super low. Fly trying to make it happen, but it's not going to be enough. I mean,
oh, they're waiting. They
that
give
was
him a moment.
And now looking for the follow-up. Another stomp, another catch, the Shackle! Able to interrupt at mid-1 though, being that stalwart force in the middle of all of them to make sure they can't initiate onto the rest of his team. Does mean that mid-1 is likely going to die again, but he's able to keep the rest of them alive. Sumail still living through this one. Arteezy back in the midst of it, turns on to Zai, wants to kill him off instead, turns on to Nisha, and barely able to keep Sumail alive. There's no mana on Zai! He gets one last infinite shot out, that's enough for the kill, and now Arteezy trying to stand tall against absolutely everybody, needs to run away. The Earth Splitter comes through, still dodging. Crit even trying to slow them down with the Rin slow, but he will too eventually fall. And EG managed to get a couple of buybacks out, but still it's the Aegis for Secret.
Yeah, at the very least, you were able to, as you said, secure Arteezy's escape, but losing Sumail gonna hurt them heavily there. He tried to ignore the Wraith King, but I don't think you can, right? He tries to go past him, try and focus on Zai, because he knows that he can't allow this engine to be there in the back line, but then there's no real additional follow-up damage there on Nisha. I think they just need more at a crit. It's hard to ask for more when the guy's 6'1" and 10, but
no.
It's the guy's got a BKB, so Sumail can't do a whole lot to try and help deal with Nisha. And then that Blade Mail absolutely wrecks crit, which is probably why he's not targeting him, right? Because if I go for that focus fire on him, I'm just gonna die.
And you can see this opening here as well, getting that stomp, same time as the Shackles came out actually.
Yeah, a little unfortunate in that regard.
But they did manage to find the mid-1 kill yet again. And then, of course, the follow-up coming. It looked like Zai maybe was going to not be able to get the last kill onto Sumail there.
Look at those coursers, though. I mean, you see the buffs down at the bottom.
It's true.
They're just hanging on the high ground there, so a couple potatoes. I guess the coursers could be the meat. It could be the meat and potatoes strat. We good with that?
I like that
Yeah,
idea.
sounds good.
Meat and potatoes. Let's fit it into every cast.
Yeah, makes a lot of good. Well, first course, center coursers, they're still there. He's got 2 potatoes, some meat.
Yeah, they're heading off across the map.
Needs to find some more, though.
I like that. Zai, walking uphill. They have a Shackle shot lands. Nisha just going to walk forward. They find the hoof stomp on the back line, but another fissure. Mid-1, not going to go down from that one. The Split Earth coming through as well as it lands onto Earthshaker. This is a nice one. Yapster tries to drop the Echo Slam. It's not quite enough. Sumail needs the Yules to stay alive as he walks through the trees and to tiptoe his way away. And Arteezy also having to escape. This Enchantress just does so much freaking damage. The Shackle BKB reaction from Nisha before it landed. Still trying to run away. Arteezy able to get it. Another round of hoof stomps coming through onto 2, but there's no follow-up.
It's just delay.
Escape.
That's all it is, right? Every single one of these stuns, I feel like, is just trying to get them out. But at some point, they've got to go in. They've got to get the damage to try and win these team fights, and it feels like it's still so far away. I'm talking like Bloodthorn, Sven, and probably like item after like Moonshard or something. Because Nisha just feels like you cannot handle him right now.
Seems like Arteezy needs 5,000 more net worth of items, and lo and behold, that's how much Nisha is up.
Some good math right there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, Tier 2 Tower going to get taken in Secret, who have been so dominant all year long. Going to try and take this game in the upper bracket. Assault Cure has done as well. And again, it's feeling like EG, their only solution is to try and delay. Stomp going to land. But no follow-up as of yet. Another round of Shackles trying to kill off the skeletons. They're not set back at all. So they're just going to keep on moving forward.
Well, of course, Nisha, there's no real concerns about mana burn this game, right? So he opted for the 2x skeleton spawn, which I got to say, guys, if you haven't played it, it is one of the funnest talents, I will say, especially with the skeleton damage. But he opted for the strength this game. But these guys, you get so many skeletons, they enrich you with gold because they just go all over the map and farm for you, and they're great at sieging high ground.
Oh, and you can keep on spawning them over and over and over again. And, well, in the meantime, Evil Geniuses looking to find a pickoff. S4 runs into Yapsor and mid-1. A little bit of a toss-up in the air, and then, hey, how you doing? See you later.
Well, considering the way these fights have been feeling, I'm surprised the net worth is so close. Currently, Nisha, team?
Oh?
All right. Well,
he's just out of there.
No Earth Splitter in time there, and, well, not going to need his friends, as Nisha's feeling the strength of his hero right now. And now he's a Shadow Blade. Okay.
Interesting.
All right, Nisha.
What's the idea behind this?
He's looking to end the game here, looking for the back line, trying to catch just a fly. I mean, how have these fights been going, right? just a nuisance. If we initiate onto anyone that's not Fly, we get stomped. We initiate on someone who's not Crit, we just get shackled or something. So if you can get onto one of those two before they can get their spells off, before the wind run, they can have a chance of actually bursting down one of these very annoying, essentially save supports at this point.
And a smoke up coming from them as well. They will try and find somebody. But looking so far like nobody's around. They realize the smoke doesn't break on the illusion. Also that he's not killing off the creep wave. Kind of a red flag. And now
there's a pink from Arteezy too, so I think maybe...
Yeah, they know.
Saying the Shadow Blade, maybe like, okay, might be going for Silver Edge as well here, guys. He does have queued up. He's also got a Moonshard there too, so we'll see which one he opts for. That is one thing with the Blade Mail, is that it does make your inventory a little wonky, I think, when you play Wraith King, because after the Blade Mail and the Radiance, you tend to get gold so fast that you're almost ready to replace the Blade Mail in like 10 minutes.
And again, it's sort of a testament to the craziness of Dota. Right now, the kill score 9-20, but if you keep your eyes on sort of the win probability and where we're sitting at this point in the game, it's almost back to about 50-50, it feels like. It's really swung back from where it was before. And, you know, Evil Geniuses, feels like they're maybe losing a little bit of a grip on the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've lost it a while ago. I still think this game is very hard for EG to win. It's going to take, again, just time and time for them to do it. Maybe they can. It certainly helps that mid one's been a virtual non-factor, but a damage sponge.
And this is a nice little pickup for them as well, taking down mid one. Can Secret get there in time? Not quite. Now, they're kind of committed to this fight as well. Another great fissure coming from Yapzor, just to play spoiler to that kill potential. But Puppey, okay, they want the bigger kill. They want to find Zai. BKB popped the turn, finding that kill, and Zai is going to eat the dirt. And Yapzor also, he stuck around a little bit too long. One by one, Secret going down. None of these heroes have buyback, Trent. What's going on?
My weak and puny allies have failed me. What are they doing? They're fighting without Nisha.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's pretty much the only way things can go wrong, right? Is getting caught out like that. So great stuff there from EG to capitalize on that. And there he is.
Another round of it.
All right, got the BKB.
Finding their man.
They got the Earth Splitter.
Shadow Blade, but they got detection. Or do they? No. They dropped the Sentry Ward off to the side. Is there any more detection coming through? Fly has
there we go.
Still chasing, but Nisha does the okey doke and gets out of there.
Now, does he farm the lane? No, okay, he's not that brave.
Now, I thought that the Roche was going to be back up in time for him to take advantage of the lack of buybacks, but does not look like that's going to happen. So with the 3,000 gold lead, EG, again, starting to play catch-up and getting farm onto that big bad Sven.
Well, as you said, catch, right? Because much like the way that you're able to delay these fights and drag them out because of the heroes on EG, equally they have very good catch from those same heroes, right? Even there's the Spirit Scouting ahead, you've got the Wind Ranger who's so quick with the Shackles, the Leshrac with the Yules, and then S4 who's been flying out of his mind with the Stomps this game, I will say. I feel like I haven't given quite enough credit to him. He's been hitting 2 or 3-man Stomps virtually every single time. So if the fight goes bad for Secret, it's going to go real bad because they're going to run you down like that.
Well, it does feel like it's kind of a weird game right now for S4 because he's kind of just this big ball of auras and a stampede from time to time with that big stun that comes out. Yeah. But really not lacking that damage. That's where Crit is coming into play. And, well, speaking of Crit, he's going to get pulled back in.
He's level 20, though.
Talent. And the chase forward, the Bloodthorn. Look at the damage coming out. S4 finds the stomp there again. Onto 2 Arteezy, trying to take down one. It's going to be Zai. And now afterwards, turning towards mid one. The Avalanche trying to delay things, but it might... Oh! Yapzor! Where's the follow-up, though? Nisha's there. Do they have enough damage? It's not looking like it's quite going to be there as EG continue to run through them. And Sumail just backing away from Nisha. His BKB wearing off soon. And actually, Crit lives through this one as well. Avalanche isn't going to be enough. They actually reveal himself, and Crit goes down. Puppey also going to hit the deck. Another round of another bunch of kills. Nisha just trying desperately to hold on here. Chasing down and finding Arteezy. They blow him up. Able to get the kill on his Sven. Mid one with this buyback might be making enough space for the rest of his team.
Yeah, good buybacks there, and they know the Roche is up. We have to come back and fight for this one.
And S4 chasing. Sumail shows up for another round, and now catching on to mid one. This fight's gone on for forever, it feels like. Another Avalanche, but Crit doing the damage for his team with the Split Earth afterwards. They take down the Tiny.
They made it past, right? Sumail reading the game so well by going for that Shiva's guard because he got initiated on at the start of that fight, and Nisha couldn't kill him. He suddenly realized he's hitting this Leshrac, and he's like, what? I'm not doing nearly enough damage to this guy. And so he kind of wasted the break on the Leshrac. He did eventually get a break onto the Sven, which might have helped a little bit there at the end. But EG, they have made it past. I was worried about the potential high ground there from Secret, but they held fast with those big pickoffs. at the 30-minute mark, and now Secret trying to delay.
Wraith King jumps into the middle of him. The Aegis, it's going to get picked up though, and now Nisha, he's committed. He does have ulti available, but does he end up having to pop it now? Crit trying to run away. Zai caught off to the side. They don't have BKB to pop. Untouchable doing so much work here. Sumail, can they get it in time? Still chasing. Sumail going to be able to find Puppey, but can he get any more afterwards? Nisha turning on Sumail. He eats the cheese and able to back away now. Crit's still living through this. They're kiting it all beautifully. EG trying to run, try inside. The Echo Saber slow in the rundown. Nisha going to call. And they find themselves another round of another couple kills. Blade Mail be damned. EG are coming.
Last man standing falls for Secret, and now it's EG on a rush.
And down mid, because guess what? They have used every freaking buyback in the game, and are they going to go for it all? EG right now, 85 seconds with no Wraith King in a topsy-turvy matchup if we've ever seen one.
Yeah.
How much do they want to test?
At some point, if you don't make that timing right, the one guy's not going to be enough, and they just dropped like an absolute rock on the Enchantress and the Tiny, and that big boulder was nothing but a pebble this game. One of the most disappointing performances you've probably ever seen if you're mid one. Just could not find a game. EG doing a great job, of course, of focusing him down, but mid one just not able to make the plays here, so they're going to lose themselves that mid set of racks as well as the melee on the bottom. Secret in a spot here now.
You can see 10, 3, 11, and 34,000 hero damage for Arteezy. He's played a pretty nice Sven, it must be said. But to me, one of the standout players definitely got to be Crit. This guy's been all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone's got these nice KDAs this game, right? Because they only got 12 kills on the side of Secret. But, I mean, Sumail 9-1-19, and then Crit, as you're seeing there, 8-2-19. 8 camps stacked. He's doing it all. He's got a ward destroyed. He spent 630 gold on support items.
Amazing.
Wow.
How can we deal with it? Man, so Shrine's taken basically 2 lanes of racks. You've got 25 on Lesh also. So all of those Diabolic Edict explosions
love that
causing some trouble.
That's how you siege a high ground right there.
Oh, yeah. Hasterin picked up for Sumail bottom, or rather top, and there's an Arcane down bottom. But if you're Secret, what's the play at this point? Like, you're down 15,000 net worth. You've got, at the very least, Aghanims now on mid one.
You need Crit. Yeah, exactly. You need a Chrysalis on that onto mid one. You got to make these big plays. You want the BKB so you can actually cast the spells. Definitely a fair choice. But they need some ultimate wombo combo stuff here from Team Secret. But they've done it before. We have seen them come back from games that looked worse than this. Unfortunately, I don't think they have the heroes to do it as easily this time. The Enchantress and the Tiny, it's so difficult when you're so far behind.
Definitely. Well, and to Chen too, to be honest, like a hero that has a lot of save, a lot of defensive ability. We've seen the power of those creeps in the mid-game fights. Yep. But right now, not really offering a whole heck of a lot to the team.
Yeah, Puppey's popping those tomes. Trying to get himself up to level 20, wants some cash, but it's going to be a while.
Absolutely. So EG pushing down the top lane next, dotting their I's and crossing their T's, and trying to, oh my god, that is quite the swing in the last couple of minutes. That was 6 minutes ago.
Hey, 2% is generous.
For some solid NA match again.
That's, I've seen some mega creep comebacks here, adjusting the formula. We'll give them 2 this time.
Butterfly done for the Sven now. And still sitting on the high ground as they just hold off. Do not want to throw this lead away in game number 1. Again, Evil Geniuses, if they came in here and were able to make the upset happen, I think it would be a huge surprise for a lot of the Dota 2 community. Team Secret have looked so solid throughout the entire season, but the big test for them has always been TI. It's a test that they haven't been able to come up with a victory for as of yet.
Feels the same for everyone, doesn't it?
Pretty much.
That darn TI gets to a lot of teams and becomes the monkey on your back, and Secret is certainly one of them. And VP, you tend to think of as the 2 big ones who annually it seems like they have these huge expectations, and everyone's like, no, but this time it's going to be different. And of course, it's only game 1 in the upper bracket. I'm not trying to jinx anybody here, not throwing out the curses, but
a very solid showing from Evil Geniuses. Yeah, there you go. You say it. Yeah. Sumail going to TP in, clear out this creep wave, and then try and get the push on, it feels like here. 15,000 net worth lead for Evil Geniuses. And still an opportunity for Secret if they can find that perfect fight.
Yeah,
Obviously,
they've outlasted the Aegis. It's a good start, right?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like the path to victory has to come through YapzOr again on that Earthshaker, hitting the big, giant Echo Slams, and then having the damage afterwards from mid one and Nisha.
Yeah, but these are some meaty guys over there. I know you guys are the ones with the coursers, but that Centaur over there, he's got 3,650 HP.
Yeah, it's true. Not to mention that Aeon Disc on crit now. He's not going down. BKBs galore. And bottom lane is where Secret want to try and find a pickoff, anticipating that they're
probably hoping for a Sumail TP, I would assume, down to that bottom lane. Baiting Nisha in the top, but it looks like EG have a very good read on the situation. Crit the only one not nearby. He's up top, perhaps thinking that he's tanking the smoke. You can see he's edging himself by the tree line.
Yeah.
Now he's going to join his team. They're on the run, on the hunt.
They see Zai, though, stomp off the mark, but they manage to find the silence and the follow-up stomp for the kill.
Venison.
70 seconds on the sideline for Zai as EG gonna clear through those creeps and push in for another round. Maybe take down that tier 2 tower. We are still about a minute and a half away from Roche being capable of respawning. And a nice way to start this one off is bottling up a DD, or just taking it, because why not?
Time to take down a tower, I think.
Yeah. Easy peasy. Or it's easy.
Playing the buddy system here, keeping crit nearby for Sumail, just in case he needs a save. He still doesn't have a BKB. Likely not going to see one this game, because he's very close to the Oct range.
Jumps in, finds YapzOr. He's already used one round of it. The stun comes out, the silence is there after. Oh, he's in? Easy, not caring about anything. High ground,
couldn't even hit the buttons fast enough. He's like, I hit the mech, dude. I couldn't hit the hand of God for you. I'm sorry.
Chase forward now. Arteezy, he's feeling it, ready to go up on the high ground. It's a lot of damage out with that break. The avalanche toss. Arteezy pops the BKB, now trying to chase. This guy's mad, wants to shut him down, see if it's going to happen. And indeed, he finds one kill, now looking for the second, killing off his old captain, and now looking to take a bit more as the tier 3 tower goes down and everybody retreats. Chase forward though.
Once.
Avalanche, throwing out that Wraithfire Blast. Now Nisha, Shadowblade, Chase, BKB. Wants to kill off Sumail, but Sumail very speedy on that ledge. And Arteezy doesn't care. The rest of his team is dying. He's farming up a hard camp.
Yeah, Sumail even just going to pop that Bloodstone for ultimate safety here. So they do defend enough, at least past the YapzOr death. So he'll be able to come back, but some costly buybacks there on the Chen and the Tiny. One step closer, just being able to close this game with a single kill now from EG.
And Wraith King realizes, I need a big item. Doesn't matter if I have buyback. I've got my ulti, and he is going to go for the full-on Bloodthorn after the Shadowblade, wanting to make some magic happen. So often this has been the guy to carry.
Yeah, there's some heroes that maybe this will work on, but they have an Observer Sentry combo in the mid lane, so they see him.
And Crit, scouting things out. They're even sending the little creeps up to get vision. And that potato might get killed off here by Fly. Looks like they're going to leave it alone for the moment.
I don't think he's got the time.
That's true. So 46 minutes in, Evil Geniuses looking for one last push onto high ground possibly. Although Roche, now we know will respawn in 2 minutes. So a little bit of a longer period of time for EG.
Yeah, only benefits Secret, I would say. Trying to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room here, and perhaps just one more item on some of these heroes, another level, anything that will help in this engagement, because they're certainly going to need it all. Nisha and Sumail tangling it out down here.
And Nisha?
Yeah, he's got the TP, but he's got to be careful.
Going down the TP!
There's a talent there, my friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nisha getting caught out, killed, and that man just fought out. He doesn't have buyback.
Is this guy human? I didn't know. I mean, the guy's been so mechanical like a robot the entire season, but perhaps a little error there from Nisha.
And the 25 talent, like you mentioned, from Leshrac, making the distance, their difference between the BKB. And now this is an easy push for them. I mean, it's 1,300 gold away. Secret need a miracle and a bit more than that.
Goes from King to King Slayer. You know, Sumail, he wears several hats for the team.
The huge pickoff from Sumail. And now EG moving up onto high ground. This hold feeling like an impossibility. They need everything from YapzOr as well as Zai. Looking for that opening. Fissure going to be thrown out. They also have the tree toss coming from mid one. They're going to run out of trees though before they can burn through these EG hero pools. Sumail still holding on for the moment. They use the glyph.
Remember, when Nisha's dead, it's a 60K net worth lead.
That's true. He is a monster.
That guy's got a lot of it tied up in himself.
And they do have buyback on Zai, but mid one jumping in. YapzOr able to find the Echo Slam. It's not enough damage. Arteezy able to get the BKB off, takes down YapzOr. No buyback from him either. EG smelling blood, going for the chase. Sumail still trying to run away. The stomp is going to connect onto one, but their eyes on the prize. Evil Genius is going to take down these tier 4 towers. And Secret, they can't believe it, as they are not willing to give up, but this game is well and truly over. Evil Geniuses are going to go up 1-0 over Secret. And a disconnect coming out. Secret really struggling in that last couple of minutes, it felt like.
Yeah, EG, they stood the test of time versus that Secret lineup. To get themselves over the hump of that early game. Nisha was looking terrifying. Got himself that Radiance and a decent moment there, but his allies, they weren't quite on that same level with them, right? Mid one had a very rough start. Only a single death, I believe, for Zai in the first 15 minutes, so pretty good start on the Enchantress, but not enough for the whole squad to bring it together and go high ground there, and an absolutely unbelievable game from Crit and Sumail.
Very impressive showing indeed from Evil Geniuses, coming in as the underdogs, able to take the first game and still talking about it immediately after the game is over as well. Maybe some jovial words being spread, but we're going to head back to the panel, hear what they thought about that game number 1.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I definitely just added Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone to my playlist after watching that one. Not necessarily what we expected coming out here. I do want to talk about Nisha very quickly because that was kind of your indie pick for the matchup. How do you think Nisha did?
I need to go even more hipster because he's not as good as Hector. If I'm looking at Wraith King performances, this dude didn't cut it.
And Rich, you said that's not what we expected. Let's be real. That's what we expected. Easy EG win.
All of us, huh?
All right. Well, one man that we know that we can't know anything to expect from, that was not English. So let's throw it down to somebody else who barely speaks English. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Rich. We have 2 more finalists for the short film contest coming your way right now. Let's go take a look at a very sad story with Invoker and a very funny story with a sniper.
Shitty wizard.
I like you. A gift from me to you.
Not yet. Say hello to the nice people.
Good enough. Silence.
Done already?
No attack.
They're over here! Don't touch me!
Yes, my strength grows. A powerful combination. It's not time yet. Get over here and help.
You think I don't know how to fight?
Where did you come from?
Dire's turret. Radiant victory.
Command. Conquer.
Fantastic. Community, we did it, boys. That was fantastic. But it ain't over. We have Next Time You See Me, maybe the top 3 for the short film contest. The time has finally come. We will announce the winners as he was walking home with the grand prize. But in a little bit, stay tuned. And for now, we'll shoot it back over to Rich.
I'm just so excited that we actually did get to see Dark Willow included in the film contest already. You know, a lot of big oversights around this pick, but the biggest oversight about Dark Willow is not going to be her inclusion in the film contest.
I was hoping you'd read us the whole copy pasta, Rich. I mean, you've sort of let me down there.
Oh, what do you mean? Do I have an oversight of my own here?
No, Dark Willow. I was ready for it.
Ready for what?
Rich, you're unbelievably smart is what he's getting at.
Oh, thank you so much. It means a lot coming from you, especially with that beautiful accent that you do have. Let's jump back to the game, though. Let's actually start to talk about what we expect to see when we do get into Game 2. I'm already looking forward to everything in this film contest, but let's start to talk about what we actually saw, because you were the one, we didn't get to talk about it to everybody watching at home, that kind of said, yeah, EG overperformed in my mind. A few early mistakes.
Yeah, for me, that was the most impressed I've been by Evil Geniuses in quite some time. They've turned up on the main stage. They're playing against Secret. The beginning of that game, it wasn't easy for them. You saw Secret give them a really good struggle. They had this sort of raking edge. There's a few fights where EG was going in with the Sven, and they weren't quite getting the kills. Things were getting turned around. But then that one overextension from Secret in the mid lane by the tier 1 tower, where EG were able to capitalize it on, that's when it all turned. There were these really amazing calls being made by EG, some magnificent buybacks, especially around the Roshan's. There was that point where Crit and Arteezy came back into the game. They managed to get over to the Radiant side, die back on mid one. They take Roche, and I don't know. For me, that was just, it was absolutely worth for all the EG fans that stayed up to watch that game. Samael had one of the best Lesh performances on the main stage I've seen in a while. The end of the game was something like 40 Bloodstone charges. It was ridiculous. I think Secret, they've got to be terrified going into game 2. If EG is playing this well, I could see this being a quick 2-0.
So you talk about that overextension, though. That's just the fulcrum shift in the matchup in your mind. There are some other big things that we do have to look at when EG really started to catch sparks.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was Secret. I mean, you look at their draft, right? They have a Chen, they have a Wraith King. They're going to push once they get the Radiance and the Midas on that Wraith King. It's all about weathering that storm. And once they eventually weathered that storm, you know, the Wraith King somehow got a couple more good fights. But once you just start stacking stuns, right? You have a Wind Ranger, you have a Centaur, you have a Sven, you have all your heroes stunned, and eventually they just took over the game.
It's just that I was surprised because more often than not, people consider Team Secret to be the best team fighting team. If you ever see, like, if you ever talk to other teams, you're just like, what brings Team Secret so much success? Oftentimes their team fight execution and their coordination. And whenever I think of Evil Geniuses, oftentimes I think of the playmakers. You let Sumail, you let Arteezy, you let S4, you let them become a real force to be reckoned with. This was surprising that Evil Geniuses kind of beat Secret at their own game. They were team fighting extremely cleanly. They weren't making any mistakes. They were smoking up at the right times.
Yeah, you think of EG farming, you know, they fall behind, they're going to farm 3 lanes. Like, they live and die by farming, and all of a sudden they just come out, and as you said, they beat Secret. I mean, I looked at supports. They had 0-8 and 0-10 on Puppey as well as Yapzor. Like, that usually doesn't happen, especially with Yapzor.
Yeah, just the coordination from EG was perfect. There was never like overlapping stunts, and everything was done to the max. You saw S4 go in as a sensor, and he always had that patience. He wouldn't just blow his Who Stomp straight away. He would look to reposition, make sure that he wasn't getting one hero, he was getting 2, 3 at the start of every single fight. And as I said, it seems like all the problems that some of these players have had maybe in the past on different teams on the main stage of TI, they're gone. If they can keep this up and keep themselves this cool and this confident, I think everyone else in the tournament's got to be very scared of EG.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like it's almost a mental game. Like, are you going to beat yourself or are you going to beat the opponent? It really is just don't get into your own head.
Okay, so basically, for EG fans at home, you want to see them keep doing what they just did in this last game. But for the Secret fans that are watching right now, what needs to change? Is the pressure really going to be on their team fights, or is it going to be more on the individual level?
In this situation, I think it was more on the individual level. I'd never seen mid one look so anemic before. Like, his Tiny, it was taking forever to kill him, but that's great. It's just that he's not dealing any damage. He's just sitting there tanking a lot of abuse. He's the hero that everyone needed to perfectly stagger the stuns for, because as soon as mid one gets unleashed, then all hell breaks loose. The Evil Geniuses just weren't letting that happen.
Okay, well, now we need to actually take a look at the players that individual pressure is going to be on. They are about to take the stage. Let's see. To be EG, this was the team that looked very dominant in the first game, and you heard from everybody on the panel that they just need to keep doing what they're doing. Team Secret also taking their positions as well. They need to rally together, and we are going to put them under the microscope here. And I also do want to kind of mention, when we start to talk about everything we need these individual players to do, is there one player in particular that the folks at home should be looking at here?
For Team Secret, I'm looking at Zai. I feel he is their most gifted player, and he needs to make it happen. They usually give him these playmaker type of heroes, and on the other side, I think for EG, I think it's S4. I think it actually is like this offlane versus offlane, because they are the ones making the moves. The carries want to farm. Like we saw Wraith King spend, they were just farming. They'd occasionally come to fights, but it's all about the offlaners.
Okay, do you agree, offlaners?
For me, I'd say it's the mid lane. I think Tsunami sort of touched upon it. That last game, it was a rough one for mid one. I don't know if it's necessarily the play or the pick in that scenario, but he wasn't able to sort of just take over the game to the same extent that Sumail did. Sumail just giving us an absolute top-class performance, showing us why he is arguably, in some people's minds, the best mid in the world right now.
Now, when we look at these teams, for anybody who hasn't been following throughout the entirety of the year, I think there's obviously a lot surrounding these teams, expectation-wise, even to those people who maybe haven't been as up to date. A lot of people saying that Secret was potentially their favorite, and with EG trying to really break through on the main stage and grab that win, do you think that we are seeing what we expected overall?
Evil Geniuses have been consistent. They just haven't been the best. That's why over the course of the season, everyone's saying 3G.
And the last major actually was a pretty rough one for them.
Exactly.
They really crumbled out of that one.
So them being kind of middle of the pack, like people always expect them to make it reasonably far through a tournament. It's just that, is this a championship team? Because it's not good enough for this roster. You know these players as well as I do. These guys want first place. It's not about...
They expect it. They don't want it. They expect it.
Yeah. And so if they don't manage to make it, like, however deep they think they should, possibly all the way to a championship, is this the kind of team that would shuffle? Who knows? But I do know that third place isn't good enough for them anymore.
And when you say that they expect it, do you think that you just said they have to make sure that they're not getting in their own head? Do you think that that plays to their favor, or do you think that that can actually be something that's dangerous?
I mean, it can obviously, I think for them it's good, right? I mean, you look at these players like, I mean, Sumail himself will tell you he's cocky. I think the cockiness, I mean, Fly even, since when did he start like all chatting, doing those lines, like, right? It didn't start until about this year, and I think like, honestly, it's good for him. You've got to be confident in yourself if you want to win, and I think, honestly, these two teams, like, mentally are the exact same. They expect to win, and they'll tell you they expect to win. We saw Puppy in the interview.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that we saw in that interview as well that is definitely going to be really important is how Puppy's mentally grown throughout all of the years and how this team really is going to function. We actually heard about his take on what it means to be a leader for this team.
Yeah, and I think one thing you can definitely draw from Puppy as a leader is he is probably one of the biggest innovators in Dota 2 when it comes to drafting. I feel you look back at that last game, you could argue it's pretty safe from Secret, right? They're running the safe lane Wraith King, the mid lane Tiny. Yeah, there's no surprises there. But I feel if Secret have tried this sort of approach against EG, sort of the standard bread and butter, and it hasn't worked out, you can absolutely expect that in this Game 2 draft, Puppy's going to come out with something entirely different and maybe bringing back some of the magic that we saw from them in the group stage, such as the mid one Jakiro. Maybe not something as that crazy and that far, but it's worked out for them in the group stage. And if you're not beating EG at the game that you feel was the best approach coming into this series, you got to switch it up. And Puppy's someone that's going to be able to easily do that.
Yeah, and I do want to say as well, is this still a phase, a point in the bracket where teams will be trying to hold some of those strats? I mean, we've already seen some crazy stuff, but at this point, you kind of do have to leave it all out there on the paint.
And it's weird, actually. By Secret drafting kind of standard, that was kind of their, like, secret strategy, because all through the group stage, they were doing these weird things, while on the other side, EG, they had the lowest amount picked heroes, I think, through maybe the first 3 days, and it was just very, very strange that Secret tried to just go and butt heads with them instead of doing their own game.
It's also one of the common critiques that a lot of people had of Bulba drafts over the course of this year is that, like, there are no real... There's
innovation.
No flavor. There's no innovation.
You're perfecting one style, pretty much.
Exactly. And whenever that style becomes so typecasted and so stereotyped, then everyone knows how to beat an Evil Genius draft. And everyone always wants, like, oh, well, you know, just let Sumail play something interesting, you know? Or let Arteezy, like, he got
not
some
play
Nagasar. Yeah, I know. It seems so easy, but if it brings them success, then why not? The thing is that with Secret, obviously, we had mentioned the head-to-head coach matchup, Sunbi versus Bulba. These are two players who know each other extremely
Very well.
I'm sure they scrim against each other all the time.
I think it is different in a way. Like, I think Puppy doesn't really... how do you say it? Like, Bulba actually does most of the drafting, right? I think Puppy does the drafting for Secret, and Sunbi's there just to, like, give tips and stuff like that. So it's a little bit different, but...
And every team needs something a little bit different, right? I do want to ask as well, I mean, now there's no questions besides how this game is going to play out. We need to actually take a look at what these players are going to grab in the draft. The lobby is all ready. Let's see what they have in store.
Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
A team that has struggled to maintain a top form is off to a hot start here against Team Secret. Gentlemen, we had a bit of concerns with the first draft, right, about the aggression that was going to come out from Team Secret. What did EG do to counteract that in the game?
Well, I'd have to say it was Sumail on this last track. They picked this hero on 2-3 and they put him mid, and he had a fantastic game. The other panel was talking about how mid one really struggled. I think the EG supports, Fly and Crit, were just constantly rotating on the mid lane, and Puppy and Yapster just weren't able to stop mid one from dying. And because Sumail on the last track got so big, Zai, as a result, the Enchantress, who was at the top of the net worth, had to kind of back off and play back. And then they talked about that fight on the mid lane where Enchantress ended up dying. And man, Enchantress lineups, they never want to get off the gas pedal. And Team Secret had to sit back. We saw Zai go to the safe lane, which is like, if you're in the safe lane on Ench, like, your game's looking like a nightmare.
Yeah, when Wraith King type heroes struggle to hit their timings, I think that a lot of people don't realize that you end up seeing the effect of it on the rest of his team's net worth. Wraith King's a hero that takes a lot of the farm on the map, and if you have map control, then there's still going to be some farm left for your teammates. And since Team Secret's timings were slowed down by EG by Sumail's Leshrac, that made Wraith King's Radiance, I think, come out around 19 or 20 minutes, which is 2 to 3 minutes slower than you want it to be. And then felt like Tiny and Enchantress were kind of just supports or kind of fours at the end of the game.
Wraith King was, you know, in hindsight, Wraith King was kind of a little bit of a weird pick for that draft because anytime you have a hero that's going this Midas and this Radiance, these are two items that don't really contribute to your hero's strength until later. And you kind of want to sit back and wait for these timings that I'm not sure like Ench and Chen really kind of fit that same lineup.
Yeah. Wraith King can snowball in terms of pushing towers with his skeletons, but that game they had Sven, they had ET, they had Leshrac, they had so many ways of just easily, naturally killing the skeletons.
Secret bans Chen and Enchantress here, but there's gonna be no Ench this game, so they don't want to try and beat EG's Chen, and they're also not going to look for it themselves. This game is EG's now on first pick, and Secret is on second.
So seeing some of these bans coming out, what would you like to see change for Team Secret?
I think the ET ban was really important. I think that enabled the Leshrac a lot, and also their entire draft as a whole. The overall team fight control and magic damage amp that they played off of last game, especially in the mid game on EG.
Here comes Shadow Demon, I think. Elder Titan's out of the pool. I think it's a great overall first pick. The hero is so hot on the meta right now. He's got defensive and offensive tools. He seems like he counters every carry.
Whenever I'm forced to pick my hero after a Shadow Demon's been picked, sometimes, you know, people will say, wow, Sven into Shadow Demon, you know, lol. I'm like, what do you want me to pick? Like, it all sucks. You either get disrupted for your illusions or you're like a melee kiteable hero that gets purged. Nothing feels great.
Oh, yes, the Yapsor, potentially the Yapsor 4-position Invoker. It's, it's nice. He doesn't really care that much about Shadow Demon. We were talking about maybe carries that are good versus Shadow Demon. I think Gyrocopter is pretty good, also a pretty flavorful flavor of the tournament second pick hero. They might be able to pick him on the 15-17 slots here in the second phase. Leshrac is also potentially good. These are heroes that don't necessarily mind if they get purged because they can just stand there and just shoot out tons of damage. But it's, you know, the Shadow Demon is he's still kind of good against these heroes. Like it's tough. It's tough. And wow, there's the Lesh, and this is a first pick Leshrac, which means EG will not see their mid matchup for this hero, but like we saw in the first game, they don't care. They're just going to make these rotations, enable Sumail on this Leshrac, and Team Secret's going to have to come up with something else. That being said, I think Invoker could actually be a mid lane hero against Leshrac.
Yeah, you said that with the ET first ban that you like the Shadow Demon first pick, and what I highlight about Shadow Demon is you don't want to pick heavy committal heroes because he just gets disrupted if you go on one of the targets. So the heroes I like to see against Shadow Demon are ones that poke from long range, but also ones that kind of use the disruption as almost an alley-oop for the opponent's stuns or AoE lockdown. Like once he comes out of the disruption, something's going to hit him. And heroes like Shaker and Invoker, as well as the ET that was banned, do fit that description. And like you said, just because it's first rounded, if they don't necessarily make the Invoker's game hard to play, they could just put a mid.
Definitely. It's an Earthshaker. You know, these are kind of also, you know, they're two Yapsor heroes. They're also two mid one heroes, and you know, Zai also plays the Shaker, so they're kind of keeping it open.
They haven't run any carry Shaker this tournament because we saw it a couple teams run it.
I think we saw mid one play it at least once in the group stage, and not a carry.
When I say carry, I mean like one or two.
Yeah, well, no, not from Secret. We actually saw Miracle play it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, you know, is that a possibility as well?
Yeah, but a lot of offlaners play it. Cuckoo from TNC has also been pretty notable in this hero. It's a quality offlaner. He can be quite strong in lane against melee carries.
So when you're in this situation where you have very open picks on both sides, where they can be 4, they can be 2, what are you looking to focus on in your next phase of bans? Are you looking to ban out offlaners that concern you because that's like the one core role that's kind of left in some ways, or?
A lot of times the second phase bans are very telling of the heroes you're about to pick. So here they banned Ember Spirit and Tiny, which are you know, heroes that can work on 2-3. They're very tempo, they're very versatile, they can be support. Ember can be support. Tiny, you know, he can swap roles. Ember, he can swap lanes. I don't know. Earth Spirit is a bit
kind of helps keep pressure away from the Leshrac, right? Those Ember and Tiny bans.
I suppose it's meant to make the Invoker's game a little bit easier. I don't personally think that Earth Spirit is that impactful of a hero. I actually think he's best up against the Shadow Demon.
Time to pick.
So you see Zayak playing that here, or we saw him playing it.
Yeah.
He crushed me when I was playing Shadow Demon. It's just that instant silence with the pull. It's kind of hard to play against. Lifestealer goes out, and okay.
I like the Lifestealer ban. You pretty much have 3 heroes, 2 supports and 1 core that do absolutely nothing to a hero like that. I think Jug's kind of fallen out of the meta, other than maybe with a Magnus.
Yeah, Jug is a little bit less popular. I was thinking Jug last game for Team Secret instead of that Wraith King. It's Jug doesn't build these backwards items. He wants to go immediately for that that Manta, that Maelstrom, that Diffusal Blade, and he's go. Win his lane and push it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got that team fight with the Healing Ward to enable some of the higher tempo that you wanted to see from Team Secret.
Yeah, he can be good. He's also really good against Ember Spirit, but Ember Spirit's not in this pool. He's good against Tide too, right? The laning phase for Jug can be very, very good against Tide Hunter.
Speaking of Tide, like this pick was surprise to me how popular he became in the meta throughout the group stage and was relatively successful. Sometimes he had some real bad misses where he just didn't do anything.
Yeah,
but a lot of games it seemed like a powerful hero.
The very tanky offlaners have been really popular. They actually make your game a lot easier when these offlaners can just stand in front with this Medallion, this Vlads, these phase boots, and they can kind of tank all these spells. You kind of see what's going on in the team fight before your squishier guys go in. That's why Shadow Demon has been so good, because he halves these tanky heroes' HP with the Soul Catcher. But they've got both on their side, so unless Secret has a good way of stopping this Tide Hunter from being a frontliner, they're going to have to be really careful about the way they poke around him.
For a long time, heroes like Tide, I think were kind of flown under the radar, mostly in my opinion because of heroes like Outworld Devourer that were especially popular 2-3 months ago that kind of just eat you alive if you try to tank, like PPD said. And when certain meta heroes get nerfed or become not so popular anymore, all of a sudden these heroes that were hard countered by them become first roundable or third pickable like this.
And that's the Enigma. It's a second pick Enigma, which is always a bit strange. Usually I like to pick this hero to isolate core matchups. You pick them on first pick, and then you see the enemy's cores, you counterpick those cores immediately, and you get this Enigma plus tanky kind of offlaner that's good against their carry to play, almost 1v2. But definitely a way to deal with the Tide Hunter. The
not purgeable stun.
What's the East Midnight Pulse?
Midnight Pulse
plus the Black Hole plus a BKB. Tide Hunter can just die during that.
Yeah. Do you think there just wasn't a whole lot of other options to deal with the Tide Hunter, so they just had to pull the gun on it?
Yeah, Tide's so good. Some people like OD can be pretty good at killing Tide.
Yeah.
You have some people like Death Prophet, but I'm not sure how good that matchup really is. Doom was an old matchup, but Doom's kind of fallen out of the meta as well.
In carry role, you have heroes like Slark, but you don't want him against Shadow Demon Leshrac.
Now, this does mean we've locked in the Invoker into the mid lane, right?
The Invoker is, I would say, for sure locked into...
So EG should be able to change things up right now if they didn't want Lesh.
Yapzor, and that's the thing. I think EG's so confident with Sumail on the Lesh. I think they're just going to go for it anyways. We actually, at least I almost thought that the Wind Ranger last game was going to be played by Sumail, but I guess that's a hero that Crit's been playing a lot in pubs, and he was definitely pretty proficient on it. He had a huge impact on the last game.
I think when you're high skilled, Leshrac is one of the most straightforward heroes to play in all of Dota. Naturally clears waves, wants to participate with just 1 or 2 items, kills towers. It just requires a setup, and all of a sudden he's got a really powerful stun. And Sumail that's what won him TI5, right?
Sumail and Newbee are probably the 2 best Lesh players at this tournament, and they both just come at you. You got to deal with them.
So Secret had a Tide problem. They thought Enigma with that Black Hole can't cleanse it off. EG, they need an Enigma counter, and is that going to be the Rubik? Is that good enough for him?
Try to get their own Enigma.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's okay. Rubik it's tough. It's not always the best, but Rubik is this is still a good Rubik game. He's got a lot of great spells to steal, and the instant lift will make these heroes have a hard time.
Another hero to be able to set up the Leshrac for success. Telekinesis.
Yeah, no doubt. They have a lot of setup for Leshrac. I think the Invoker mid lane is a great response to this Leshrac. He would probably just go Exort, just play on long range, and just have tons of damage. So when this Lesh goes in with, he has a save through Shadow Demon, which is nice, but he will, be susceptible to just getting blown up by this Shaker Invoker combo.
This game's going to come down to a lot who gets the initiation. I think Tides don't generally like to build Blink, but I kind of have a hard time envisioning him walking into fights this game. Sometimes we've seen Tides go something even as short as like Medallion into Blink.
Are they gonna ban the Arteezy Sven? What do you think's coming for
they definitely need a hero that just consumes the jungle, right? You have Leshrac and Tide. Both heroes want to play lanes. And I think if Evil Geniuses has a hero... I think Spectre would have been nice, because that's a hero that can play off map. and primarily jungle while still being able to participate in fights?
I think EG kind of needs a guy to go in and stun. That's what I was thinking, like Sven, Wraith
I like
King.
that the Sven suggestion just because it's another frontliner. I feel like whenever you have your Tide just being your only frontliner, you're not going to get good Ravage.
He could die this game, no doubt. Like, you just black hole this guy. I mean, maybe crit steals it on the Rubik, but if Tide doesn't get Ravage off, it's not good. And we talked about EG kind of being a little bit predictable, but I mean, this is their bread and butter. This is RTZ's one of his go-to heroes besides the Lifestealer. Sven, I think, would say.
What about a Morphling? Have they banned it? I
Oh.
think this looks like a pretty nice Morphling game. I don't know
I
what
mean,
you think.
Nisha does play a fantastic Morphling, but that hero has been nerfed quite a lot, and his attribute shift being so low in the early game has definitely reduced his effect.
Yeah, I was just thinking because you have the Shaker, maybe it's a viable last pick.
So what's a better option for Team Secret to beat out this Sven Leshrac duo?
I like Bristleback.
Like Bristleback against the Shadow Demon, huh?
What about all that Warcry armor and stuff? You're still okay with that?
Warcry doesn't give armor anymore. It
You
actually doesn't block.
You guys kind of put me on the spot. I had to come up with something pretty quick. I mean, you have a better suggestion?
I got you.
I already said Morphling. I can't think of anything better.
Classic Dota player is just, always have something negative to say about something else's idea.
That's BSJ. I'm just the host of this panel, you know?
I'm just trying to blend in, man.
I think this pick could be great. No, that pick's bad. It's trash. It's so easy to trash on somebody.
Do you feel like your players have done that to you sometimes when you're trying to captain, you're trying to draft?
Are you trying to flame bait right now?
No, just like anywhere in your history.
I'm a little offended, to be honest.
All right, 20 seconds left for Team Secret, and
I'm still waiting.
Not great
Mr.
options.
Mr. Carry player.
I'm saying that I against the heroes like Shadow Demon, I just want Morphling, like to lane against Tide.
The BSJ Morphling, you love to see it.
I'd love to see a Nisha Morphling. I don't know about a BSJ Morphling. Oh, Void, okay. Another
Void. Our big team fight alt. It could be a nice game. Time dilation is very good against a lot of these heroes.
Another way to be able to lock down the Tidehunter as well without letting him get out the Ravage, setting up this Invoker. You said you wanted to see an Exort Invoker. What better way to run it than with a Void?
Yeah, I wanted the mobility that went through Shadow Demon's ult, but also I feel that they don't have a hero that naturally sits in front. They have a lot of backline stunners, and Void's a hero that wants to go first, but he doesn't have anybody that I think sets him up for the fight naturally.
All right, well, we have our own guesses at what exactly went on during that drafting phase, but I hear soon we're going to be hearing from the coach of Evil Geniuses. You can see on the screen, Bulba. He's overdue for an interview. Peter, your last thoughts? You siding with Evil Geniuses here? You think that the last pick from Secret just wasn't good enough?
It's close to call. I do think that Void is a little bit lackluster. I would say if S4 can get off some good Ravages, I think they can get this game.
I think they got the counter initiation, but who stands in front for Secret? I think EG is going to have easy targets to pick off at the start of fights with the Sven.
All right, well, Evil Geniuses versus Team Secret. Bulba's ready to go. Give us a little information on what happened in the draft, and into Game 2 we go.
All right, Bulba, how do you feel about this draft?
I think it's pretty even. They have a lot of their comfort heroes. They're trying out some new stuff. I haven't seen Nisha play Void yet. And it's just going to come down to, it's probably going to go super late game, as most Secret games do. And we just have whoever team fights better, caster spells better wins.
Historically, you guys have not typically played very well against Secret, but you did great in the last game. Do you believe that that's kind of the beginning of a new momentum between the two teams?
Hopefully. It always feels good to win the first game, but they're really strong. They've been strong all year. We've had a few series where we've won a game versus them, but they close it out. So ideally, this is a different story.
Well, good luck, Bulba. Thanks for chatting with us. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Casey. And yes, Bulba says cast your spells better, team fight better, play Dota better.
It's so simple.
That
really
goes for you guys out there as well. But Trent, game number 2 on the line in this amazing series.
Yeah, they go for the Void at
crazy.
the end. I mean, degrees of separation between Puppey and Cinderin. All right, we got Puppey to Yapzor, Yapzor to Cinderin, and Cinderin, of course, the famous double bubble strats.
Oh,
right. It's only a 2 degrees number. Personally, I'd want to be several more numbers away from Cinderin's strategies, but Secret are going to opt for it. They've got the black hole. They've got the Chronosphere, and that carried him through an entire season of Dota. Can it get Secret a win here?
We'll have to see, wait and see. And, well, speaking of seeing, Secret spotted EG running through their jungle, trying to find a pickoff, was not able to get it. And that does mean that Nish will be playing very safe and sound back behind that tower, not wanting to reveal himself in the least bit. So early movements out, we're seeing a couple of interesting switch-ups Mid one playing on the Invoker, actually taking Quas first. So usually we see Exorts picking up early
Arteezy
on.
and Yapsor are just saying hello down here.
Oh, hi guys.
Any high fives? Oh, we're gonna dig. All right. Oh, what do you get? Old pair of shoes. Condolences, Yapsor. Give him a high five and yeah, just say yeah. You know those bounty runes are, right? Shove off.
You're not coming here.
Go kick rocks, I believe.
That's the expression, definitely. So EG picking up 2 of those bounty runes. Crit able to get the better end of Nisha there, and already lean on the damage along with the gush, forcing out that time walk back. But we can see the drums are pounding and heroes moving out to their respective lanes. Zai already starting off with that Reconcilius, as Yapsor is going to do one of the classics that we've seen often, blocking off the opponent creep wave, so that way his creep wave will meet underneath that tower.
Yeah, he's got the old mystery build. He actually is just straight up TP home as well. And it doesn't cost Fly all that much in terms of resources, right? Just some Shadow Poisons. And that does give Yapsor his boots, though, so he'll run back a little bit faster.
Alrighty.
So you finish that last game as Sumail. You get through the first bans, and Leshrak's still there. I'm taking it. I mean, I definitely agree with what EG's done, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. He looked fabulous on it, and already playing off against mid one on the Invoker, has taken that Quas early and using this Cold Snap just to try and harass and mess up Sumail's last hitting potential. Does mean that he has a little bit less of the base damage, misses on that one, and only 1 and 1 so far in comparison to the 3 and 2.
It's a good luck thing for Sumail. I think he intentionally misses the first 2, like last game, and then things will turn around for him, right?
Makes sense, makes sense.
You got Yapsor level 1 even rotating through here. Can't find himself the Courier as it's walking back, but he can still try and harass Sumail, but look at that positioning.
Yeah.
He is way far away thanks to the Observer.
Yeah, knowing that that's the only angle that Yapsor could come in to try and make a play, and so just hides off to the side in a position where he won't get caught out. And simultaneously, you can see up top.
Well, there's also an Observer right down where he just went again.
Oh.
So now Yapsor having some trouble trying to make an impact here. Of course, he's still forcing some movements and stuff here, and perhaps can guarantee this bottom rune. Will he even get it, though, is the question. And the coin says no. There's a high five over the Fisher. Team's in good spirits.
You'll have to see
Sumail gets a DD.
I mean, this is a great start for him, definitely. The other hero to talk about is the Tide Hunter facing off against the Faceless Void. Oftentimes people talk about Tide just being a really good matchup against any melee hero. Is this going to be a tough lane for Nisha, do you think?
I think with the Crystal Maiden, she's not the best support right in these situations. In fact, Puppy's even getting ran at right now with that gush early on, the telekinesis, and looking for a first blood here.
One more punch. Oh, and Crit going to pick it up as first blood drawn against Puppy.
Yeah, and he's off to a good one again here. Crit, a stellar performance on the Wind Ranger. Gonna buy his boots about 25 minutes earlier, so I think, on the Rubik. And give himself some movement speed in this lane.
And you can see also keeping that Bastion, causing some issues with Nisha last hitting, trying to mess up his timings on it. Always very frustrating to try and play against this as the Faceless Void. Meanwhile, Yapsor again making this move. Fly is just shadowing him this entire time though, and knows his movement because of that ward place down. And Puppy again underneath the tower. S4 is just gonna chase him down, he's dead again. 2 quick kills for Crit.
Yeah, you're not getting a lot of help out of your Faceless Void. I mean, the guys had to go 2 points on the time walk as well. Doesn't have that nice free lane where you're just skilling up the bash and playing aggressive. Nisha, we haven't seen him struggle all too much this season. This guy has been the epitome of just like the perfect player. Seems to always give you a stand-up performance. Not even a stable carry. The guy is just absolutely electric in every performance throughout the year. But he had a couple rough ones. Last game, he still had a good time. Obviously couldn't carry it through. He had some rough games on the Arc Warden during the group stage, and now this isn't really shaping up to be a great start for him. Even with like good lasts and stuff, it still looks kind of stressful to me.
Yeah, definitely.
He has to worry about the Disruption and the Chronosphere. He's worried about the Ravage. He's worried about a Rubik, who's going to have a great range at this rate if he gets his Arcane Boots into his Aether Lens early. It's going to be really hard for him to actually output damage during the Chronosphere.
Yeah, it's less about what's happening right now and what's more going to happen as the game goes into the mid stages. Yeah. And so we do see S4 still getting a nice little start here for himself. 23-1, top of the net worth, or rather last hits at this point.
I mean, he actually has 5 heroes on the enemy team that are going to be interrupting him, right? There's going to be a Yules on the Leshrac, a stun from the Sven. Whoever's outside of the Chrono can have some impact there, which means that his allies have to be perfect with these Chronos when it comes down to the Invoker and the Enigma.
And I love this from Arteezy too. He knows that he's going to basically have a one-on-one matchup against the Enigma, so just keeps on punching away at those Eidolons, not even worrying that much about last hitting the creeps because he knows that he'll be able to come back from afterwards and just kills them off and shuts down the Enigma's laning potential.
Good positioning here from YapzOr as the bounty runes are coming. Unfortunately, does he have the time? Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Got the Fisher, easy peasy.
And
But is that 3 for 1?
Oh, that looks like they're going to be able to pick up more than a few of them. And also getting some more damage again onto Puppey. The captain keeps on getting beat down. 3 kills so far for Crit.
Give the
Just
guy
a
the
nice
back.
little spree if he's able to get it. And yes, it is going to be a win as...
That is the worst. Oh, that is the worst feeling for Crit. That's 400 bonus XP going to Nisha. The guy is almost level 6 now.
Yeah.
At 5.5 minutes. With his support feeding 3 times. The tactical feed from Puppey comes out. It's genius.
Complained the entire time through, definitely. But still, Sven sitting top. The CS afterwards after clearing through those Eidolons and the rotation moving in. Fly trying to make sure that YapzOr is not going to be able to be effective with the rotation. Instead, it's mid-1 that might end up going down. Diabolic Edict out, doing a good bit of damage. Is it going to be quite enough, though? EMP draining all of the mana. Chase4 needs it again. It's going to be enough to save him. Invoker at the last second. Fly trying to make it work. Needs another Shadow Poison out. And mid-1 with that quas is regenning through it all. Secret salvage.
All right,
Absolute disaster.
I'm just saying XP streak. That's all I'm saying. Where's the Sven? This guy's been alone the entire time. He's not. He just got 6.
Yeah. That doesn't happen unless Crit gets that spree.
It is so weird. And what an amazing chrono, though, coming through the perfect moment. And the Edict damage post-death was not enough there from Sumail. You saw kind of tickling on a couple heroes, but...
Unreal. Well, 3-4, but it was 4 big ones coming out from Secret, and you can see this rotation that comes in the very last second.
Yeah, and everything was gone, right? Already used the Fisher. Now Fly comes through the distraction setup, and you pretty much have to accept that mid-one's going to be going down here, and then Big Poppy comes through from Nisha. And look how late the TP is. Mid-one had like 200 HP left. He's like, oh, yeah, no, it's good. I got it, guys. Let me just tank every bit of the Edict, too. Tower's helping out as well, doing its part.
Well, very impressive, and going back to live in just a moment, we can see mid-one, he's feeling it right now.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Buddy coming through, and now that even turns the things up top there for Nisha, or for Secret, well, S4 and Nisha, I suppose, right? Because
now
S4's like, why is this guy like 2 levels ahead of me right now?
Yeah, that rotation for a couple of quick kills, and that's the Nisha that we were all hoping to see on the main stage of TI. As we saw S4 just walk away, still and a little bit testy down bottom with Arteezy. But with Fly nearby, always has that potential for a disruption save.
Yeah, and Arteezy's still up there close with the Faceless Void as well, especially as he's just going to keep on going through the jungle and going to be a lot quicker clearing out these stacks compared to someone like Nisha, who also doesn't really have the sustain this early on to keep himself farming. He's very reliant on the lane creeps.
Absolutely. But they are going to try and clear through the stack with the help of Puppey. Meanwhile, down bottom, mid-one was able to pick up an Invis rune. Zai still sitting close to his level 6, but not quite there as of yet. And the lift up onto mid-one. They want to try and take this guy down. Disruption, building up the Shadow Poison. Ravage combination, beautifully played by S4 right as the disruption ends. But YapzOr is there, 3 stacks. He's going to need at least another one. And it doesn't look like they're going to get it. Another Chronosphere lands down onto 2 of them. Can they turn this one around onto Fly as well? Sumail trying to make something happen. Nisha very, very low, and he will go down. S4 manages to find that kill.
And that's a streak right back. Now heading towards S4. So we're evening things out here as the streak XP hops around. I mean, 268 gold for him as well. But man, the timing on that from EG was actually wild. S4 TP's in at level 5. Only the range creep left alive in the lane. He just moves in time for that to give him the Ravage as they're initiating with the disruption. That is the kind of stuff that... that range creep is in deny range. I mean, that was terrifying.
Yeah, if you don't hit that, then all of a sudden this huge rotation, all these heroes, doesn't work out. But nonetheless, they managed to find the one on Anisha. Could not quite find the kill onto mid-one, who still remains deathless. But now EG in a position with Chronosphere down to try and pressure this tower. And Well, there's a TP rotation coming from mid one. The fissure to block off retreat, and Arteezy just wanting to walk away. He doesn't have any mana left over, and Tornado lift up. YapzOr has him in his sights. They find the kill onto the Sven.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how Nisha's going to have a rough game. We should definitely say the same thing about Arteezy, though, right? Because he has to be worried about the Fissures, the Chronos, all of this Quaswex Invoker early on with the Tornadoes and the Cold Snap control. Very hard to handle. And Nisha now 4 points in the time walk. Not going to keep chasing. He'll let Fly survive. Just end up leaving the bottom lane and securing these bounty runes for himself.
10-minute mark comes around. And it is going to be the trade-off of 2 apiece as Nisha not wanting to test too much with Sumail. That is something that we should mention. The panel was thinking that it was going to be the Exort Invoker, but with Quaswex now, a little bit less damage to throw into that Chronosphere. But the plus side is that it kind of puts the kibosh on the fights, if you will.
Perhaps a way to try and slow down this early game for the side of EG, right? Try and delay things out, try and mess with things like the Ravages and the timing and all the synchronization that they're going to need to help set up Sumail for an easier game.
Yeah.
But Exort, of course, could also just provide a ton of damage with all of the setup that they have on the side of Secret. So as the game progresses and he starts building in towards that Exort, it's going to be extremely valuable for mid one.
Definitely. Well, 4-7, 11-minute mark, as it does look like, again, heading towards this mid lane. There's just been so much focus on shutting down each of the opponent's mids. But Courier going to head off, and S4 sort of doing the hunt. There's no way that he manages to get it, though, surely. And Zai just going to pick up his Midas now and start the farm wars.
Top of the net worth in the game, by the way. Been given a ton of space in that bottom lane. He didn't manage to take the tower because he TP'd up to help get the kill onto Arteezy when they were focusing their own tier 1 tower in the top lane. So that is one thing that, you know, the typical Enigma game would have liked to have, but still very happy with it so far. And now that Tornado's stolen there from Crit, so perhaps a smoke in the near future for them if they want to try and make a play with Sumail.
Yeah, it could be really nice, definitely. See if they need to make that type of a move.
S4 is just trying to bully up top here, just walking under the tower, anchor smashing some Eidolons, and put the threat onto Zai. And that brings the 2 supports over. Puppy and YapzOr just say, oh, okay, everything all right here?
No. Again, playing very reserved at this stage. We had a
Looks like
flurry
they
of
want
action
mid lane
early on as Crit. Can I be able to find the lift? Pull back now. Ravage to land. There's a lot of regen coming in, but it's not enough.
I like the way they're using this Ravage. I think it's completely fine to just shut down one of these 2 cores early. If you can secure a kill onto Nisha or mid one, that's a great way to go for it in the first couple of minutes. Now, ideally, you're securing towers after this, right? Especially when you have the Leshrac.
Yeah.
But it looks like they're just a little bit too threatened from Nisha's start here on the Faceless Void and concerned about the potential rotation of the Chronosphere. Now they are going to approach, though. Definitely like this.
Oh, very, very bold. Crit. Position and Fly back behind as well, ready to interrupt if there is a black hole there. Tornado available, and the tier 1 tower going to be denied, but still taken.
They brought all of those big spells in, though, right? They have the Chronosphere, they have the black hole, so EG able to force rotations and still get out with the tower in hand. Deny, of course, still good for Secret, but space being denied away here from Team Secret.
Yeah, and that Tornado is super valuable to steal. Just to interrupt all these engagements. Nisha building towards the Maelstrom next, it looks like, and it seems that Secret want to make a move themselves.
Yeah, the classic 12 to 14 minutes, right? This seems to happen in most games we've been casting here at TI, is that each team reads exactly what the other one's doing, and they both smoke to the top lane or the bottom lane, and it's just, yeah, I'm taking your tier 1, you're taking mine. We agreed to trade off.
Well, and then it opens up the jungle, you can go for the farm, and finished it basically simultaneous
Puppy
moments.
is so slow.
Yeah.
He went the double bracer.
Oh
he does
God.
have the boot gold now, so he'll be bringing those out. But Crystal Maiden, whew, 279. It's a hard life these days.
Yeah, man. This is the all for my team. Just get my aura, make it happen. Bottom lane, Nisha. Sticking around. S4 is there, and they'll be able to force him back. Still 30 seconds until Ravage.
Yeah, Nisha playing scared, right? He's kind of baiting here. He's going to rotate back around to the top of the stairs. Like, oh, why would he time walk away if he has friends nearby? That doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah.
They do have Radiant Vision
It's a
up on
good
the hill,
voice.
though. Thank you. That's exactly what he sounds like, actually. So, I mean, right now it's S4 baiting.
Yeah. And they're going in for it. Still 15 seconds away. The disruption, great combo, and Puppey going to be interrupted in his ulti as well. Very well played here as they steal Freezing Field, and Puppey just going to hit the deck.
And they actually didn't have Ravage.
That's crazy.
Secret now, of course, is having the perfect timing.
Oh, he's thinking about it. Ooh. Doesn't decide to go for the Ravage.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Unlikely you're going to get the follow-up kill by yourself because his friends are still here, but YapzOr bails.
Yeah. Doesn't want to take this fight anymore.
Too worried about additional heroes. They had all that vision inside, so saw that there were extra numbers. But now it's 15 minutes. You got to press forward if you're EG. You say, you know, Puppey's dead. They're scared. Let's get that battery and fly just up there.
Moving in for it, definitely.
Oh, God, they're there.
Trying to interrupt. Can they get to the 9 in the bounty rune? Not going to happen, but mid one already throwing out the EMP combo. Yule Sepul with dodge. And EG going to now try and assault the tier 1 tower, it looks like.
Nisha did get the top bounty at the very least. There's actually one more lurking there if he wants to try and go for it. If he reads the situation, he's going to see a lot of EG heroes on that bottom lane, but Sumail not revealing. Could think that he's there. And the line drawn now from Fly saying push out the top and the mid lane. And they're not going to care about bottom.
All right.
They're done. They're going to leave their vision. That's going to try and set them up for the next fight.
I guess as far as tower goes, it's one of the least important ones in the game, that bottom dire tier 1.
And they got the bounty rune too. So perfect stuff there from EG. Another strong start. A 1K lead. Nothing insurmountable, of course, at this point in the match.
Well, so at this point, do you feel like there's one team that's maybe a little bit in a better position if it does start to go late? Bobo was obviously saying that he felt like this was a game that was going to go into the late stages. Are you worried at all? Oh?
No, I mean, they both have amazing late game tools, right? There's no question. We'll have to see if YapzOr can figure this out here. Things very close to the tree line here.
EG had that ward as well, so they knew that YapzOr was coming in, and it looks like they're just going to try and retreat. Although Tornado. Ooh, that was close.
I mean, what do we got for our supports, right? We have a big save from Fly, the disruption, and then you have the ultimate, like, position 4 turnaround heroes of the Rubik and the Earthshaker. Very similar. Big reason why these two always come out at TI, right? It's hard to beat these two in terms of that, like, instant, I'm turning this fight around, I'm winning this for my team out of the support role. Crit, of course, still waiting to use that freezing field as well. Maybe gonna goad his team into a smoke before he runs out on it. Or at least go farm some neutrals. That's another great way to use it.
Definitely.
Stack these two camps right now, you know, 17-minute mark, get yourself some gold.
Let's get a blink, baby. Make it happen. And they have been using the Ravage pretty continually to try and go for a kill onto mid one, but not an easy kill with YapzOr right behind.
These teams are actually so similar in this game, right? Like, it's crazy. Like, there's going to be BKB concerns for the Invoker as well as the Leshrac. You've got that instant, like, the first 20 seconds of the fight, or not even, the first 5 seconds of the fight are so stupidly important for Sven and Void.
Yeah.
You know? It has to be perfect. It has to be the stun into all the damage. It has to be the chrono into all the damage, the perfect setup. I got to get the guy who's got the save on the backline. It's so many big brain plays coming out here, and it should be a real treat here. The longer it stays even, the more excited I get, frankly.
And now the Fissure actually going to block off mid one for the moment. Can they find the X Split Earth afterwards? And they will be able to. So they take down mid one. Just the wraparound coming, and YapzOr not able to save his mid player.
Yeah, taking number advantage here. Threatened with the Ravage, with the Soul Ring. Gonna start pushing the tower a little bit. And speaking of pushing, you got the Boots of Travel finished up for Sumail. Yules and bots at 18 minutes.
You can see Dota Plus favoring Team Secret right now. They feel like this Faceless Void could be one of those heroes that they just really like a lot, like the Spectre. His potential in the late game, as we're going into it, it feels like. But we will see. 7-7, 18 minutes in. And right now, both teams getting into the next series of items. Sumail has his bots, can push out the side lanes more effectively, maybe start to put some pressure along that top tier 1 or tier 2 tower rather.
Yeah, into that jungle zone. That ward's still surviving here for EG. It has given them so much information, and now a sentry catches a sentry, which makes Puppey perhaps a little suspicious, but he won't drop another. Didn't catch an observer. When you see the sentry like that, you gotta think like, do they have vision here as well? So yeah, he's dropping down some more.
They know though, and S4 wanting to make use of this early Blink Dagger purchase.
Yeah, another very aggressive Tide build, right? No medallions or Solar Crest or anything, just straight for the Blink, all about the Ravage.
Puppey is there. They have an idea that he's in the area, but they don't have the Sven with them. Smoke breaks now onto Puppey, getting some vision, chasing
this is
forward.
disappointing.
They have the Purge. Still looking for Yapsor. S4 wanting that +1, and they're actually grouped up together. Zai, he's got to be so careful. If S4 knows, he jumps forward. Ravage going to connect on the 3 of them. The follow-up coming through. There's no black hole in this fight. Can they get mid 1 afterwards? Dual Scepter to interrupt. Puppey going to try and play interference, but big win for EG.
Yeah, and a good steal for Crit, too. He gets the level 4 Crystal Nova with 3 points in Arcane Supremacy. That thing hits hard.
And still going to have to back out again as S4 a bit too far. So having those huge nukes coming from Crit now, can see the damage being dealt, and it was just that quick reaction and that ward. The ward you talked about in that bottom lane, scouting it all out.
That is the most value ward I've seen in a long time, I gotta say. And from an area of the map that doesn't necessarily get that much play, but it feels like EG they've forced it, right? By the way they're controlling the lanes.
Looking for the catch. Nisha gonna pop the BKB and just turn to fight. Puppey gonna pop the ultimate as well. Isn't it enough to kill off Sumail? I think the answer is yes. And now looking for Fly. Nisha able to make the move for his team as they did not anticipate that BKB.
And instant smoke too from Yapsor. He says, I've got more here. I don't quite have my Blink Dagger, but I want to force a fight while we're at the advantage. Mid 1 chasing.
Oh, mid 1 has a feeling. Crit is going to be the one that's caught, and Arteezy needs to get the heck out of here. If he is not careful, might get killed off afterwards. Tornado gonna find the lift. They're in trouble. Trying to get the time off. Wait, Crit's actually living through it. They follow up the follow-up stun, but it's not going to happen.
Does a little dance before his death.
EG lose 3, and back and forth we go.
Man, that BKB reveal could not have gone any better there for Nisha. Gets himself a double kill, puts his team in an excellent position for a follow-up, and now pushing the tier 1 mid with the Enigma. No real chance of defense here. I can't believe S4 is even coming in here. He's really in. He says, hey guys, they got nothing left. Just the black hole, and I guess he doesn't care.
Yeah, man, this guy's got Kraken Shell. Still all happy. Maybe try and bully Puppey a little bit here. There's a chance. He has Blink Dagger, the time dilation slow. S4 decides he does not want to run at people anymore. Didn't have the gush up because of time dilation. So, 21 minutes, 9-10, only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. And the BKBs starting to come out means that this is where the fights become a little bit topsy-turvy.
Yeah. Feels like there's a bit of a worry maybe for Arteezy, right? Like he's going to start losing some of his space. That mid-tier 1's gone. They lost the bottom tier 1 a little bit earlier. Perhaps the invasions are going to begin now from Seeker with the Blink Dagger on Yapsor. And he still needs quite a few items on this Sven. But, you know, he's got the Midas efficiency, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's the way to win.
He's going to smoke up. He's looking for that initiation for the team. So we got Stormhammer, we got Ravage, and we got Fly. Smoke getting popped by mid 1 with the dust now.
They know Yapsor trying to play interference, but the Ravage comes again from S4. They cake him down. And EG pick up another 2 key heroes and immediately into the pit afterwards.
Wait, we have completely different philosophies between S4 and Zai, right?
Yes.
Zai is playing the game of the threat of the black hole, and S4 is playing like Centaur right now, where he's just getting 2-man stomps off again. This guy, I guess the perennial scapegoat for S4 or for EG throughout the year, right? S4 Doom, haha. You know, the only hero he could live and win on, kind of a deal. The guy had some pretty rough games, a lot of 0-6s, 0-7s. But it's TI time, baby. This guy's a TI winner. He's been up there. He's done this. You think this place phases him at all?
He knows what he's doing, definitely. Definitely proving the haters wrong here. Playing a fabulous Tide game so far. Still, though, it is a hero that's naturally going to be a little bit behind in terms of farm just because he's not going for that Midas that Zaya's going for. It feels like Secret are kind of prepping for that later stage. But EG just getting the Aegis now, going to need to deal with a smoke coming from Secret with Chronosphere available.
Yeah, time for the aggressive plays again here once the Ravage is back up for EG. Until then, they do have to try and dodge exactly what Secret are bringing.
Well, Secret trying to find an opening here. It feels like
they know exactly what's happening. They saw Zai rotating through.
Got to be careful. They're baiting 1. They realize that Crit's in the area 2 as well as Fly. Jumps forward and Arteezy able to get off to the other side. They only find 1 in the Chronosphere. That's not good enough, ladies and gents. And now Nisha trying to control it, find that 1 kill. They have an Echo Slam afterwards if they want to use it. Zai also looking for that opening with the black hole. He has the blink. Can they find the opening? It's not going to be there. Delta Split, get the heck out of dodge. Sumail still living through this one. They've only lost the Shadow Demon so far, and Nisha just trying to run away. And Secret have to escape. They got to get the heck out of here. Vision connect. Lane again onto 2. Can they turn this one? Yapzor falls. And meanwhile, off to the side, S4 just runs away. They dodged it all.
At the very least, they did manage to save Nisha there. I thought he was going to go down. Got ourselves a support for support. But I think it was the Frostbite that came through and interrupted the follow-up there from Sumail. So Puppy with the big save. Keep his carry alive, because that was not looking too good. But for EG now, they're going to press forward. And they won't have the God Strength, but they do have the Ravage, which should be enough with the power of the Aegis to put themselves well past this tier 2. What kind of wards we got? We got 2 observers right now from Fly. So gotta get some special placements here to keep control of this dire jungle.
And a scary moment as well coming from EG as Crit has that Blink Dagger done. And as you mentioned in the fight, stolen Chronosphere. This could be one of those moments. You gotta be so careful if you're Team Secret. 3,000 gold lead, but more importantly, cooldowns still working with them right now on Secret. They have 30 more seconds until Chronos back up, but around 90 until they have Echo Slam again.
Yeah, they just want mid, I assume, for EG here. Have to push that bottom lane first, but they've got time with the Aegis to still do this. Good observer ward here, still spotting what Sumail's doing, hiding in the tree line.
Looking for it, Zai moves in. They have the black hole available, but saving it for now. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it looks like a jump through. They're still going to be able to find the one. Sumail looking like he's going to go down, but able to dodge away. Puppy finds the kill. In the meantime, mid one dies.
All right, calling all reinforcements.
And this was the Aegis, so Sumail's back again in a sec.
Some long TPs down here. So they're even thinking about sticking around because they have the Chrono back up now. Maybe going to attempt to force a backstab here, but EG, they still like what they see with mid one being dead. So contemplating a mid push here. Arteezy, he's being so stealthy, he's not even using his Midas, which I know is killing him inside.
Yes.
But he waits for that perfect jump.
We all go through pain for the victory.
He's itching right now. The camp's just right up there.
But they're really itching
something
for
good.
The jump in as they catch out Zai yet again. Another round. Evil geniuses keep on finding these pickoffs, and it's the vision. Over and over again, those wards placed down, spotting the opening, and now EG walking high ground. They've still got Chrono.
The Golden Glove was worth the wait there. S4 has been incredible on this side, and are so aggressive with this Blink Dagger.
Be careful. Where are you going to step next, Secret? Arteezy.
They still have Chrono.
Dodged out, keeping it for now. Both Secret and Evil Geniuses have Chronosphere. A little while left on the spell steal.
Who's going to have the better Chrono? That's the question. 55 seconds of precise timing. Thank you very much.
And the back away. EG managed to get some damage onto that tier 3, but really it was the tier 2 taken, and now Secret, no more tier 2s around. And again, it's every time it feels like it's Evil Geniuses having that vision advantage. VSJ mentioned on the panel that it was going to come down to who found the better initiation. That's what's been happening.
Yeah, we're not quite at that like late game stats they're looking for, but yeah, you look at those sentries placed, and there it is. Wards destroyed 3 for Secret, only 1 so far from EG, but at least they have the confidence of where to move, right? Because they know there's no observers when you're dropping that many sentries.
Absolutely. Now BKB.
Speaking of which, they're walking right under an observer, and they're being pinged out here. So Secret looking for that big play, but there's an observer sentry combo also spotting that Invoker in the mid lane.
Both teams under vision and not willing to take that fight. But it's all come to the tune of a 5,000 gold lead right now for EG.
I can't believe S4 hasn't died with the way he's played too.
It's been insane.
Yeah, definitely my my MVP so far in this one. I had a spectacular game last one as well on the Centaur War Runner. But he's just the driving force right now. He's walking, he's marching towards that tier 3 tower, and he's saying, yo team, tell me if there's a fight. I got Ravage in 25. Sumail.
Looks like it could be. Gotta be ever so careful. The wraparound could come, although they don't have Nisha with them right now. So Nisha going to come on back. Puppy realizing I need to deal with the creep waves that's pushing into the bottom lane, and simultaneously Arteezy move up towards the top lane and push that one off of their tier 2 tower.
Yeah, this is a prep for Roche time, right? You got the bottom lane way far out if you're EG. So you want to get that mid lane, that top lane, you want to get some wards in the dire jungle, and you want to get yourself all ready and raring to go for the big guy.
God, it's got to be said again, though, the problem right now in this Secret game is is feeling like mid one. You know, right now only 200 gold ahead of Crit on his Rubik. It has been a very tough game for this Quaswex Invoker.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of ways to farm as the Quaswex Invoker other than kills, right? And the team fights have not been going their way. He is creating opportunities for someone like Zai, kind of similar to last time too, right? Unfortunately, at least for EG this time, the Enigma is not going to drop off a cliff like the Ench did. So, I mean, that does matter if Zai has the R button bound, but eventually that black hole will be coming into play.
And we can see that Secret dodging away from fighting until that Chronosphere wears off, which it now, at this point, has. So EG no longer with that competitive advantage in the next fight. But the downside is that this Rubik is also as farmed as your Invoker.
Yeah, and he's just been, like, he's the reason why, of course. You know, we're giving Zai a hard time, but he knows he can't black hole unless he either sees the spell steal or he catches the Rubik inside. And then once the Aghanim comes out, well, then you just have to get the Rubik or that's it.
Yes. DD spawns.
He is actually close to that Lincoln though, so he'll have himself at least some option there with the BKB. He will have the potential, as they'll have to go for the Purge into the steal.
You saw there the stats from Crit momentarily, and one of the ones that is highlighted again is Camp Stack. That was one that you were pointing out in the last game.
Yeah, geez, it was 23 Camp Stacked by EG in the previous match compared to the 5 of Secret. Of course, it made a little bit of sense when you've got a Sven and a Leshrac, but still, they are materializing gold. They have perfected alchemy with the Alchemist Band. So EG just very on today as they take the field.
Smoke up right now. S4 again. They spot out Zai. This could be the man that they want to jump on. Roche, 2.5 minutes before it's going to respawn.
Scouting Sunstrike there from mid one just to ensure that nothing.
Oh, they're all grouped together. The jump for it. S4. He finds them all again. They can't. The follow-up coming though. Nisha's already there. He's trying to take down one. He wants to kill off Crit so they can get a black hole afterwards. The turnaround coming from Zai. Can they kill them all out in the duration of it? Puppy chasing Arteezy. He pops the BKB, runs to fight, catches out Nisha. Can they kill him off in time? Yeah, through with the Astro Slam. The second turnaround. Give him the okie doke. And Secret still seeing if they can find Sumail, but they're not going to be able to. With all those heroes dead so quickly and all the ultis used, the big win is that the thing that's crazy is there's no Roche even.
That Yules from Sumail to stop the fall-off damage as well, though. Absolutely huge to make sure that he wouldn't go down. But big stuff there from Team Secret. They finally find a fight. They get the big pick-off that they needed with that Chrono. You saw him just instantly like, there he is. There's the Rubik, and Zai breathes a massive sigh of relief. He does 4,500 damage on the Enigma, and then 5,017 on the Faceless Void there from Nisha, as you saw.
Dude, and the buybacks came so quick.
There you go.
You talk about the double bubble. It's just back and forth and back and forth. Big team fight ultis, killing off that Rubik.
I mean, that's how good it is, guys. The double bubble, Cinderin could win with this. It's extremely strong.
Oh.
Sorry, it's too easy at this point.
It's too easy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure, but it looked like Zai might not have gotten his BKB off at the start of that one, possibly, which caused some of the turnarounds. Whew.
All right, now let's do it again. How hard is that, right? I mean, everyone's going to be taking a moment because that was a lot of spells cast. We got some big cooldowns, and so we're going to be waiting for a while.
And still no chance for the Roche because of the long respawn time. Like, if that happens immediately afterwards and Roche respawns, like, Secret could go in and steal it away. But not the case this time. Butterfly completed for the Void.
Yeah, he is very scary. You saw how much damage he was outputting there. Tends to be a very magic damage based hero because of the bash, and a like Maelstrom builder, but now that Butterfly is just going to help with the pure right clicks too. Of course, just amplifying everything with the attack speed.
33 minutes in, and again, S4 doesn't have the Ravage this time. Nisha up on the low ground, starts to find him, gets the lift up though for the turnaround. Sunstrike, it's not there. He has Chronosphere, but he just didn't use it. And now Chase Ford finds the second round of it. They group apart Nisha, only able to find one, but it might be a good enough one at that. But the disruption coming from Fly, saving his buddy life, need to get the heck out of there. Sumail gets the Yule Scepter lift up, still lives through it, and now Puppy is the one who's gonna get caught. And that Chronosphere was not good enough. Ravage is now back up. Chasing forward, Arteezy finds one, the Ravage again to interrupt, and now the follow-up. They've got Nisha Nope, the Malefice. They can't kill him off in time before he's able to get the jump away. EG find 3.
Team Secret tried to thread the needle there because they knew that Ravage wouldn't be up, right? They're just checking the cooldowns. So like, let me see, Ravage, 150. We got Faceless Void, the Chrono, 120. It was there. It was ready. A 30-second window. But when you try and do things so, like, surgical like that for Secret and you fail, it's going to be very, very painful.
And like you said, it's that initiation. You fully commit into the fight, and by that time, it takes you those 30 seconds to get away afterwards. And that does leave open now another Aegis going into the hands of Sumail.
Well, they do have the black hole back, of course, for Zai. It wasn't ready for that team fight. That is another thing about trying to throw that Niels. They were completely reliant there, and as you can see at the end of that fight, another unbelievable Ravage here from S4. The start of the fight, when they first done Nisha, they didn't have enough lockdown. Not enough allies nearby to try and get that kill, but in that moment, yeah, Fly. Woo! Let's go, he says. We're back, we got the Aegis, we got the cheese. On to the march to the high ground once again.
Dude, part of it is that it's like, you know, obviously a really good tied game, but the part of the thing too is S4 is just putting the team on his back right now.
He's playing fearless, 100% right now.
That's what you got to do.
And Sumail, I think we're watching a replay here because he just finished his Shivas. It's 35 minutes in, and the guy's got the same stuff going on here. He is terrifying. The only thing he's missing is the level 25 for those Diabolic Edict explosions. And now, if he gets stuck inside a Chrono with someone like Crit, if you're going to be focusing on Crit the whole time, you're going to be taking a lot of damage if he manages to get that 25.
Well, the panel was talking about Leshrac at TI5. That had one particular ending. If you all recall.
Oh, he was there.
He was there. That guy was there.
The Sumail guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do not want to keep on giving him Lesh, it feels like.
Yeah, Crit thought that was funny.
Crit appreciates my humor. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Ravage, 25 seconds away.
Yeah, that's another window here where they do have the edge in the ultimates from Team Secret. A little bit down in the net worth, though. As you point out before, mid one still just on the struggle bus here.
Again, needing to get into those items. At this point, he does have the Aghanim's Cold Snap talent, but only level 16. I mean, Nisha's walking by him at 24 right now. He's the third lowest level in the game.
Oh. Goodness. That's like last game, right? Crit was out-leveling him before, and he's out-leveling him again. The Grand Magus defeating the Invoker.
The smoke up. They have an inkling that somebody might be heading up top, and guess who it is? Mid one, trying to create some space for his team.
Sumail's hates it, he's running.
Do they break on him? Sumail's off to the left. Meanwhile, Arteezy, he's going to realize that they're over there, but it looks like they won't go for the fight.
And they all blink away as S4 blinks in.
Yeah, the Secret realize now.
At the very least, mid one did stick around up top, so he'll go for the next wave. That one perhaps a little bit oh, okay. He goes from the out of range tornado.
Yeah. Afterwards, sending out the Forge Spirit, needing to play as safe as can be. Can't afford to lose anybody at this stage of the game.
Oh, we're talking 25 though, and there's the big one. The plus 40 strength on the God strength now for Arteezy.
You look at the buyback status. Only the Enigma and the Crystal Maiden have it for Dire.
That is terrifying. All right, Nisha's super close.
Yes.
Okay.
They all are super close, but you got to get that buyback before you take the fight. Nisha also almost 25.
Before EG bring the fight as well. It's only a minute and 45 left here, though, on that Aegis.
They spotted him, I think, on that ward. Sumail looking for an opening here. They're also bringing in Arteezy.
Dude,
Nisha shows up.
These wards down here,
oh god,
that's been insane.
That other ward, Nisha needs to be so careful. He jumps away though, realizing what's going on. They get the lift up. They jump in. They find the stun and they get him. Oh my god, they get him again. He did manage to get buyback gold right before that.
But the greed, man, not BKB TPing. I mean, you can't blame him, right? That was just a field TP.
But that means that they know that Sumail as well as Arteezy are not here, and they're going to find at least one turnaround kill. S4 moving in, looking for YapzOr, but Sumail botsed into this fight. They've caught Puppey with the splitter. They find another kill. Off to the side.
Careful about this buyback, though.
Oh, not only that, they don't have crit right now. They can't stop a BKB black hole. They maybe need to find one first, and S4 could think about jumping in if they want to use it. Arteezy also behind enemy lines.
They can't black hole the Aegis, though, unless they're super confident in the Chrono after with a buyback, which would be fair.
Again, maybe a little bit risky here from Evil Geniuses, as they are going to walk up, take down this tier 3 tower. Sumail is going to try and back out, yeah.
They just want shrines.
Need to be careful, and Zai not going to take the bait for the jump. So EG take down the tier 3 tower. That opens up these shrines to be taken as well. And if there is going to be a next Roche fight, EG should have the advantage with buybacks.
Oh, Fly with the beautiful wards again in the same spot creating two of the biggest moments in this match for EG to help give them this lead and drive them towards a potential 2-0 here. They've lost the edge of the Aegis now, though, as you hear it expire. But they do gain a BKB now in S4. He's holding the cheese, probably going to pass that off to Sumail. As you can see, the open slot's still there, and S4 will be happy to tank it up with the BKB instead. Now up to a 67% win probability, according to Dota Plus.
Dota Plus is feeling like it's going to be a 2-0. At this point, Secret needing to come up with an answer. 11,000 gold lead for EG. The Aghanim Scepter just now completed for the Rubik. Those couple of huge team fights, the turning point in this one to try and move EG into
you want to see something nasty?
What's that?
You just hover over that spell steal. Like, I mean, that range.
Yeah.
How do you play around that? This is such a hard game.
It's a freaking screen.
Let me just click Lincoln's here. All right, we got a 13-second cooldown. Let me click Rubik. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a very effective counter.
This is going to be a problem. Unless they're able to find the Rubik. That has to be one of the ways to do this. Maybe even just chrono the Rubik and then you go black hole everybody else.
That is completely fine at this point.
Mid one still scouting out for his team.
TZ sending the Midas home. Off to the farm.
And this is a DD rune spotted as well.
McCurry helping out there. Sending it. Nice micro there. The Midas has done its job. Will be sold now.
But look at this. Secret, they need to defend the top tower. Or top set of backs. There's creeps in the base.
All right, what kind of tools do we have here? YapzOr, he's working on a potential Aether Lens to just keep his stuns up. Big damage from Nisha. He wants it all in this team fight. No buyback. He is a one-and-done kind of hero in the Faceless Void. That's how he's going to treat it. This means that he 100% has to get the chrono off before dying. Keep the buyback. You can play a little lax. You know what happens. It's not the worst thing. But
he did take the backtrack cooldown instead of the
try to stay alive.
Yeah,
you know?
Everything to stay alive. But you do remember last game what happened. Nisha not being dissuaded from dying without buyback in the previous game, going for that play again. Just hopefully not the dying part.
Yeah, there might be some time, depending on if they can get outside their base, if they can read the fact that EG is just spacing for the Aegis. Especially with Sumail showing on the bot.
And I guess the big key there is they feel like they have to all in for that Aegis play. And if they don't win the Aegis fight, you know, it's going to be really tough for them. And likewise, you can't buy back and just TP in.
Mid one is so scared this game, but he can't even get farmed, right? Like, he's running around invis, trying to push lanes for his team to keep them in this and create pressure on EG to make large rotations across the map. But he gets to hit 2 creeps, and now he's back ghost walking.
Yeah.
Like, it's not surprising he's only 2K ahead of Crit. When he has to give this kind of a game, he's trying to give as much farm as he can over to Nisha, who's now time walking into the tree line down on the bottom.
It's just so scary. Like, you've got such ridiculous damage coming from EG after a stun, and they just keep on getting stun locked and killed. Pickoff after pickoff, 22 to 16, 42 minutes in.
Fly just said, "Hey guys, we can take that shrine."
Yeah,
just drew a little line. He's like, "Hey, I guess got some free gold there. Why open? We can't allow a backstab to happen, right? If we end up going high ground." They're still waiting for the Roche, and oh my goodness, that was a fast spawn.
Very fast spawn. We'll see if they're able to spot it. Aghanim Scepter.
Nisha has decided that he can solo kill Sumail if it's not obvious, because he's waiting. Yeah. You know, he doesn't need any XP. He would like a little bit more gold for his buyback, but he is just completely hoping that Sumail will TP down here.
Yeah, but likewise, EG, if you don't see Nisha farming out the creep waves, might give an inkling as to where he is. Cataclysm is the pickup. This could be one of the big defining factors here.
The damage up to 350. I mean, that's all right for Pure.
Yeah.
He'll definitely take it. He's not a full Exort Invoker.
But likewise, who do you like this Aghanim Scepter on for the Roche?
What's Nisha's APM right now? It's probably not too high. 118. Oh my God, it's the lowest you're ever going to see it.
Well, you see there as well. Actually, Sumail, he TP'd back, realized he doesn't like it anymore.
Yeah,
just leaves.
He saw it. He was like, I don't think so.
So who do you like this Aghanim Scepter on that Roche picked?
That's a good question. Oh. We already got it on Crit, right? Shadow Demon, I guess, sometimes can be all right. Oh.
There's a smoke up looking for that opening. S4 could be the one that gets jumped on, but it would need a black hole, and then that opens up the Rubik to go for the steal play, and the panel is talking about it, this big frontliner that just, you can't get through the watermelon. It's too tough.
They have 2 of the non-Kraken spells too, but the Rubik
it's just too scary. You can't initiate on him.
And well, look where Sumail is. I mean, that creep wave is going to be heading in here. He wants to be nearby because he thinks that Secret might take the opportunity to jump. But they're keeping that wave up. And now Fly pings it again. It's just like, maybe we keep this going?
Just the understanding of where Secret was going to come from and holding on to the high ground.
Yeah, they stopped the Force Spear from getting in. So they have to Sunstrike it, and they say, indeed. Roshan awaits.
And EG with that are going to move into the pit. Going for the quick kill here.
We got the black hole. We got the freezing field. We got the chrono. We got the echo slam. Everyone has their moment here from Team Secret. The question is, can he get there in time? I can give you a quick answer. It's absolutely not.
And Roche is going to go down as they pick up.
Sumail's going to carry it around here. It looks like it is indeed Fly who's going to get it.
All right.
It's a nice Ags. I mean, you don't often get to get it, right? But 3 charges on the Demonic Purge. I do agree. I think it's better than the Tide one when you're rocking the phase boots, right? Because you already got mana issues. Spamming Gush on this giant like wave and torrent is a little bit tough, and the guy wants a refresher too. So
yeah, need all that mana for other.
He's gonna need some mangoes at this point.
He's got the Soul Ring. I'm sure it's all fine.
He's done the math.
15,000 net worth lead in EG after having taken that Aegis, getting the Ags. Is going to be in a position where they can possibly try and push for the next set of racks here.
The comeback in the last game was virtually impossible for Team Secret once they got down like the racks and everything. And this time they're still holding the high ground, but even more importantly, they just have the better heroes, right? This is much more of a game where it can happen. Unfortunately, they still have the exact same problem in mid one. He's still not scaling.
He did pick up a refresher here, so all of his spells double damage.
Cast spells, hit spells.
Gotta be careful. Alacrity onto Nisha, looking for their opening. Sumail.
You gotta watch that Scythe. If Nisha jumps in here, he's got to BKB preemptively.
Yeah, it's really dangerous. And Sumail taking a lot of damage. Yule Scepter's dodged the hit, but the Cataclysm finds the hit. Was that just the Sunstrike?
Just the Sunstrike, just holding on.
Saving it for the second round afterwards. So that is going to be the end of this push for now as they burn through the Aegis. But they will at least get one range tracks with one last hit from Mr. Cardi.
Yep. Quick loss, though, from Team Secret on that.
Now the call is to head down to the bottom shrine. I mean, that's the thing. Like, in these moments, you've got so many potential ways that Secret could pull it back. You got to play it as safe as can be.
You don't want to be the first mover if you're EG either, right? Unless you see this like perfect opportunity, which is always hard to get going high ground, you would rather they throw the chrono first, right? Put the pressure on Secret. Don't reveal yourselves as this Rubik, and only feed out your Leshrac with his Aegis.
And we do maybe see one of the problems that Secret have in this game, or rather EG have in this game, is there's a lot of outspam, a lot of damage spells from Secret that don't require a big initiation.
Yeah, but now we do have a BKB on Sumail to help replace that Aegis.
Oh, crit. They realize he's there. Jumped on S4 is in the immediate on top of him. Look at the damage coming out.
That was a mid-hero.
Oh my god. They didn't stand a chance, and Crit looking to try and chase him down. They don't have buyback on the Invoker with the Chronosphere. Do they have any follow-up? They need the Black Hole afterwards, and Zai able to get it onto both of them. The huge combination coming out with the Echo Slam. One more! Secret! They're doing it! Is it going to be enough now? They're trying to take him down in time. 4-step off to the other side, and S4 gets the cheese off. Trying to run back now. They still don't have mid one, but they forced all these buybacks. EG, are they really going to try and push for more now? Oh man, S4 with the big bad punch. And look at the damage coming from Zai though.
They just spent so much on buybacks and on some big heroes too. Crit, Arteezy, and Sumail. Possibly the 3 worst ones that have to do it. But again, the big counter to the Chronosphere, it's always the buyback. Nisha has 6,800 gold. He might have to go back home and buy the refresher.
They need to think about it at the very least. 4-Staff trying to keep him alive. A second 4-Staff just pushes Stoomgrave. But they do have buyback right now on this Earthshaker. They got to try and hold at this point in time. If they can manage to hold things out, all of a sudden they're going to be in a much better position with those buybacks on cooldown.
It's back. There's no glyph. They're protecting.
And so much damage coming out from Sumail.
It's a bold play, right? But they've read the situation. They know they only lose to the Chrono and the Black Hole. Nisha again shows, still holding that gold.
But this is one of those moments. You look at it and EG, they committed buybacks for this. They get another
and it all started with that pick there on the crit.
God, look at the damage coming.
Yeah, that plus 250 talent is a absolutely monstrous one when it comes to the anchor smash, and then the follow-up there from Crit to keep things going. But beautiful. Nisha finds it. Easy follow-up for Zai out of the disruption. It's a save, but it's also a setup, as BSJ pointed out. And YapzOr, after 2 games on the Earthshaker, feels like he finally found himself an echo that mattered.
Yeah. And barely able to get out that break also coming on to the Faceless Voids. There weren't any bashes afterwards.
Mid one's like, thanks, team. I know, I got this. I'm coming back.
7,000 net worth lead, but again, those buybacks, the big deciding factor in these games, and they used 3 of them.
Yeah, and that's...
Oh, lordy.
Yeah.
Oh my
S4 got the gem first, though. Passes it off to Crit. Gonna be looking for mid one as he runs around the map here.
And the scary thing is that mid one will eventually become a hero. He's getting closer to that late game invoker status. Getting level 20, having the Cataclysm and the Refresher. We didn't see that combination come out in the last fight. And even still, Secret were able to win it. It does sort of beg the question, if Nisha manages to find those Chronospheres, can Secret bring them down in time?
Also, I can't believe he's also going back for the Satanic too. And now he's going for the Lincolns, he's thinking after, so Nisha just has full confidence in his first Chrono. He knows that they're also lacking damage, right? Which is the other thing, that he can't fully invest in the Refresher. I do understand that as well, or that line of thinking, because mid one's not offering a whole lot. He's just spellcasting with the Refresher and the Aghanims. Same thing essentially for the Earthshaker and the Enigma. It's all just holding people in place for Nisha to bash them.
Goes back for it after picking up that Satanic, like you said. But nonetheless...
Oh, okay. So he went off the Lincolns.
Yeah. I guess the other thing, too, now is that they have more points up in Exort, so Alacrity matters more.
He needs a base Refresher, too. He doesn't have to, like, carry it around. So now he's got the 6 slots. Yeah. I'm definitely down with this over a Lincoln's.
Well, mid one again, scouting for his team. But we're getting closer and closer to that time. It's still where anything can happen in the late game. It feels like we're going to be waiting for that next Roche.
Yeah, I can't believe it's been brought down to just a 3K difference here in terms of the net worth as well. Kind of getting some heroes topping out here, maybe trying to put it onto some of their allies. So you don't necessarily have RTZ constantly hitting creeps or Sumail as well, right?
Yeah.
Sumail is closing in on the Octarine core though, and with his BKB, man, they are going to take these last racks so fast. It might end up being a mega creep game. We all know that doesn't mean it's over. That's for sure. And Nisha now leading the charge here. They're going to some unusual spots. They're going to see an empty camp and say, oh, I wonder where they went next. They're playing detective here, tracking their way through on the hunt.
Now they have a feeling. They drop down the ward up on the high ground. And this smoke's still a decent amount of duration left. YapzOr gonna be the one that picks up the DD, actually.
Observer Sentry combo here from the side of EG.
That's gonna reveal Nisha once that smoke wears off.
Yeah,
so now they know where he's at. EG afterwards could go.
Sunstrike was very, very correct. I wonder where they are.
Yeah. But you can see EG playing very safe now. With no buybacks on several of their heroes, does open up a large window.
Midnight Pulse. I wonder where Enigma's damage.
So much damage.
Midnight Pulse on Black Hole is absolutely ridiculous.
So, moving into the pit. The Roche respawn time.
Minute and a half. All right, what does that do for our buybacks? That's the big question, right?
It's not quite good enough for EG. They're not going to have them by the time the Roche spawns.
They need a real long Roche.
Yeah.
It probably won't be game-ending necessarily, though, with only a minute.
Did get that Eidolon damage also, level 20 talent for Enigma. So if they do manage to push down a lane and get some damage onto the tower, it's going to be quite quick.
Fly just scanning with the illusions right now.
Yeah. Waiting for those buybacks to be ready. Not wanting to put a step forward if they don't have to. God, down to just 1,000 gold lead.
Man, Secret are looking stone cold in the booth right now. I can tell you that. No feet are tapping. Everyone intently on the screen. It's just, you know, the second that one pixel appears, I might have to jump and cast my spell. Stoic in there. both sides.
EG now grouped together, mid one. The plus side of this Ghost Walk is that it's going to give you so much more potential to push out those side lanes without revealing yourself, throwing those tornadoes consistently.
Yeah, he has been playing a bounty hunter that essentially doesn't feed in this game. I feel like mid one has done despite being pretty low in the net worth and everything, he's done a good job of keeping these lanes in a good spot for Secret. It's one of those things that's a little bit thankless. But I think EG, without this Invoker running around and sacrificing himself, EG would probably have Megas, if not the game by now. He's constantly tornadoing, staying off the map, and it can be hard to keep track of that when he's never showing.
Definitely. Everybody going for Aeon Discs now, knowing the potential.
Yeah, it's a good, very good call. It's kind of the pseudo buyback in a way, right? Of just like, I can't be killed instantaneously.
Yes.
Got myself another chance in this fight. But there's so much follow-up, too, that at the most, you're hoping you just commit 2 big spells for you.
Scan. S4. I mean, there's bounty runs, but oh, God. I mean, he can do what he wants, right? He's had an amazing game so far, but every step forward you take, it's closer to death. But Roche's respawns now, and those buybacks used earlier about to come off cooldown, all of them with the exception of Yapsor. Still about a minute away from his being done.
I mean, the crowd has been pretty loud for these two teams too, but they are just, they await like us. They can feel the tension.
A lot of tension in those booths. A lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and the big testament of what makes the top team is how do you deal with that in these moments?
Well, we got a Forward Spirit and an Illusion if you guys want a real team fight here. There it is. It's 2-on-1. They're battling it out with the Forward Spirit, trying to make the play. Oh, he lives! That was amazing.
You're such
you can get some more of that.
I love it.
Ah, it's just TI.
Yeah, that's true, right?
That doesn't matter. Oh! And the deny on the damage. Oh! This Forward Spirit has done more than Mitten.
He just died. Oh
yeah, it's okay. He denied the damage. It's fine.
Fair enough. So 25-19 as we near the hour mark. This game
already? Whew.
It's pretty crazy.
It's been good.
It has.
That's a nice one. Question is, are we going to get another?
That's a good point. Only time.
Do you have a feeling?
You know, it really feels like it could go either way. And at this stage, wondering if the double huge team
I think the double Ravage is...
Puppy.
The double Ravage is kind of scary for me.
Jump, jump, jump. Finds it on to 3. Not bad at all. Is it going to be enough, though? They have the disruption, able to keep him alive. S4 will go down, but Arteezy is the one to live. They buy back on the tide, and they just are going to back out now. But the BKB used from the Sven, and now Nisha, Refresher used, but no mana for that Chronosphere afterwards.
That is a bit of a problem. Luckily, he's got a Crystal Maiden. So Puppy pumping him back up, almost up to that 300. Just needs a little bit more for the time walk, and he's all good. And we're online. Second Chrono ready to go.
This is one of those moments. You take down S4, he buys back, and now another window. Or if you can take that huge team fight out of the game, gives Secret such a huge lead.
Jeez, S4 does not have any wiggle room for himself, though. Has to be very careful with the arcanes and everything. Just can't mess up, because he's also very close, right? With these anchor smashes and gushes, he could run into trouble. Definitely appreciate the fact that he's gotten rid of the phase boots, right? Because he needs it when he's gone for this.
Refresher, very expensive in the mana department, only 1,100 on that Tidehunter.
Yeah, so just the double pop, just has to ensure he gets it.
And Crit being the one to open up. Arteezy gonna get stunned. Nisha throws out another Chronosphere, but S4 there with the Ravage to turn this one back around. They have the Chronosphere, but can they get it? Oh my God, the Cataclysm! And the second Refresher. Is it gonna be enough though? S4, he's in trouble. He's all alone trying to run away, and is he gonna be able to escape with the BKB wearing off? The answer is looking like maybe, possibly. The Chronosphere that was stolen from Crit to turn it back around, and now the jump forward. They want to take down Crit, able to save his offlaner at the last second.
That cost his buyback, but of course well worth it with S4 not having one. He is out of Ravage for 2 full minutes though, and you've got to think that Secret now should be able to take position here and get themselves around that Roche pit while they still hold the big black hole.
Can you believe it? The turnaround in this game, Secret in the late game are making it happen. They force out over the past couple of minutes 4 buybacks
They've
from
gotten
Evil
the big
Geniuses.
jump. I mean, Bulba knows That's what's going to come down to, and it's Secret in the late game who are finding them. Nisha. Fantastic chronos, and he's got another one coming up here in 55 seconds. And of course, that Aegis, I imagine they give it to him. I could see an argument for Zai as well. Maybe even Yapsor, but he's not. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards Nisha, because I think if you have Chrono, these fights are just incredibly difficult for EG.
Well, it doesn't even feel like Secret are willing to fully go into the pit as of yet. A little bit too scary just walking in there. Gotta know Ravage. Nisha jumps forward. He finds him. Blink away. Stolen time walk. Tries to jump. Tries to find. Break. The catch. Is it going to be the kill? They're going to be able to get the black hole turnaround. But where's the damage? They don't have enough. Heal through. Coming through. EG trying to get him. And the break kills onto Zai. Now finding more. The Hex is out as well. Who's that puppy going down? Almost killed. One more right click. Finishes him off.
Oh, the defensive black hole is not usually the one that you want. But they needed it there for Nisha.
And he stole it. They have it stolen. Crit has black hole ready.
With the Aghanim Scepter as well, he's going to get himself a big old Midnight Pulse under there too, and that could bring down the beefiest of heroes. But Nisha, he's back with the double chrono.
The smoke up coming. They're moving right into the pit. And do Secret know? They might not be aware of this.
There's a DD bot. Nisha, how bad do you want it?
They're leaving. Either they don't know or they feel like they can't contest, but with double Chronosphere, you would imagine that they feel like they can go and fight.
They don't seem to.
Not quite
They're
in
scanning.
time.
They know.
And a little bit too late on the draw. Secret are going to give this one up. So Refresher, Aegis, Aghanim Scepter, and a cheese.
So that's two black holes, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. Double black hole for Crit. Can he do magic? The Grand Aegis. 60 minutes in now, no puppy for 60 seconds. EG, in the duration of this game, have been able to take down 2 of the racks, but as of yet have not been able to break from Megas.
We also have the Aghanims picked up for Sumail too.
All right, Nisha thinking about jumping. He has no vision right now. No vision at all. But they're down on the low ground. Does he spot them out? Not quite. They're behind some trees. And he spots them. He gets Nisha. Soul Catcher already out, looking for the follow-up. Is it going to be? He doesn't need anything at all. The break. He's in trouble. The slowdown. The second one. Nisha going to get caught. Nisha going to be killed. He has 100 seconds away. Now mid one trying to run out of there. S4. He has a Ravage back up in a second as well. But they can't quite find him as of yet.
Zai's out of there. He's going down to the wave. No one's in the base.
Look at this. EG, the tier 3 tower.
We have the black hole, we have the refresher, we have the chrono.
They have a moon chart on Sven. 5,000 gold lead right now for EG.
Just when it's looking like Secret have figured this one out and gotten those big team fights, it goes right back the other way. The jump is there from S4.
And still a ton of duration left on that black hole for Rubik. They haven't even had to use it yet. And you see the swing back and forth it goes. Back to just about 50-50, 62 minutes in.
Icefrog's having some trouble up there in the booth. He's sliding it left and right, trying to read what's happening.
And you see there the
but it's an enigma.
Oh. Up on the high ground.
There's no time for replays. Things are far too dangerous right now. I appreciate this production because you never know. There's one moment.
Notice.
Especially when S4 blinks into a creep wave.
Jump forward, finds 2. That's a good 2 to get, but the Aeon Disc already proc. Crit living through this one, trying to find the follow-up. It's going to be there. They take down 1. They are going to possibly... No, they can't get Sumail. He's walking away. They find the finish. The black hole dropped down onto Arteezy. It's not enough. They're trying to run away. Is it going to be enough to break, to catch the control? He time walks out of there, but now the turnaround. Mid 1 coming through with the... Woo! Does it to him. All the combo and no buyback. Team Secret, god damn, you're beautiful. As Zai left over forward, he made it happen for him. No buybacks.
That's it.
Dear Lord, that was beautiful.
They're out of there, and what does it again? It's a little observer ward there on the river that lets Nisha grab that game-winning chrono. It's one thing to cast your spells, but in order to do it, you gotta see the other guy.
What more can you say after a game like that? Team Secret getting the adoration from the crowd. Shanghai loves these guys.
Shanghai loves the big spells, and I don't blame them. A hell of a game to watch, and a great way to send us towards that game 3. As Puppy is going to march back, he's going to relax, check his hair a little bit, still looking really nice and fly. And mid-one's get, well, much like the game, he's lagging behind a little bit. But in the end, he'll still get there.
Oh, my goodness. Shanghai, the Mercedes-Benz Arena, a packed crowd, loving what they're seeing every minute of it. We're going to head back to the panel, see what they thought about that unbelievable game number 1. 2, excuse me, I don't even know what's happening.
An incredible way.
Game number 2? Yeah. We're hearing a bunch of numbers from them over there. I'm saying, yeah, we got a game 3. Definitely want that. I could go to a game 8,000 with this series right now, Austin.
Absolutely. It's incredible. And I think that some of the things that like BSJ and PPD wanted to be able to point out was the fact that BSJ, you said that win or lose, this game's going to be a lot on Nisha's shoulders on that Faceless Void, right?
Yeah, usually with a Faceless Void type hero, you want somebody who stands in front, kind of serves as a meat shield, almost like forces the enemy team to collapse on that hero so that you can get an opportune chrono and you don't have to start the fight yourself. But what ended up happening over the course of the game, the awkward team fights in the middle were kind of rough for Secret. That's why they got down by 15, 20,000 or so. And then eventually they just used buybacks as their tool to have those meat shields in front. People would just die, and then they'd buy back and start the fight after the chaos ensued. And you get 2-man Chronos, 4-man Black Holes. Eventually, with all these refresh orbs and big ultimates, they're able to hit enough of them eventually. Like, they're going to hit somebody.
Yeah, Peter, Bulba said this was probably going to go late game, and sure it did. What did you think about those closing moments?
I saw Nisha. They showed him on camera missing that chrono.
Yeah.
Man, you almost just lost your team the game. He like smiled and smirked, and then here all of a sudden he's going in and just winning his team the game with that last chronosphere.
Incredible. Rich, what'd you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we got plenty to talk about right now. Definitely excited to see this one going to a game 3, but I heard you guys actually talking about it quite a bit, the idea of basically using somebody to bait and then going in, say, okay, we're going to use the buyback here. We're going to then go in and fight once more. Do you think that that is the story of how they really were able to win here, ODPixel?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was so crazy, right? I mean, it's exactly as you said, but then you sort of took it to the next level, because normally it's, okay, Chrono's down, Black Hole's been used, we'll get back in, but with the refreshers in play at the end of the game, suddenly it was, you had to wait for the double Black Hole to come out, the double Chrono before you were able to successfully get yourself back in with a buyback that EG did try and do a few times in that later portions. Honestly, that game, for me at least, that was without a doubt the best game I've seen so far here at this TI. This is the absolute dream. This is the pinnacle of Dota 2. You have every single bit of team fight that you could hope for. It all came together in an entirely close game. We did not know who was going to take that win until the very last 10 seconds of gameplay.
You know, you could hear the crowd as well. I think that they would agree that this is one of the best games that we've seen thus far. I mean, typically, you know, you really expect the fans to cheer for the home teams, and that's something that we've seen pretty much everywhere we go. All of a sudden, you just get some of the best heckin' Dota that we've seen, and everybody's absolutely freaking out.
Who's not going to cheer for Ravages, Black Holes, Chronospheres, Echo Slams, Rubik all on top of that? You couldn't ask for a better game to watch.
All right, well, we now are going to get to take a quick look at some of the stuff that Casey and Slacks have been up to.
Yeah, honestly, we're supposed to toss to a piece that we're going to in a second, but we're both still so freaking excited about what we just watched. You could probably hear us yelling from backstage from all of Shanghai.
Oh, that was crazy. The crowd was nuts. It was absolutely unbelievable. But I gotta say, I worked up a bit of an appetite with that fantastic Dota, huh?
And here's a piece about eating.
That's right. It's a piece where we learn to cook.
Today we're gonna do something very special. I'm sure you ate dumplings before?
Dumplings? Like pot stickers, or?
Just dumplings.
Dumplings.
Now, one thing they will tell you to do is wash your hands before you cook.
Did you wash your hands?
Yes, probably.
Just keep doing it.
Get out my anger over certain people in my life.
So what is this?
Soy sauce.
Soy sauce.
So how much should we add? Just follow your heart.
Follow your heart.
Oh.
You should have asked somebody with a healthy heart to follow their heart.
I wish that wasn't so funny.
Ooh.
Excuse you.
There you go. That's a man's dumple.
So we're gonna boil all of them.
I have a little surprise for you guys. I actually brought an American traditional meal, pizza rolls.
Oh, wow.
Now, I do have a little warning for you. I did take it with me on a couple of plane rides, and I don't have a freezer, so these have been in meal room for about 9 days or something.
Smell is actually really bad.
Oh my God, they smell sour.
Oh, God. There we go. Easy. Casey, go ahead.
Gosh, that's so nice of you, but I had a really big brunch, so I really think that you should be the one to eat it.
Well, you know, my father always said, ladies first, so you can start off and then we can finish
Hi
off
guys,
together.
I'll eat it.
No, I'm sorry, you can't.
Okay, so I know that we do a lot of these bits, and sometimes people think that, oh, that was scripted or you did that. I cannot underscore how disgusting those pizza rolls were. Can you
Absolutely.
please be honest about when you put them in your luggage versus when we actually open them up?
Those pizza rolls traveled intercontinentally for 12 days, never seeing a fridge or freezer again. They were in my luggage, and this very suit has not been washed since.
What? Why would you do that?
It's a nice thing. Smell it. Take a big old whiff.
Okay, that's enough. All right. No, what are you doing? Stop it!
Come on! On the panel! Oh.
Okay, well, I will say it's a little bit un-American of you to at least taste the pizza. That's American's dumpling.
Are you saying we should have eaten it?
You should have eaten the pizza rolls.
They had not been refrigerated in 14 days.
You don't need to as long as you freeze them at the beginning.
No. There were no. They smelled.
He didn't open the bag. You don't have to put them in the refrigerator. It says refrigerate after opening. He didn't open the bag. It's sealed.
All right, you know what? We're going to go get some pizza rolls. We're going to make sure that they don't see the light of a refrigerator, and then you can eat them.
Oh.
Sure, yeah, that's fine. I'm starving right now. We've been working our tuchus off, but you know who else has been working their tuchus off? These players, and we should definitely talk about what's in store in game number 3. So we already talked about some of the things that were going on in the first game, and I want to kind of ask if we're going to see more of the same. In that first game of the series, we really were talking about the idea of, okay, is it going to be based around team fights or individual performance? We said that we wanted to see more individual, all the individual players on Secret put under the microscope. They definitely deliver, but also we have just a game of big spells in game number 2. And we also talked about this idea of actually using buybacks to bait quite a bit. Do you think that we can expect more baiting?
Absolutely, and you know what we can definitely expect as well? More surprise picks from Puppy, I think. You know, Bulba mentioned it after the draft, that Nisha Void. I looked at the stats. We haven't seen that for 7 months. Last brought up in the CQ Major against Liquid. He's only played it sort of 26 times in pro games, and only that once was Secret. The other times were Kingwin and his prior team. So if you're Bulba, you've got to really keep your mind open, because Secret could bring something out that could really trip you up, like it did at the end of game 2.
True, and I do want to say, I mean, this baiting strategy isn't necessarily an easy one to go for, but they were true masters of it. Definitely masters at baiting.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But the biggest thing for me is when you go and have all these giant team fight ultis and you let it go that late game, I'm looking at the team against it. Like, what was EG doing for a certain point when you have all these and all the spells go on cooldown and whatnot? And if you're just playing defensively, you know, waiting for Roshan, doing that over and over again, you're just going to lose eventually.
I think the idea is that Secret was being extremely active with pushing out the side lanes, because ultimately every single fight was happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, but
I don't think I saw another side lane for like 40 minutes.
I think middle lane, when Tide was the only one who had his ulti up, when they were pushing the bait, when they took the melee racks, right? EG took melee racks, there was one ulti up and it was Tide. So
Right.
No one else had an ulti, no one had a refresher, and they backed up to take Roche after only getting one melee. What does a melee racks mean at 55 minutes in that game? Like, it almost felt like they just played way too passively.
Yeah, it's fair. And I guess some of it may come down to them being not predicting that Faceless Void pick.
And it's just, I mean, it is scary, right? You have an Enigma, an Earthshaker, an Invoker. Like, at a certain point, you're getting hit by a spell as they said over on the draft panel. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get hit eventually.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to get hit by Cataclysm? You know, this Invoker mid one, he had a very slow game. EG was able to shut him down very early on, and he really struggled to get back in. But if the game goes on and you've got this amount of team fight control next to you, you're going to hit these Cataclysms, and by the end of the game, mid one, he's just able to be that team fight contribution, sitting at the back, double tapping D, dropping these cataclysms, people were dying.
Yep.
A fantastic series, and now that we do have a moment here, I do want to kind of talk about what the potential is based on the two outcomes that we're going to see. This next game, of course, is going to settle the series. We are completely tied up in our best of 3, but what does the bracket actually look like depending on what happens here, Neil?
You know exactly what happens if Evil Geniuses win. It's EG versus OG. The rematch. Everyone always looks forward to it. We got a little taste of it earlier on in the group stage. But yeah, I need to see it on the stage. I need to see the drama behind it. Yeah, sure, Secret can take it. Secret OG, they have their own story behind them, but I got to see the Evil Geniuses.
And you can take a look right now, folks.
That was great.
Wait, that should have been intended. All the brackets like that from now on?
Can we get that back?
I would actually like if we could put PPD kind of in there, just looking over the bracket right now. But ultimately, when we do take a look, we can start to see what this tournament is going to look like. Already, we know we have an all-Chinese affair on the top side of our upper bracket. That's going to guarantee one of the home teams basically making it through to the final day. Also, a little bit later, when we do jump down to some of these lower bracket matchups, we still do have some more of these teams from that region. But right now, all eyes going to be on EG Secret as we do settle this. Whoever wins this plays against OG. And we've talked a little bit about the matchup, but for anyone who maybe doesn't know the history, Owen, why are we so excited about potentially seeing this?
As I said, you got No Tail and Fly. Obviously, No Tail on OG, Fly on EG. These guys, they were the best of friends. For many years, they did everything together. Yeah. And I mean everything.
They're all of Han, almost all of Han into Dota.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I meant. And then after that point, this breaking point, I believe what happened about the Super Major.
Right before the Super
Right
Major.
before the Super Major, Fly said no, and he left. And then No Tail, it was
took
up to
S4
him
with
to
him.
sort of, he did. See, that's the worst bit. You know, you're still leaving, and then if you're taking S4 away from someone.
He got custody.
That's just the next level. And obviously, understandable why he did it at the time. OG weren't performing, but we'll forget sort of the reasons, and we'll just stick with the drama because that's what's most entertaining to see.
That's what everyone wants, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It definitely is, and we're going to have to keep that in the back of our mind as the teams are getting ready. They're about to jump back into their seats on the main stage. We're going to welcome all of them completely tied up in our series 1-1. This game does decide it. We might have that rematch. We might get to actually settle a little bit of this drama up on the main stage, or we are going to see Secret move on forward. And now, as the players do take the stage right now, I do want to really start to talk about everything that they have accomplished already in this tournament. EG really trying to grab a win here, but are they overperforming thus far in the bracket, Neil, for what you expected?
No, not necessarily. I think this is going to be the make or break for them. Much as how in the BO1s, like, I'm not ready to say that any team made it to main event, oh, suddenly they get my respect. You got to make it through a few teams first before I get impressed. And if they manage to beat Secret, or if Secret manages to beat EG, then I guess that's when you start defining a clear frontrunner. OG is another force to be reckoned with. Both of these teams will not have an easy road against that because no one's given the solution to OG's core IO yet.
Yeah, and now we can actually take a deeper look at what EG actually expects. We have an interview with them and Casey.
Okay, if you could interview yourselves, what would you ask?
What time did I wake up this morning?
Boy, that's genius. Why didn't I think of that?
I think the sofa is meant for two people.
It is. I didn't know there were going to be three of you.
My butt is stuck on.
Oh, God, I've worked with people like you. So, Fly, I'm curious, how much do you guide your teammates to look back and learn from mistakes versus not holding on to the past and just focusing on what's ahead?
There's always something to learn both from failure and success. So I like to look at both because sometimes people forget why they win and why they're good. So I definitely try to look at both things. And I think we were one of the best teams at the previous TI, and there's a lot of good things that we did that we actually, coming into training here, we looked back and like, oh, wow, we just did certain things really well, and we'd like to do that again.
I believe like it's true that many teams, they forget why something is successful, and sometimes you have to take some moments to reflect on why you think something was working.
I'm curious how each of you would rate your performance at TI8 now that you've had some space to look back on it.
As a team, 9 out of 10.
Why not 10 out of 10?
Because we didn't win.
But you think you did everything that you possibly could to...
Pretty much, yeah.
I'll hop on the bandwagon. Yeah, 9.
Smart.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you wish that you had done differently?
Probably the last day, my friends.
The last day. Maybe play it a bit better. Yeah.
We had a pretty good track record, pretty much the entire event. And then we lost an upper bracket match, and then we managed to like kind of fight back. And then we lost to LGD in a fashion which I think was not very characteristic of us during that tournament. So, of course, we all wish that we had a better series.
You didn't make any roster changes right after TI. I'm curious why, because a lot of people, that's a really popular time for people to kind of take a look at personnel and see what works and what doesn't.
Because we formed the team 2 months prior to TI. And before going to TI, we already had made up our minds that we're not going to switch rosters, even if we like get 16th place, let's say. And then we did end up doing really well. So there was no reason for us to change maybe after this TI.
Who are you kicking after this TI?
I don't know. We don't know yet.
Okay.
Of course, after finishing third place and being a pretty new team, it seemed kind of unnecessary to change roster.
I'm curious about your thoughts of this TI being in China for the first time.
I mean, I think it's great that it's in China. I think there's a lot of Chinese fans and players and like really great teams from here, so it only makes sense that they also get to experience it, because you know the feeling of playing at TI and for the crowd as well is, you know, like no other tournament. I'm also excited to hopefully, you know, play on the main stage against Chinese teams and see how, you know, the crowd gets. It's going to be good.
How would you compare how you are as a team today compared to going into TI8? How are you better?
We've been able to tackle some of our problems recently, and we're going to be better for it. And that's kind of what matters in the end, because if you started off great and you kind of like so-so during the year, but as long as you're able to fix what you had to fix or, you know, tackle it, then you're going to become much stronger than you were the previous year. So hopefully that happens this time.
Is it more difficult to get to TI now than ever before?
For the top teams, no, I would say. Like if you're consistent and you're at the top, you get rewarded more for it now. You know, maybe you have like a couple of months where you're down. It's not like you're going to miss TI because of that anymore.
What is your favorite part of TI?
It's like prestigious to be here, and everybody that is there for a reason. So I like the idea that it's basically all these teams, like the 18 teams that are putting their full focus into the game, and you get to like compete against each other. Just that idea is really cool for me.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Nice.
Are you done?
Nice content. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
In the interviews we've seen for both of these teams now, Casey really focusing on the idea of how's your team changed up to this TI, because we're no strangers to these squads, and it really is important to actually have that moment of reassessing everything and trying to figure out how do you get better. How do you, for some of these players, win your second TI? How do you become the first player to ever manage to do that? And from what we heard in this interview, they're definitely thinking about these improvements as well. Have we seen that throughout the year, though, in your mind, Grant?
I think for Secret, they've been the best the entire year. So it's really hard to look at them coming into this TI, right? You're one of the favorites. I think it was probably them, VG Gaming, and LGD are like the three favorites coming in this. And EG, right? Third places. That's the whole thing until the last major where they got, what, second to last or 9th, 12th or whatever. And it felt really bad. But then they came into this TI, you know, they had a rough first day. And now, I mean, it's looking like they are another top 3 team here possibly with the last couple games.
And I like the emphasis on roster consistency. Obviously, they said that after TI8, we were a relatively fresh team. There's no real incentive for us to start shuffling around players. And that was something that North America has been guilty of for a very long time. As soon as you don't get the performance that you want, you're just like, let's just, you know, just mix things up. But we're seeing here all the best teams, your Virtus Pros, your Secrets, your PSG LGDs, and your EGs. These are teams that value being able to stick together with the same group of people. Maybe you might trade out a coach every once in a while, but even then, you see the value of sticking together with a squad.
You always need fresh ideas sometimes. Like, you can always be the 5 same players, but sometimes, you know, if it's not clicking or something happens, like, you do need a fresh idea in there sometimes, and I think that's where, you know, changing a coach might work.
Right.
Yeah, you don't have to necessarily break up all of the synergies that you've worked towards, but you can start to have that new, fresh thought push you outside of your comfort zone and also makes you a little bit less predictable as well. But when we talk about EG not having the best performance most recently when they are actually headed here into TI, do you think that that is somewhat of a throwaway? Do you think you can say, okay, that was just a bad tournament, or do you think it was a sign?
No, I think you can separate it because for a lot of these teams, you have to remember that TI is just approached in an entirely different manner. You just compare the prize pools; it's night and day. It's such a vast difference that a lot of these teams, when they turn up, it's the reason why you sort of see teams like VP, right? They had a pretty good season. You expect them to sort of blur us away on the main stage. They had some really rough games in the groups. They had a rough showing in their first series yesterday on the main stage themselves. A team like EG, sure, previous major, they didn't look too hot, but you look back at their TI performance, historically, obviously TI8 coming third, now coming into this one. Sure, even in game 2 just now where they dropped the game, they still look to be on the top of their game. That game could have gone anyone's way.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you really think that that is maybe just people that have been up on this stage before being more prepared for it? Because we have also seen some of these newcomers really looking relatively comfortable up on the main stage.
Yeah, it's true. I still think, like, you always want to have that, like, I've been here, I know what it's like. Like, Nisha, sure, he still looks great, but you never know. This game 3, all of a sudden, he could just crumble. Obviously, he hasn't yet, but it's always better to have experience, right? No one wants to be inexperienced.
That's true, but oftentimes I find that whenever like a South American squad like Infamous comes, you come in, you've got nothing to lose. You're just happy to be here. They had one goal in mind. All they wanted to do was just place higher than any other South American team ever has, and they accomplished that. And whenever you come in with that devil-may-care attitude, and you're just happy to soak in the crowd, see the experience, just be flown out all across the world, I think that has a little bit of its own charm as well.
But they aren't losers, and this is probably the highest tier winner bracket match of probably the event so far, it feels like.
Definitely, and I feel like when we do look at that lower bracket, because that lower bracket definitely going to be coming into play a lot more tomorrow as well. We're going to have some matches in it to round out the day, but you start thinking about which of these teams can make a run. Is it going to be someone with a lot of experience, or is it potentially going to be one of these things? It's really exciting to actually look at it and look at a new generation of players and say, hey, they can really just throw some of these players for an absolute run. Maybe they're not getting the respect that they necessarily deserve, but once you're up here on the TI stage, I think you definitely do get it.
That's what a lot of people thought about Thompson last year. He was just a pub star. You know, he's building Meteor Hammer and Voker. People would joke literally in his chat and be like, OG Thompson, you know, when's that going to happen?
Well, no, exactly. I remember Kyle, right, infamously said about, you know, he joked about Thompson. You know, the fact that OG were overrating Thompson.
Right.
You know, they're like, why are they picking up a pub player? And then he goes and wins TI. So really, there are players out there. I do believe still that there are more Thompsons.
I mean,
in
Mind
the scene.
Control TI7, right? Like exactly. Like the guy just literally only played in-house leagues. Was the top player at in-house leagues like 6 months in a row. You pick him up, and oh wait, he is really that good. No matter where you put him at.
Even though that newbie true side, the TI7 true side at the very end was just like. The Chinese translation was like, it's your first TI, you can't expect to win. You're not a god or something like that.
Yeah.
And then in comes Top God himself winning it easy.
And you think about, and obviously, like, we have some people who can speak to it very well. I mean, some of them going to be over on that draft panel. What do you actually think of a player that you haven't played up against before? How do you actually prepare for that matchup when it is a tournament like TI? Are you going to actually try to watch a lot of VOD on them? Are you just going to go with what you know and just try to beat the team? It is a really interesting dynamic, and I think that sometimes it does favor the younger player. If they have that attitude, like, I mean, when we heard those interviews, they were just like, yeah, we don't care who we're playing against. We don't necessarily look up to anyone. We love the game. We're here to play the game. And I know if I was standing next to a player that I've watched forever, I'd probably pee my pants, let alone playing against them, right? I mean, I already mentioned yesterday, I don't know if you guys read, but when I met Dendy, I did like pee my pants just a little bit. It's Dendy, you know? I grew up watching the guy. I tried to ask him to shake my hand and just flew it. It was not what I was like, you know what I mean? And to actually get into the booth and to play against someone like, imagine playing against somebody like Sumail if you're just coming up as a new player. Like, you've watched him get a Chip, you've watched him win a TI. I can't imagine what that would be like for a player.
I mean, I 1v1 Sumail back in the day. Back when he was first joining EG.
Taught him everything he knew.
We ran 10 1v1s, and I did indeed. It was all SF versus SF, and I did beat 2 of them, so, you know.
What could have been up there, Grant? What happened? Why are you here with us?
You know, I decided you guys are a great bunch of people, and also I'm trash at Dota.
You went a different route.
I did.
You definitely did, but we're happy you're here.
It's very weird to consider that out of the entire EG squad, Sumail is still the least experienced player, even though they've been there for, like, all those players have been there for so long.
Yeah, I mean, him and Arteezy, right? That's the thing, like, because Arteezy, you know, he had that break on the Secret even before that when he was on some weird, like, KP stacks,
That's
like
right.
TI3. Yeah.
All right, folks. Well, we've talked about this matchup quite a bit. Now we are ready to get it started. Team Secret versus Evil Geniuses. It's all going to be settled in this game.
Versus Evil Geniuses. Game 3.
It all comes down to this game 3 now between Evil Geniuses and Team Secret. And I've got PSJ and PPD to be able to break down the draft. Peter, I actually wanted to start with you. They actually had the conversation in there about being able to bring up a new player. And you obviously had that experience with Sumail. What's it like to be able to pull somebody new into the competitive scene and kind of mold them into the professional player?
I mean, a lot of times the older players actually learn quite a lot from the younger players, and I mean, I disagree with just about everything said over there on the panel. But it's I don't know. It's like, you know, you keep a team together, but sometimes a roster change is nice. Sometimes, like, you know, the reason why these teams stick together is because the players work well together and they don't have issues amongst each other. The hardest competitor out there, you know, is inside you and the 4 other teammates in your booth. The hardest thing about being on a team is playing as a team, and the teams that play best together go the farthest. And I think that a lot of people, you know, Rich is sitting there talking about people peeing their pants because they're too scared of the people or they're too nervous or whatever it is. But the reason why that these players play on this stage is because they don't care who's in the other booth. They believe and have confidence in themselves that they are the best Dota players, and that's what they're here to prove.
I think being a part of a team is almost like a relationship, and there's some times that there's just things you can't come back from, and that's why changes are necessary. Sometimes things don't mesh. Sometimes there's tension between players. There's so much that can go wrong in Dota. It's such a high-stress game, and it's not always clear-cut what went wrong. Like, 2 different players on the same team can have a different perspective of why you lost a game, and that just creates so many natural ways to have tension between players.
Sorry to interrupt, but we got a dynamic going on here. EG's dipping into the reserve time. Enchantress still in the pool, but Secret banned Leshrac. So will EG have another answer for this first pick Enchantress, or is Bulba going to ban it?
And I'm sure the Tidehunter came as a bit of a surprise ban as well, right? You don't oftentimes see this in the first 3.
It's a strong hero, but Secret decides they just don't want it in the game.
It's annoying to play against.
I think Secret was outdrafted those first 2 games. I think that last game, that was EG's to lose, man. I hope they're not too shaken up.
And this is going to leave, because of these sort of bans, the Leshrac and the Tide heroes that we don't typically see, there's going to be some heroes out there in the pool that we don't normally see be left out there.
What is 1:15 left on the reserve time? Make up your mind, Bulba. What is going on?
Maybe the mouse disconnected, you know? Oh, the Earthshaker.
Okay,
they left Enchantress then. Maybe they think that's like a crucial part of the Enchantress's like early game to have that Earthshaker fissure block. Oh.
I think that this hero was banned.
I think both games
in the previous games.
Yeah.
So that hero's slipping through. Shaker going out.
Ogre's a #1 hero that comes to mind as a combination with Mirana.
Was Shaker that scary last game? I mean, Yapster did some work, but not until like 30 minutes. Plus,
it definitely took a while for him to show up to the game.
The hero's kind of slow. A lot of 4 players I've talked to actually don't really like Shaker that much, and that's maybe why we've seen it be more popular in the 3 position. Is like, you know, you get at that farm priority. Otherwise, as a 4 position, you kind of want these heroes with that natural initiation. We've seen some Treant, we've seen some Nyx, Earth Spirits, you know, these ranged heroes, Pod and Wind Ranger. Like, they don't really need this, you know, 2K gold item that they're like, oh guys, I'm going to farm top lane for a bit. They just keep going and going and going, and Shaker kind of needs a little startup, and EG's actually going to get the Ench here on 2nd pick. I think this hero's fantastic.
Now going to be enabled by the Shadow Demon, 2nd pick.
They've kind of block picked this Ogre, right? With the double purge. We talked about with the Magnus Empower early on in the tournament. You can purge the Empower, and I think we've seen the Enchantress against the Ogre where you just purge the Bloodlust.
Yeah, forget Ogre. That hero's like kind of like a cool first pick for some teams because they're willing to play it on 3 or 5 or 4. But once it gets past like this first phase of the draft and nobody goes for it, I think the hero kind of loses a lot of. You might be able to pick it. EG could potentially pick it out the second phase.
Do you think Mirana fulfills that role already? That kind of flex first pick that gives you a lot of options.
I think when you first pick Mirana, I think that you've already committed to that hero being a 4 position.
Okay, there's no other options for you.
The hero just doesn't really have great matchups. I think we saw Fnatic. I mean, they beat my team with it, but a lot of people beat my team with a lot of things this tournament. But we saw Fnatic play it on the safe lane. Most teams, I think, put it mid lane. We had Fada playing it quite a lot for us as well. It's just, as the draft progresses, you're never thinking like, oh, Mirana's getting like, he's becoming such a better mid laner this game. It's like, it's kind of this hero you pick maybe 8, 9, and you just say, okay, like go mid, arrow the range creeps, you catch up, do some jungling.
And you've got a nice pairing with it to be a 4 position, right? This 3 position Sand King, great combo.
Yeah, it's a strong lane. You either have some kill potential on the lane, or Pot can just go arrow some jungle camps, get that bottle to start, playing the rune game. I'm curious what their Ench killer will be, though. It's going to come later in the draft. It's probably going to be on Nisha's hero, I would guess.
So in your head, is Sand King just not enough damage to be able to deal with the Enchantress?
No, definitely not. I think any Ench, a lot of these Enchantresses in the offlane, I think they go for that hood, that self item to keep themselves alive, and then if they even need more survivability, they'll go for a 4-staff. If they need armor, they'll go Medallion into Solar Crest. And their whole entire goal is to create this barrier between their teammates and the enemy. So that way, when they go on the Ench, it takes a ton of commitment to kill her, and then they can counter-initiate.
And also, if you manage to keep the Ench alive, the other team on the retreat, that's when Enchantress does most of the damage, right?
Definitely.
I don't think it's usually Enchantress's team going on them and Enchantress wailing on the enemy team. It's the Enchantress getting gone on and then surviving.
It's scary. You're thinking, can we kill the Ench?
Yeah.
Do we have enough to kill
so
the Ench?
nerve-wracking.
And then, oh, she's at 200 HP, and now she's healing back up to full, and she's throwing impetus as you're, everybody's scattering in all directions.
Especially if you have a save mechanism, which they have in the Shadow Demon. She gets off Nature's Attendance, gets saved by Disruption, she comes back, boom, she's got a good 300, 400 health more.
Yeah. Well, what we saw in EG's first game, where they actually managed to defeat the Enchantress, is they had enough power to threaten the Ench early, so that way she couldn't play in their face. And then eventually, as the game got later, Enchantress started to fall off, and then they just got their BKBs, and they had this AoE damage that, kind of put her down. And we've seen these Potoms go this Aghanims on a lot of these 4 positions, and that's a ton of magical burst damage. Even in E-Blade later, the Dagons, right? They're definitely going to have some damage with this hero.
So is that a 3 mag 4? Like,
this is definitely going to be a crit Magnus, a fly Shadow Demon, and an S4 Enchantress. And there's the Ogre.
I don't know if I like the Ogre pick. I think Evil Genius has purposely picked Enchantress Shadow Demon to kind of block that.
Well, Ogre does have a decent laning phase against Enchantress. He has a lot of armor, natural regen. He can tank a lot of right clicks. I don't like it that much myself either, to be completely honest. But I can see the direction. He definitely can man up and fight against the Shadow Demon and the Magnus, so they'll have a hard time helping out. But the Mag and Power plus the Enchantress right-clicking away, it might be too hard for Team Secret to deal with in their safe lane.
I thought they might go for some counter initiation on the RP. So far, I haven't seen that. Right? Usually, when I say counter initiation, yeah, you have Sand King, but whoever gets some power is going to have a BKB, and you want some natural way to either make it hard to RP you with a hero like Slark, or make it so that you can disrupt the RP once it happens.
EG once again going for their mid hero before the final pick of the game, picking up Sumail's Ember Spirit, similar to his Leshrac. This is a hero that he's played a million times and he's really, really excelled on. I'd be curious to see if the Slark maybe try to go match up mid lane against the Ember Spirit. We've seen infamous Chris Luck notably taking the Slark mid lane a couple times. Even we saw mid one. Actually, yeah, maybe it's a mid one Slark.
Yeah, I was thinking it's most likely a mid Slark for the good matchup mid. And
remember the hood mid one Slark?
Yeah,
the Hood of Defiance.
Eternal Envy coined that, man.
No, it's not okay. Fair enough. I mean,
gotta give credit where it's due, even if
sure.
EG gonna take out. They agree with you. They say, hey, this is probably gonna be a mid one Slark, so we're gonna take out a safe laner that does deal with Enchantress. We're gonna go back to that Gyrocopter ban. What's left when it comes to dealing with this Enchantress, or have we done enough?
I think they need a hero that can sustain up against it. There's a lot of people like Sven because he has the opportunity to go jungle early. He also has high armor. He can kind of, he can weather the storm of the early game Enchantress. There's the Void ban, which I think supports my theory of Sven being the last pick here.
It's also really good against Slark. And Mirana, though. And they have no save. I think it would have been really annoying to deal with a Void.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree.
I don't necessarily know if that boats against their last pick, you know? It could just be to block what already is good against what they have.
Yeah, I haven't seen RTZ play Void yet this tournament, but that hero has been rising in popularity. Not only Nisha winning the last game with it, but we've seen Ame from LGD playing it, and I'm not sure who else has played it. It's won a couple games, though. They got a ton of reserve time to decide on this last pick.
Is PA just like too crazy here? Is that too slow?
PA is... that hero's really slow. That being said, if the hero does get through laning phase, it is it's a pretty good PA game. It's very good against Ench. Can kill Ench. It's also really good against Ember. Ember actually really doesn't like playing against high physical damage burst heroes. And Weaver, wow.
There's some more physical damage for you.
This hero is actually really good in lane against Enchantress. You can stay there quite a while. You can buy an early bottle, have a ton of sustain. You can even go, I don't know if you go Linken's, but I was saying if you do go Linken's, you get early ring of health.
I wouldn't be surprised if he buys a Manta this game. Usually I've seen Weavers go one survivability item. I don't think Linken's does anything for you.
Yeah, he probably wants a way to get out of those roots from Ember, right?
Yeah.
A minute to decide for Evil Geniuses. They need something that is going to pair up still with the Empower while simultaneously being able to deal with these slippery agility cores that Team Secret have picked up 4-5.
Yeah, we go from last game, which was Wombo combo team fight, and now Team Secret has virtually no team fight, only Sand King, and they have a bunch of mobile, elusive, like you said, pick off, wave clear, and I don't think we're going to see... The goal of this game for Secret is to not give EG the team fight they need, right, with this Magnus RP. But then at the same time, a lot of teams have just been valuing the Empower of Magnus more so than the team fight that it represents. It's almost going to be a farm race, while there's a lot of... It's going to be a lot about the split push pressure on the map.
I wonder... I'm trying to think of a carry that RTZ could play here that works, and I'm just not sure I can... I'm not sure I can think of one. Is it possible that RTZ would play Ember Spirit, and they pick a new mid for Sumail?
You could just go something like Tiny. They go PA themselves.
Going for it. All right. Mag PA. We'll see if they can.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll see if they can take it into the late game. PA needs a lot of farm.
A hero that can jump on some of these agility cores, look to be able to blow them up before they slip away. BSJ, do you like that last pick?
I think PA is a really good matchup against Slark, as long as the Slark doesn't take over the mid game too much. And if they're able to create space for him, which kind of hard to know with the Ember Spirit versus this Slark mid. I believe in the EG draft, though. I like it more so than the Secret draft.
It's surprising, considering you are the Slark aficionado, but we do have Casey, who now has an interview with Sunbee.
All right, thanks, guys. How you doing, Sunbee? How are you doing after those games? Very long, really tough.
Very tense. Still a little bit nervous watching the game because things went places where it shouldn't have, I feel. But I'm glad we came out on top. I feel good about it.
It's got to be hard as the coach when you're back behind the scenes and you can hear your team talking to each other as they're playing, and there's nothing that you can do.
Right, but I mean, that part's no different. Hearing their communication is actually kind of nerve-wracking, but it's also relieving that they're talking about the right things, they're doing the right things as it's happening, so it feels good. It's great.
How did that inform your decisions with the draft, and how do you feel you did going into Game 3?
I'm not really sure how to answer that. Whatever happens, I think it was very positive. No, I feel confident. I think we'll do well, no matter what.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Casey. Yes, we have run the gamut with this series. It has all happened. Craziness, historical moments, and now a game number 3. Trent, it had to end this way. It had to.
It had to. It had to, of course. You don't want it any other way. We came up here hoping for a Game 3. Does that make us biased? I think so. I mean, finally we're hoping for something when we're casting. We're allowed to go after one thing, and that's always going to be the Game 3. We want more opportunities for these players to shine. We want more of those beautiful moments that you get. That's what TI is all about.
Absolutely. And as we hop into this game number 3, it can't help but feel like it might end up running into the same type of issues that we've seen previously, where you sit around for a while, you get your farm going, but Mag PA, that to me, it's a backbreaker from time to time if you can hit those big RPs and make the combos happen.
Yeah, it always feels good when you kind of seem to be the alpha carry in a game when you're PA, you know? Like, eventually, I got this. Now, I don't know if he's going to get a rapier like some of these other wild carries out there like on me, but I'm hoping so.
Oh, absolutely. that is sort of the be-all, end-all. We saw it with the Aghanim Scepter, kind of a unique build for anybody that missed those games earlier. The Aghanim Scepter PA into Rapier, one of the craziest builds ever. He got it even when they were ahead.
It's become very common, though. I mean, I keep seeing this Aghanims on the PA games. I think it's become a staple of the build that the effect on the Blur is just crazy. She's already so annoying to play against, but having that instant cast time as well as the Dispel, can't forget about that, is very handy.
And see already kind of an interesting ward place down for EG, wanting to scout the rotations from Secret.
I like Sumail there. I can't see me. Trying to be as elusive as possible on the Ember, and Flya ever so excited to play some more shouting. That looks like a face Rich would make if they asked for a photo.
True enough. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we need to take a little bit of a breath and reset after that last game. The panel was able to talk for a while about it, but it did kind of just feel like one of those games that how do you recover for that as EG afterwards? It's going to need to just come in and I guess play entirely different heroes and put it behind you.
Yeah, definitely something that maybe Bulba focusing on there, right? The mental effort there is Crit able to out-click Nisha. Very difficult against those core players. Yeah, they love the spam, but Crit, he's got it. You know, this guy, he plays a mean troll, too.
That's the only bounty rune they were able to get, though. Secret picking up the other 3 on the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's very scary up top, right? You have Sand King, Mirana. Very good setup for the arrow. And the setup overall isn't incredible this game. Their last pick, you know, that OD sitting there. I'm sure they were probably tempted by it, but they allowed me to keep that Slark in the mid lane. Mid one wanted that instead for this matchup. And looking to have a very good mid game here in timing with Nisha. They don't really have like the alpha carry, right? If I had to pick who's going to come out on top if this game just keeps on rolling, I got to go with Arteezy, especially when he's dealing.
Sumail steals the tree and then eats another one afterwards.
Can't do that now.
Not sure what that was all about, but mid one getting hurt a little bit there. I mean, he dropped the tree and ate another one afterwards, right? Was that crazy?
I didn't see. Sorry, I was too busy in my own world.
Well, nonetheless.
But by the way, our crowd reacted. It sounded like it. Whoa!
Uh-oh, S4.
There they go again.
Puppey gonna beat him down. That Orb of Venom. And
yeah, now Crit's trying to find a skewer here. He's got the angle.
Looking for the moment. Get on back over here, buddy, but not within the tower range. Still going to be able to body block here. S4 trying to trade hits, but that is a big tanky ogre who does not care about the little enchantress. Man, but looking across these lanes, everything fairly good for Secret early on. As they have 7 last hits on.
Oh, that arrow.
Woo! Barely off the mark. Sumail dodges away from that.
Man, so chill. I can't believe there's no tips after that. Yeah, the chat wheeling, the tipping, the high fives, those have gone by the wayside. Now that we've moved into game 3. You know, game 1, everyone's so happy-go-lucky, hoo-hoo-hoo. Not so much now, very silent.
Both teams, obviously, with a ton on the line. And feeling like they need to make this play happen as another Yapsor rotation towards the mid lane. That was scouted out, the Arcane Rune, and they should know that the Mirana's in the area. In fact, Crit's going to come in and see if he can find a skewer play. Yapsor over in the trees. They run into him, and that will stop the pressure.
He can just chase him, right? If he's just keeping vision on Yapsor, the game is going better for EG. Stop him from getting kills, even try and block him from arrowing neutral, steal some of his XP. Crit, his only role this game is to empower.
And that is something.
There's a high five. You know, oh, thanks for the XP, buddy.
Well done. Oh, top lane again, bottom lane again. S4 going to get caught and going to go down. So Nisha finding the kill.
Yeah, they have their own answer for this Ench, right? Of course, already playing it early in the series. They know how to try and get through that damage in the laning stage. As Yapsor will shoot another arrow, but hit the miss once again. Just stealing some farm from his mid laner. Oh, I missed him. Sorry. Tactics coming out here from Yapsor. I mean, we all know what he does.
That's true.
To get the gold.
Got to do what you got to do to make it happen. But you can see that the big loser so far in this lane is going to be S4 right now. Only 1 last hit in comparison to the 20 and 13. As mid lane, mid 1, going to be able to jump away from Crit. And this is something I'm maybe a little bit concerned about. In both of the previous games, EG looked very good with Crit getting a ton of farm. And not really like it's going to be the case in this game as Nisha bloodlusted up.
Yeah, S4. He's just level 2. So Nisha easily able to harass through him there with the 1-1-1 build. Now Yapsor going to be found out again here. More XP. dished out to his opponents.
Sumail's just chasing him. I mean, the wave is pushing at the very least, so this isn't going to be that many last hits lost unless Mid1 can keep track of the lane, and that's going to keep it in a better position.
They do want to get some stacks off while they're here, though, right? So Fly's going to get the double as he's passing through. Very nice. Very efficient with these from EG.
Yeah, in the previous games...
Oh, empty mana pool for Puppey. Canceled by Crit. Very good stuff there. The last thing you need is just more spam onto S4 as he tries to deal with Nisha.
And all lanes right now going incredibly well for Secret. This is the Secret that we were expecting to see coming into this. 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear when you just look at the last hits where it's all coming from, right? I mean, that they have 3 cores farming.
Oh, and they got Sumail in the mid lane, gonna trade hits, but still not enough. He took some tower shots, and now instead it's gonna be Mid1 in trouble. Chase down, one more hit, that's all they need. And with the salve up, it's not enough. Mid1 goes down.
And Crit hands it over to Sumail as well there.
And on the other side, Fly got Zai. So all the lanes going great, and a couple of kills just given away.
Yeah, had the sentry prepped, and I guess Zai trying to outplay him there. Now S4 as well. The Timbersaw actually has reached level 3, so much harder to deal with. Puppey goes in for the bounty rune. Might cost him his life.
Feels like it's well worth it indeed if they can get it. As the skewer back onto Puppey, body blocked in, and Sumail just keeps running around at level 5. No fear, no cares about the mid lane. I mean, there's nobody hitting CS in there, but he's just getting kills.
Up top as well. Looks like Zai's under the tower. Oh, they missed the arrow.
Good blink away there from Artur, and going to keep the pressure back away from her. You can see the strength of the Sand King. In spite of that death, still 36 CS here.
And look how it just goes right back up too, right? Because the last hits, they're still stacking on Secret's side. Right up to that 2K, even after losing 2 heroes.
Definitely.
Oh, good sentry there. Catches the Observer where there was placed down by Fly.
He's going to try and go for another round of stacks here. Should be able to pick up both of them. Sumail is looking to maybe get another, but not quite going to get there in time. So it is just going to be the 2 stacks. Still quite good.
Man, they are all over this, though. Something that Secret just has not been employing in this series so far. Now Crit's coming through. It's only level 1 in power, though. So, sorry, but that's all I got. Oh, and there you go.
He stole one of them, but now they know. Sentry Ward drop down for Fly does not scout out. It's just a Yapsor knowing where they were going to be.
I feel like Crit's inevitably going to feed here. He's like trying to get as many levels as he can, but a level 6 Slark is very spooky. A single point in the pounce is still 2.5 seconds. That thing has a serious value point at level 1.
Yeah. And Mid1 wisely keeping the creep wave as close to his hill as possible, while Crit just tries to soak up what he can. And in the meantime, you can see Sumail here farming up, taking a good amount of damage, but he clears through those stacks, and I mean, he's almost top of the net worth because of it. You talked about it. Mid lane, leashing onto Crit.
He's still worried about the skewer, right? He doesn't know what kind of follow-up is there, so has to just let him go. He would have to commit the ult if he wanted to go for the whole kill, plus he, well, now he has 2 points at the dark pack too, I suppose.
Meantime, Zai turns a Burrow Strike onto one, the arrow, but the disruption is there. And that will stop some of the aggression at the very least, as RTZ just gets the blink away afterwards.
S4's game still very difficult now. Almost half the net worth of Zai at this point from the Sand King.
So how concerning is this early game for Evil Geniuses? They're 2,000 gold down at about 7.5 minutes. Do the stacks make up for it at all?
They're going to be a dual core kind of a game, very akin to what happened with Secret in the first game. I mean, okay, that was kind of just a solo core of just Nisha on the Wraith King, but S4, I don't know how much you can expect from him, frankly, this game. I think that he's already kind of not set up for the best looking game, right? Simply because of he got picked so early. He doesn't have a lot of control to work with. It's mostly going to be Sumail getting those big bolas to help him put the damage out.
Yeah. Well, and Puppey does manage to get the TP out of there. Sumail already getting very active on this hero. Ember Spirit rotating at level 5, not something that you often see, but did mean that he was able to pick up 2 kills off of it.
Yeah, that's an 8-minute Midas now for Mid1. No boots, just Wraithband, Midas. Flashing in that mid lane for all to see. Meanwhile, now Zai, you can see, got a big item himself too. That Veil complete. And pretty scary stuff here for a PA who's sitting this low. Has to respect the potential arrow that could come from Yapsor. They don't have a lane ward either, so he's not sure how many heroes are here from Secret.
can see this rotation coming from Puppy. Fly is nearby to help out, but he's gonna need help himself, it looks like, as Zai spots him out.
Man, that arrow is way...
And they get him. But S4 actually rotating in. He still has the swarm on him and is going to turn now onto Zai, but Zai able to eat away the sentry ward that was down. Really heads up play there, but Zai walking back into a sentry ward on the other side, and well, that one is not going to be able to make his escape, although Zai walks away from
another!
And look at all this damage that's building up. They kill off Arteezy. They do bring down the Sand King, but lose their carry in turn, and Sumail now trying to make something happen, see if he can kill off Puppy. Another round of impetus, S4 trying to run away. He's taking a lot of damage. They do kill off the Ogre. Mid-1 shows up as well now, a flurry of action.
Doesn't have the leash though, need the arrow.
Connects, well played. Yapzor making it happen, but able to get that remnant out. They did not have the pounce for the follow-up.
Yeah, no shrine ready though. So that's going to be EG licking their wounds for quite a while. And yeah, that damage coming from Zai, just not able to quelling blade the other sentry, but then setting up for another arrow there from Yapzor, who's having a pretty good start here. 0-0-2, not really telling the full story of how much pressure he's been putting onto EG, as now Nisha takes the tower right in Arteezy's face, and Shikuchi's back in time for the bounty.
And the net worth lead continues to grow, 5,000 now, into the favor of Secret. We're just doing everything right.
And we talked about how there's this late game threat for sure from EG. I mean, they're getting all these stacks. There's some net worth sitting inside their jungle, but what if they get pressured? What if Secret come in here and take this all away from you? Then your game's just done.
Yeah, true enough. It is a little bit different though, at the very least, since Mid-1 went for this Midas. Might be a little bit slowed down on the pressure, but these heroes just naturally come online faster, and that's where the Sand King really comes into play.
Yapzor here, but I don't think there's any follow-up. Yeah, he's just gonna leap his way out of there after the disruption. Yeah, once he takes his tower, he's just heading in there. I think he's just going to make this his home and try and force Arteezy as well as Sumail down to that dire triangle instead.
Thankfully for EG, Sumail is going to be able to finish off those stacks. Clears through them with the help of the Empower. But now the question is, how do Secret invade the jungle? They have a smoke going to be switched back over into the inventory. Takes a moment.
Look at this. The gang.
They're just hanging out, man.
They got the smoke. Here we go.
They know where Sumail's going to be, and they're heading right there.
Yeah, they have an observer ward down bottom that's seeing where Arteezy's farming.
Scan as they walk up to high ground. Sumail, does he have a remnant out? Doesn't look like it. He throws one now, but Puppy is going to sit on that.
All right, here we go. The force the fire blast, the arrow.
An arrow comes out. It's all done perfectly, and it looks like they find the kill on Sumail.
Tic-tac-toe.
Dude, Secret just worked them.
What a setup there from Secret. They are just firing here. 5K lead, 5-5, but it ain't even.
No. 5,000 gold lead. That's the other 5 that's hanging out to the side. Now, granted, EG have ridiculous physical damage if they can find that control. The other problem that they've really got is just this Enchantress has not been able to get that much done.
Well, you said before, Crits had these incredible games, and you give him the mag, and it's tough, right? Even if he finds this RP, that's once every 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't a flashy hero for him that can get things moving across the map. He has to wait, you know? He has to rely on Sumail and Arteezy to carry him.
This could be good, though, if they can get this catch on the Mid-1.
Can they, though?
They're thinking about it. Disruption to open up, and now Arteezy moving in. They need a lot of damage, but yeah, Shadow Dance just walks away. And
you always get one.
That's both of your cores.
Time to get the dust. Fly plants down his last sentry and says, I need some last hits here, guys, because dust is expensive.
Well, that is going to be 5-5. That one with the Moonlight Shadow able to escape and now go for initiation afterwards. Dodges the arrow, but Fly just walks into it.
Man, it is such an expensive game here for the supports, and this is not a GPM hero here for Fly, not a GPM hero here for Crit, so you need dust for everybody else, you need sentries for the Slark because of the Dark Pact. How are you going to keep tracking this Moonlight Shadow? Plus, you've got the limit on the sentries, which is another reason why Mirana has started to become a little bit more powerful of a hero. Now smoked up again here, getting very aggressive. Oh, that Slight hit a few more than he expected.
Sumail.
And he got out of there.
Immediate reaction. That's the blink reveal. So EG dodging away from the gank, although Zai walks up to the high ground in a lot of trouble. RTZ just finds him. Can they get the kill in time? The arrow connects and the burrow strike comes through. Zai living, and well, on the other side, not looking like it's going to happen, RTZ. He needs to get a couple more crits here. Puppey very low, but they kill off the PA again, and mid-1 lives through it all. The Shockwave pulls back, able to find that 1 kill, and S4 now throwing out those impetus shots, trying to find a finish for his team. A triple kill for YapzOr, though. Nisha just running away. Needs a couple more, long duration, but he's invis away, and 4 dead for Evil Geniuses.
The kill on the mid-1 was pretty huge, though. I did not think they were going to get it. But Arteezy getting a couple nice crits there with the help of the Empower. Makes that a 4 for 3. It still favors EG in terms of gold, but the fact that the PA and Ember are going down, they're not going to be farming this whole time. And now a potential kill here on S4.
And he's just dropping all the magical damage in the world, and EG don't have an answer. They're going to take down this tier 1 tower. It feels like the story of this game in a way is Evil Geniuses just needing to hold off. But I'm not sure if they're going to have what it takes.
They do not have wave clear. They don't have spam. When you're this far behind, this is very scary stuff. Sumail's going for drums. He knows he's going to have to go combat build here.
On the other side, we do see the Remnant forward just going to try and...
I think they're only going to get 1 bounty rune again.
Yeah.
Puppey gets the D ward. They're scared. And the lead grows. The rich get richer.
This is so often the story of these games. Almost 3,000 bounty gold going the way of Secret. You can see 11 bounties there with 750 all that EG's been able to collect at this point in the game. And that's only a portion of the net worth difference between these two teams.
You got to think losing those big games, the mental toll, maybe leading to mistakes here.
And RTZ again caught back behind. He's in this freaking tier 2, it feels like. And, well, they are going to call off the charge, but Secret are just leaving no stone unturned in this quest for pressuring EG. Mid-1 already having that drums done. S4 looking to make something happen. Walking into his own jungle, but does not look like they'll be able to find a pick off. Nisha, maybe a bit far forward, but he is underneath his own team's vision.
He is not worried this game.
Yeah.
A Manta this game is pretty much a BKB. When it comes to stuns and control, right? Like, you're going to get like RP'd anyway. Other than that, though, if he can just Manta his way out of the Searing Chains.
Oh my god, look at this. It's 16 minutes in, it's
I don't blame it. It's not wrong, man. And this game is out of control.
The thing that's so crazy about this, too, is if you consider, you know, what PPD was saying during the panel, right? Like, this, it felt like she outdrafted them both games. And this one, it just has not gone the way they wanted at all. 9,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. Secret doing everything that they want and a little bit more.
Yeah, lane matchups just going extremely well for Secret. And then the key after that is to just make sure you don't make mistakes. Uncharacteristic errors in the first 2 games. This looks more like the Secret that you expect, clinical here, as they're taking EG to school.
And mid-1 sitting top of the net worth, place he has not been so far this series, it feels like. And on a hero that definitely can make people shudder.
All right, Dolby, you got Arteezy now, up to the Deso, right? That's a long investment, finally coming to fruition with the power of the Empower. I've seen a couple games like this, you know? The PA, not the hero you want to have to tango with when you're so far ahead. The game feels free, everything seems fine, and suddenly she crits through your heroes and you lose a team fight out of nowhere.
Okay. And that's going to depend upon Crit finding those big initiations. And he is almost towards that Blink Dagger as
Crits
well.
on crits on crits, you know?
Yes. With Crit to help.
Perfect.
Arrow comes out, Disruption. Going to be fine. That is another nice part of this draft as well, is you've got some pretty decent save. The Atos on Mirana, kind of an interesting adaptation from YapzOr.
Just another thing to worry about for the PA and the Ember, as well as just giving them some tools to play against S4 too. So,
oh, EG smoked up. What are they going to accomplish with this one? They've got their eyes sort of on Zai, but back towards the mid. Mid-1 is going to be running through, and well, a little bit of trepidation coming out from EG. This smoke doesn't look like it's going to accomplish that much.
Yeah, and now Secret's still just sitting with the Moonlight Shadows. They got their own pseudo smoke every once in a while if they want to try and play aggressive and flex their lead.
Yeah.
But currently they're waiting on that Diffusal Blade as Mid-1 finishes it in the mid lane here on that last creep.
And it felt like they were going for that play with the DD on the Ember Spirit, see if they could find a fight. If not, just back out afterwards. Try and wait for those BKBs, which both cores are now queuing up.
And likely the same story for mid one here soon too, right?
Yeah. Throwing out an impetus shot. Causes a little bit of trouble. I like, by the way, how S4 doesn't have the Mortal equipped, because I feel like the rainbows show off a little bit better. This is like, it's a hidey way. You know what I mean?
Tactical.
Exactly.
Are you accusing of pay to lose here?
It's a possibility.
Careful now, Gabe. Keep
fair.
your job. All cosmetics are amazing and make you play better. Don't forget to get your Sign Trove Carib. Has anyone ever flexed that in the middle of a cast?
I don't think so. You're first,
When
man.
there's a 9K lead, there's only so much you can do.
10-8. As you said, 9K lead. Secret playing this one safe, not needing to go too far forward and get caught out of position, because that's the big thing, right? The Blink Dagger is just now complete for Crit. Do you think that EG try and make a move with that, or do they have to wait for BKBs?
I think they're playing defensively, waiting for BKBs. If there is some sort of aggression from Secret, they'll go for the RP, but maybe they're going to try and at least get out their jungle here, try and regain some control. Seems to be the movement that they've got going on. They are keeping steady, right? It's been a 9K lead for a while.
Oh, and he breaks the smoke, and they don't get the chains, and mid one just walks away. Oh, God. That one hurts. That one hurts a lot.
And he had that sentry. He knew that sentry was there, too, right?
Yeah.
And now they missed the sentry on the high ground, too.
Secret going to pick up 3 bounty runes, it looks like. Okay, that's a good one. They pull him back in, trying to find mid one, able to get into the Shadow Dance.
No mana there on Crit. Also, wasn't sure about the Dark Pack, didn't want to go for the RP, so.
Yeah, understandable. So, 20-minute mark.
In the
Double
meantime,
that.
they're losing control of the lanes. Nisha up top, the rest of the crew in the middle, arrowing the catapult, speeding things up here with the Bloodlust. Hard to push that bottom tier 1 without losing a lot. And Nisha, he wants to put the maximum threat here of the top lane into play.
Force people back. The Ember not wanting to have to deal with this. Does not have, ended up going for the phase boots, not going for any boots of travel early on to try and deal with this pressure. And in the meantime, RTZ is going to pressure down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Get his team a little bit more gold and get him closer to the
I mean, they even commit a scan though, and they're still just losing the mid tower. Mid one is poking and prodding. They're going to take at least 600 damage on that tier 3 top. All things going the way of Team Secret as EG continue the path towards BKBs.
Well, and again, you think about what happens when those BKBs do eventually come out. You've got the RP available for your high ground defense with the Blink Dagger done on Crit. A lot of ways to try and bait out reactions, with whether it's the Sleight of Fist into chains or what have you. But it does kind of feel like EG are just going to have to play defense.
I like that Secret are playing very quick though, right? They're not resting on their laurels at all. They've taken all the tier 2s in the top area. I think a lot of times throughout this group stage, we've seen teams get a similar lead, but not press it this much. They've kind of left that like mid tier 2. Maybe they take the top one nice and early, but they are really putting the strangle onto EG right now.
Looking maybe to try and keep that pressure on as they take down Roshan. They do have a couple of other items that could get picked up still. Mjolnir if they wanted to on the...
I think with an Aegis, I like that.
I mean, it might just be worth it just to go. And they're going to go for the Moonlight Shadow play to start it all off. Who can they find? BKB's just now completed for EG.
Both?
At least the PAs.
PA, not the Ember yet though, but the Ember, a little bit more survival, has an Arcane Rune still too.
Yeah.
I think he just popped one. Yeah, this guy's getting Arcane Runes everywhere.
Well, S4 showing mid. Does not look like Secret want to jump on him. Maybe anticipating a bait play. Down bottom, Zai is scouting out RTZ.
They're trying their own bait play down here.
This could be big.
Then he sees the Fresh and Power.
All right, need to be careful. RTZ just going to jump away. They force out the rotation from Zai, and that looks like it's enough from EG to decide to back out.
Unfortunately for them, Zai has bots. So he's the one who's trying to keep this pressure up and let them play fast.
And look out, S4 gets caught by the arrow. RTZ going to throw one dagger of his own and now trying to back away.
Double
S4
bracer,
taking a left.
medallion,
It's not untouchable.
Dragon Lance.
It's keeping him survivable.
1,620 HP.
It's hard to kill the inch.
18 wand charges. S4 has arrived, but of course his game it's not really an offlaner game.
It's true.
He's a jacked up support at this point. He's behind Yapsor. Okay, now he's ahead. Okay, and then behind, and then ahead.
So back and forth. I will say one thing that's nice about the Ench is getting up to that level 12 does severely increase the amount of damage that you deal with that impetus. But not a whole lot of those sort of right-click attack speed items as of yet for the Ench.
I mean, they got the devilly slippery heroes too, right? And the Weaver and the Slark and the CC is not all there from EG right now. How often have we talked about stuns just winning you some dotes?
So how does Secret actually go high ground, though? It feels like EG have a really good lineup for holding on to it. That Ember Spirit now finishing off the BKB as well.
A lot of it's dependent on Crit, who's now stunned up and arrowed.
Oh, disruption. Okay. Fly, saving his buddy for a moment.
He's still stunned.
Out of there, he is done.
Didn't get
30 seconds on Silent Arteezy blows up one. That's Zai. Already dead. Can they find any more? Mid one tries to hide away. They have decided to chase, and Yapzor going to die. Puppey off to the side, able to get himself out. So they do manage to win a quick fight there. Signs of life from EG.
A lot of damage there, not just even Arteezy, right? Got through there with S4 and Sumail, everyone putting their weight into it.
And the biggest thing, no BKBs popped.
That is a very good point. So unfortunately, they couldn't quite get the disruption in time as the arrow had connected. That's why he came out so stunned up there on Crit, but still happy with his trade, I would think. Especially if it gives him a little bit more breathing room to get that BKB and more.
Now, they go for the Moonlight Shadow again, but all of the team is not quite there. Secret. Oh, mid one, they spot him. He has to know they spot him, and they jump in, they find the catch, trying to get the kill, but mid one able to jump away just barely. Are you kidding me?
He wasn't even worried. I had no ulti or anything. Just going up. He's like, all right, guys, RP's down.
I mean, the thing is, he had to know that they had vision, so that was... I mean, can we call it a bait? I don't know what to call that.
You ask how they go high ground. That's one way to do it.
Absolutely.
Nisha still has that Aegis.
Oh my God. Yeah. Living life on the edge.
Great.
Flirting with danger.
Great positioning there from Crit. But Secret perhaps considering pushing things up here.
And still 10-second BKBs online
Aegis,
for EG.
a minute left.
Look at those wards.
Yeah, trying everything defensively. Sentries all over the place. Again, a nature of the Moonlight Shadow and the Slark, but once more, GPM talent not there. So hard for Shadow Demon. He only has boots, wards, smokes, dust, and then just gold for wards.
Interesting, and well, there is going to be a DD down on the bottom side of the map. That one is being saved for the moment.
Man, Nisha is huge right now.
Yeah.
He's ahead of a Midas Slark.
Nisha has definitely proven the haters wrong here in this one.
Does he have haters? He's a pretty nice guy.
That's true. Uh-oh. TZ pops the BKB. Nisha already down low with that Soul Catcher, but he backs out afterwards, and with the BKB popped, Secret's cue to back away.
Now, mid one, he's got haters after the first two games. I think his own fans and enemy fans are hating on him, but he's got himself into a butterfly now, so trying to give PA a taste of her own medicine on this one. It's a long while before Arteezy's going to have any sort of an answer to that.
True enough. I mean, if obviously Crit is able to find a big RP or something as that Aegis expires, maybe you can just do it strictly off the cleave damage from the PA, possibly. Did go for the lifesteal talent, but still has Empower. Now, movement out across the map.
They're moving out now, the Aegis is down.
They do spot it. Moonlight Shadow afterwards. There's some sentry wards in the area, so if EG place any, they will get vision. Arrow follow-up, fly there. And testy, tense moment. Top lane,
meanwhile,
what's going on? Yeah. Mid one gets the pounce away and gets some damage onto that tower.
They've got S4 up here too in a bit of a precarious spot, but his teammates will approach and back him up.
Nisha thinking about
mid one and Sumail. Careful now. Yeah, he cannot get pounced.
Yeah, destroys that hero. Puppey in the meantime, the arrow goes in, it's gonna connect, the stun is there afterwards. Nisha thinking about chasing forward, the RP connects, is it good enough target? Zai gets the burrow strike off, will eventually fall, but now Nisha trying to turn on Arteezy, able to get him away. So Nisha not able to make enough space for Zai to escape. EG still holding on. No BKB pop that time.
Zai is a great target, although of course you'd rather have the Slark and the Weaver. You know that he's one of the heroes right now that's currently helping these lanes stay pushed out for the side of Secret and denying you space to try and farm and try and get yourself back into this game. He also sets up a lot of the stuns for the Ogre, sets up stuff for the Mirana too. So Zai, that leading vision to give Nisha an easy time.
Again, it feels like this game, everything for my carries. S4 going for that solar crest.
RT's going to run in the mid one here. He's got the BKB and the TP.
Leashed. Thinking about chasing. Does have Phantom Strike away. Arteezy still chased. They're bringing in the Ogre. And not wanting to give up on this one. The BKB TP away mid one. Just going to jump through because why not?
He's making the space, you know, trying to make you commit as many resources as possible there. And Fly going to try and use this opportunity to get some vision down in the top. Sentries, observers, anything to try and create a pick-off moment on that side lane.
And in the meantime, Ember Spirit's been able to build into an Aghanim Scepter. So BKB Ags available.
Yeah.
And EG are holding on right now.
It's a scary build, though, without the 25 talent, right? The earlier the Ags, the less effective it's going to be.
Okay.
Because you don't have that 20 Remnant Charge restore time. So it's still incredible, of course. It gives you ridiculous range. It gives you good chase potential. If they find this good RP, it's going to be very hard for these hanger-oners of Secret to get away. Probably still possible for someone like Nisha and mid one, but Yapsor, Puppey, Zai could end up being kind of free food here. If they get the initial good start. If the fight starts to look bad for Secret, which is still going to be very difficult to do when they have a 14k lead.
True enough.
Arrow still going for these bounties.
Root there, onto the Ember. Puppey getting caught for the moment. Zai looking for the catch, and they actually hit that arrow onto Mag. Meanwhile, Sumail's going to kill off Puppey, still chasing for more.
Gone again.
Zai is dead. Time lapse back the other way. Rooted. He's back. He's going to be back, and he might just go down. He's just going to fall. EG pull it back again, and they're looking for more. EG find 3. Mid one's got to run.
That is a great first fight with that Aghanim Scepter. That is the reach that you're talking about there. It gives you a hell of a lot, and we knew it was going to be a dual-core game with these two trying to carry everything, and look at that damage. 7,100 of their 96 coming from the PA and the Ember.
And now moving into Roshan. I mean, these heroes are dead with no buybacks, so they can't contest. This is a huge opening for EG. It was at 92% at like 12 minutes.
Oh, 92%. Can I see this after an Aegis? Are we going to start bringing that back down a little bit perhaps? See Sumail, 12.5k hero damage. Whew, already on the Ember.
So now just a 10,000 net worth lead. But the bigger thing too now is that EG are going to start to claim some of this other gold around the rest of the map. As we see this replay, it was such a spread out fight. And this has got to favor EG.
Yeah, and the spread out, yeah, as you said, it's Zai. He goes in, he thought there was probably going to be more heroes. He also understands how important that crit's going to be, right? Because they know they want that big RP on the mid one or Nisha. Not expecting the damage to come out there, and especially that first hit bash from Arteezy. You're already lucky when you're playing the PA, and rolling the dice results in a victory for him on that one.
Well, Fly definitely feeling the moment right now and feeling like they have the potential to keep this pressure on.
Well, S4 is still managing to find an impact too, right? After a very difficult start on the edge. 5-3-5, gets that last impetus touch onto Nisha, gets him quite a bit to try and find himself into a BKB, much like his buddies.
So how much does this change the complexion of the game now? Getting the Aegis on EG, PA has it. Are you starting to feel like they're making this comeback work?
I think the fights are still very hard, and there's still a pretty large window, I'd say, for Secret, right? You're getting close to 25 talents now for that Weaver, and we still need that big RP for Crit.
Oh, Zai. Gotta be careful. Remnant forward. Need to be careful. The arrow! The arrow hit him! But the save, it's coming out from Fly. He's got his buddy there, and they need to get the heck out. 50 seconds, no Sand King.
They didn't jump in on that arrow, didn't see their moment, and I can't blame them, right? Because they don't see Crit. You can't just follow up on Sumail if you can't find that RP.
And it's feeling like one of those moments against Secret. Maybe this pressure getting them a little bit.
It's weird that we have these 10-second BKBs still, right? Like, the one on mid one, too, just like holding on to it, not finding his moment.
Well, one of the problems with this hero, I mean, the Slark is ridiculously farmed, but it feels like his impact in this game has not been up to that level of farm. Maybe it's just by nature of the hero itself, but another tier 2 tower taken, and this game is almost back to even.
They have the Abyssal.
Yeah.
They were not expecting this to come out this early. They don't have an answer to it. The best they have is the dark back, but
God. And look at the swing back there now, down to 60%.
I think it might go higher.
Yeah.
Because EG, like, one Abyssal into Nisha, he didn't build for this. He has no way to deal with it.
And I mean, you go into like the net worth graph and you just see all of these pips that go back the other direction. Over the past, what's this been? Almost 10 minutes, it's just all been coming up EG, it feels like.
Now, high ground, waiting. Still have this Aegis.
They don't have Slark.
Feels reminiscent of a moment last game with Sumail on the Aegis, and they ended up losing it very quickly after Roche. EG want more this time. Oh, the Abyssal!
Jump in, find the Abyssal Blade to start this one off. Can they get the kill? Zai, he's just dead, and no buyback against 60
3 deaths
seconds.
in a row.
He doesn't have an answer. Jump away from Sumail, turn to fight, try and take down Puppey. Can he bring him down in time? No, but Sumail is going to be the one that cleans up with the stun. They don't have the save. They lose the Ember. Can he run back into this fight, or they just need to escape? It's S4 trying to deal what damage he possibly can. Arteezy has the Storm on him. They buy back on the Ember Spirit, and Nisha taking a lot of damage. Mid one also under control, but they have the Shadow Dance to run away. Ember Spirit is showing up, though. He's running the long way down.
They don't know how many remnants he has.
The chase.
He's actually running the whole way because he wants to save them, but he didn't pop his BKB. He got caught by the arrow. Excellent play there from Yapsor. But with those buybacks, yeah, he lost 1,600 gold on Sumail, but he's still here, and they're still going to claim your melee racks.
So EG, team to take the first tier 3 tower, and now can clear out the rest of these shrines, try and control the map. I mean, this game is completely turned on its head.
It's hard to believe that Secret are still sitting on that net worth lead here, too. I mean, this is a level 25 Weaver. And he felt like he was so far ahead in this game, and I was just talking about how this Ember was like level 20. He's level 23. He's going to have that final talent. This Aghanim Scepter gets so absurd, and he's going for the Octarine build.
This game, I don't know how to rate it exactly. It feels like it's just been a complete collapse from Team Secret over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, the going high ground issues strike again. They couldn't find it, didn't have an Aegis to do it, or they weren't able to at least get up there with it with the Weaver. And now hard to believe that it's EG who draw first blood.
Again, looking at the win probability right now, just again to strike back, how big of a turnaround this has been.
It's still holding that 51%. It's
roughly.
Like not quite. It's like, oh no, I'm sure I was right. Oh, it's going back up.
Yeah. Well, 5,000 gold lead still for Team Secret in spite of that. What's the play for them? How do they get their feet back under them in this game?
How much more can mid one and Nisha really do? It feels like you got to start looking to the other players. Zai, for sure, is the big one. He needs to find a way to survive. Simple as that. EG, of course, doing a great job of prioritizing, but Zai's going to be the one to get in there and set those big fights for his team. Probably find Fly with a save, and again, targeting crit, I do still think is a big answer, right? Because Nisha, he needs that next defensive item, whether it's going to be the Scotty or it's going to be the Satanic. He needs to choose something and get there so that he can't just be calmed down in an RP or an Abyssal.
Oh, and you can see also the Blink Dagger picked up for Slark, wanting to get into the thick of things, just to see if they can catch somebody out. He has been very efficient with the Midases, made the investment back 1.4 times because of how early he got it. And now we'll see if he can make something happen here with the Slark still holding on to that BKB. 9 seconds on that one.
And Arteezy now finishing out the Satanic. Sumail getting the Octarine. Arteezy now finally he can head towards that MKB if he wants to have an answer to mid one.
Arrow, there's no follow-up though.
Mid one also doing the same here. So the race to the MKB versus one another as we wait a minute and a half for the next Roche.
Well, Arrow goes out again. Just get some vision down.
Plus 100 untouchable slow. S4, he's found himself some survivability without gold by getting to that talent.
Of course, BKB making that.
Yes, good for the Slark, but the Weaver's still no answer for it other than his Gemini.
Yeah. And EG, what's the play for them? I guess just wait for that next Roshan. Make sure you have vision around the area. So difficult to play around the Slark, though.
Get 25 on PA, too.
You can see the relative value here of the supports Fly.
13 camp stacks, man.
Dude.
EG have that efficiency on lock. Even, look at all the spent on support items, too. Just keeping the sentries all over the map to try and deal with this Slark.
And those camp stack make all the difference in the world because, again, the story of this game is EG just trying to hold off against the pressure that Secret had, and they got their items because of those stacks.
It's 7 wards destroyed on Fly, too, which is shocking considering Secret are the ones with the Slurk.
Yes. Well, mid-1 jumps in, finds the leash. Can they get it in time? Burrow strike through onto RTZ. RP thinking about it, but they hold on to it for the moment. Mid-1 down to very low HP.
That's Zai again.
With Zai. He's out of there. Puppey also in trouble, but they get the catch with the RP. But where's the follow-up? Jump forward, find the kill on a Puppey. Mid-1 also in trouble, trying to get out of there, but another round of the Remnants as they chase down the Fishman in the river. You're in my territory now, and the stun, but Mid-1 doesn't want to go back in. There's too much potential for damage. He just wants to try and escape, and that's going to be the blink away.
Jeez. Barely gets out of that one. Still another win there for EG. And narrowly losing their Slark, too. That double RP I thought maybe was going to be a sit-up there as Crit tried to keep himself alive with it. But RTZ not quite there in time for the follow-up.
And you talked about the need for the levels on Sumail, now 25.
This ability is just absurd. I mean, the charge restore time, just gonna get himself up to 5, and you're not getting away, right? If you start a fight, a Secret, you better finish it.
Now, RTZ gonna keep this pressure out again. All of the lanes.
Oh, Mid-1's going for a courier here.
This would be a nice little pickup for him, but doesn't want to get
how
caught out.
about a big Magnus, too? Keep using that night vision, right? Keeping an eye onto what Crit's up to. Very patient stuff here from Mid-1 as he takes the back line. Maybe trying to set a fight.
If he does go on somebody, they have to be able to finish it. Otherwise, essentially, Sumail could run him down. So, Mid-1.
Playing so aggressively here. Again, he's abusing that vision. Really good stuff here from Mid-1. He has the protection of his ultimate, knowing when things are looking bad for him.
Does need to be careful, though. It just turned daytime. And now he's in no man's land.
He's got a BKB.
Mid-1, they have the disruption afterwards if they want to use it. And S4 also chasing him down. RTZ looking for the follow-up, gets the blink away. But yeah, the turn today, as well as hiding up on the high ground, a little bit scary there for the Slark.
And it looks like they still get 3 bounty runes despite all that scouting out from Mid-1 too. So EG feeling fine about this. They send RTZ forward in the blur.
He's not afraid. He jumps forward. He gets the Abyssal Blade. Mid-1 gets the BKB off, trying to run. Doesn't have his ulti for another 30 seconds though. And RTZ throws out the dash. He's able to hit it. Chase forward for more. The impetus shot from downtown tries to find the kill. And Sumail looking for the finish. Another Remnant. Damn near in the base. He's looking for more. There's going to be the catch on to Nisha the Weaver, trying to run away. And they get the buyback from the Slark and now run out of there. Epicenter for Staff, trying to keep them all survivable. The turnaround, RTZ almost able to get brought down, but not quite there. Disruption save yet again. They're all super low on EG and they need to run, but Sumail looking to finish this one off possibly as they chase forward for more. They find another kill. Oh! 2 minutes! They did it to him! EG! No buyback from Secret! And they're making it happen!
The Satanic, it was on cooldown, he still managed to find that last crit!
Oh, they chase forward, and Evil Genius is now gonna hit the tier 3 towers. They turn forward onto the tier 4.
They're running.
Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen? EG did it.
Oh, the panel, they better hurry, because that one ended in a flash. EG celebrating in the booth.
Oh, unbelievable. And again, you can't overstate the comeback that they had at around that 20-minute mark. It was so ridiculously high.
And look how much that win means. The family up there as well. The huge sighs of relief, like, oh my God, that was way too close. And they get to bask in the glory of Shanghai. They love EG and they love seeing them win.
Beautiful performance indeed from Evil Geniuses and for Team Secret. Again, it brings up a lot of questions. Still very solid performance in these games, but they're going to need to pull it together for their run now through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they'll be heading down there, but EG staying in the upper. A well-deserved victory. Stone cold, so chill and relaxed, waiting for those moments. Unbelievable play out of Fly, S4, and Crit. So good at setting up for RTZ and Sumail, who they had a lot of pressure on this game, there's no doubt, but they played flawlessly.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the International. This is Dota 2. It's beautiful. Welcome, and let's get back to the panel.
My goodness, what a series that was. I think you look at game 1, and it was a fantastic game. We saw EG pop off, as the kids say. It was lit. Then we get to game 2. It's kind of the game of wombo combos. Secret's going to be able to come out on top. What's the story of game 3?
Rich, the story of Game 3 is the best team in the world finally fucking does it. They were down almost 15,000 gold. No team fight, no nothing. It doesn't even matter, though. They come back, RTZ on the PA. Let's go.
Oh, man. Gonna come back onto camera just like they came back in that series. But let's talk about how it was even possible.
For real.
Because we look at how the draft is set up on both sides, right? And you see that Enchantress get locked in nice and early. And this was something, Neil, that you kind of were breaking down for me, why the Enchantress is able to be an early pick right now.
Yeah, Enchantress, you very rarely have to worry about this hero getting countered, because if you do have to counter Enchantress, that means you're leaving a lot of other gaps in your draft. The most obvious solution is you draft a lot of magic damage. We saw the Sand King early on, and it's just, you start going a little tunnel vision on countering one hero, and that's why the hero is so strong right now.
Yeah.
Then you pull in something else like a Phantom Assassin in the background, it just makes it too difficult to deal with.
Well, yeah, I mean, even with that Ogre getting locked in, right, you say, okay, we're going to try to shut down the Enchantress before they can get up to level 2 on an ability that's basically going to mitigate what all the right clicks are going to be able to do, and suddenly Enchantress still creates space, and then PA does get that farm on.
I mean, it really was. There's sort of, both teams sort of had the steroid to buff up their carries, and they sort of come into place at different times. Early on, the Bloodlust is going to sort of enable the Slark to make plays. And Secret, they had all 3 cores pretty much sitting at the top of the net worth for the first 20 minutes of the game. It looked like, oh, well, all lanes have gone Secret's ways. This is going to be a very tough game for EG to really swing themselves back into. But it was just a combination of plays and the ways they could create space for this PA, RTZ to make the most of the Empower to catch back in, and just Samael again popping off on the main stage and giving us a ridiculous showing in that Ember Spirit, which at the end of it all, you could see it. He was in the mind of mid one. He was just chasing him, diving him with these remnants, and it was impossible for Secret to deal with.
Yeah, and the fact they were, I think it topped out at what, 17K net worth? And you looked at both sides, right? Neither team had like team fight like we saw in game number 2 at the Enigma and Earthshaker. Like, it was an RP on one side, and then on the other side it was like a Sand King.
Yep. And these were heroes, the carries in both roles also. Yep. It was a Phantom Assassin on one side, a Slark on the other side. Yep. Completely marked difference from the team fight carries of like the Sven in previous games.
It almost felt more like skirmishy, would you say?
Yeah,
when you
it was. I mean, you saw the score, right? I think it was 11-11 at 30 minutes in. That's not very many kills per minute. All it took, though, was 2 empowered cores in a fight, right? And there's your team fight.
To go back to the beginning, though, it did seem like for a while, you look over on the side of Secret, and they are almost beating EG at their own game. It seemed like they were getting that early farm so convincingly.
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were winning all 3 lanes. Z and chat. I can already tell you, Bulba, if he's sitting up in the EG booth, is like, S4, what are you doing? What are you doing? 100%.
I think everyone was right. All the EG fans are going to be like, S4, oh no, he's died once. Oh, he's died twice. Oh no, here we go again.
And he ate a lot of that because, I mean, as you said, it was an Ogre Weaver. They were set to shut down that lane, and eventually it's Enchantress. You get level 4 Untouchable, you get the level 20 talent. No one's hitting her. She's just literally unloading.
Let's actually talk to S4. We can actually talk to S4 right now about how hard it was to actually play in that matchup.
The man himself, that was an incredible match. And I want to start with how you went into mentally game 3 after game 2 went so horribly wrong for you guys.
We actually felt that they were kind of scared in game 2, and we kind of used that to our advantage, and that kind of boosted our confidence because we felt like they're playing a bit scared in game 2. Even though we lost that game, we didn't feel down going into game 3.
Group stage, you had a bit of a rocky start. Did you take any specific lessons from group stage heading into main stage, or did you have any team meetings where it was like, guys, we gotta refocus, we gotta do this?
Yeah, it's been a rough couple of weeks. We've been like, it's been a roller coaster for this team, and it's been like a good roller coaster. Mm-hmm. It's been going down, up and down, up and down, and finally we got to this moment where we play on TI stage, and we've been really practicing so hard, our team, and it's nice that it's paying off.
Dota is obviously a game, but it can get very personal, as you've seen firsthand over the years. You've had a chance to play for several captains. You're playing for Fly now. You've also played for Puppy, who you just played against. How would you compare their leadership?
I would say they're actually kind of similar.
Really?
Yeah, I respect both of them a lot. I think I'm going to talk about the series a bit. In game 1, we won game 1 kind of convincingly. And then I think Puppy's strength is that he really puts confidence in his whole team. Going into game 2, they kind of just washed game 1 away, and then they went into the game and they won it convincingly, game 2.
Is there a kind of game that you prefer? Do you prefer the team fights, or because it's interesting? Sometimes we get these really long games where it really goes back and forth, and then other times you get the game that we just had, which was just completely different.
Yeah, we used to be like an early game team, EG, and we always like won our early games in the past year, and we did really badly in the later parts of the game. So this is what we've been practicing really hard, and we've been looking at a lot of the Chinese teams, and we have a lot of respect for Vichy Gamings and LGDs, and they have so much confidence in their team fighting, and that's what we're trying to like learn from. And I think LGD and Vichy, they're very strong, and they're gonna win this tournament.
What did you just predict? I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to send it back. Just really quick follow-up question. You're saying that you predict one of those teams will win TI.
It's a comment from Fade into you yesterday. He said LGD is going to win this tournament.
That's right.
Yeah, because he's a fan of LGD.
Yeah.
And he's playing for
So you're going to
Vichy.
hop on board that.
Yes, I'm hopping on board.
Oh, that's very sweet. And very quick, I have to ask about facing OG. Do you feel like this is a little bit of payback time, possibly, for TI8?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just going to have fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it, and then I'll grill you on that later. S4, thank you so much. Right back to you.
Man, it's such a class act, and I think one of the really important things that we do here as well is the idea that you do have Puppy right now, even coming out of a loss, having that potential. He talked about it in the series there in the interview, but Puppy having that ability with his team to wash away some of those losses. But now we are going to take a quick break from all of this action and actually get to look a little bit at all of the films that are currently in the contest. I'm very excited for that. And then once we actually do get to check all of them out, we're going to have a very noted shift in the day. All of a sudden, we're going to be getting into the lower portion of the bracket, and it's going to be those elimination series. It's one of the hard parts of the day to actually see teams get sent home. So far, people have only been sent to the lower side of the bracket. They have not been eliminated yet today, and we're going to be chopping down 2 teams after that. But now we can put our full attention onto all of the fantastic films. We're actually going to get to see who the winner is of the film competition right now on the stage with Dove.
那今天呢，我们看了很多创意动画短片，你们看得还尽兴吗？为什么呢？因为接下来我们就要公布本届 TI9 创意动画短片前3名的获奖作品，让我们一起来看一下第3名。